Okay. Attempt number 2. Hopefully that did the trick. Restarted the whole internet. Hope our climbers didn't mind. No, it should be fine. Looks good. Of course, there's the only bad thing that would result from the whole internet collapsing would be our Deep 2 climbers losing their runs. Nothing else really matters at this point. I am also adding this. We can probably keep the same Wallgorge clip as yesterday, because there hasn't been any new sections cleared. Well, technically, to an extent. Okay, I'll update that as well. Let's start from there. Okay. Okay. Oh, my camera settings probably reset. Oh, they didn't. Wow, insane. Are they actually correct? Kinda crazy. It looks fine to me. Alright. Let me go back to the top of the list here, where I left off. Mac Alphax, MF Milt, UKR, XL, everybody else, Yak Attack, Fat Sheep, yeah, hello everybody, Nenka, Dendariel, yeah, Snowstorm, Kinom, F-Up, Thieves, hello. Okay, my game is not up, but it's okay, we're not gonna start with the game. We will start by looking at 2 clips. Thank you, Hefa, for sending these to me. So I stay up to date on things that are happening. So, okay. Right now we seem to be in a position with the dip where really it's Bren making the progress. So it is this jump. Floor 12, Bren has made it there multiple times now. Tried a bunch of things. So here was one try from an earlier part of the session, trying to see if the speed check through the hole in the very beginning of floor 12 could be done by taking speed from the ramp. And the answer is no. And it looks pretty grim at this point, right? Also, this save, extremely unfortunate. Some breakdowns doesn't help there in this situation, but then a little bit later, a couple hours later, look at this. So Bren kind of figures that, alright, it's probably gonna be the chain, right? It's gonna be the chain. You have to do everything from the beginning, and while we did see Bren's first attempt at chaining this be too slow, I think it just landed the last ramp a little bit too late. So Bren tries again. Perfect landing. And it turtles. kind of unbelievable how this keeps happening in the worst possible places. But here's the thing. This one was more than fast enough, because you can probably just like air brake and bounce on this and still have a chance. So it doesn't mean that this needs to be maxed out, but this one also touches the hole, right? So it's not like this is like super fast. We can kind of check the speed, I suppose, from here. So here, 190. I think it reaches 190. The last number we see. Yeah. But yeah, it turtles. So indeed, these are from Bren's today's session. Still trying to clear these, but Bren is getting so much practice on this stuff that no one else is currently getting. So it is kind of interesting. I do wonder if we're at the point where Bren will start getting away. Because at this point, it's not only floor 12, the beginning, but it's also the final parts of floor 11 that have yet to be cleared by anyone else. Bren says there are still 2 jumps that are quite inconsistent on floor 11. Yeah, that's for sure, and it seems to be the case for so many. Hazard actually, hold on, we're alright, well, hold every other thought, because Hazard is on floor 11. We'll start from here. Don't count the others out just yet. Let's watch how this one goes. Very good jump, very good landing. We're only just jumping in and, well, Hazard very close to the personal best. Landing on the loop, it's a bit late. Hazard commits though, and it will barely be enough to the pool. Oh, that could have gone either way, honestly. Does seem like Hazard right now our top player on the server. We also do have Korsh, has been making good progress. We have Tallybird, also good progress, but I think our floor 8 players are kind of rare right now. Mada, of course, as well, though. Could be making some good PBs today. So let's see. Let's see what Hazard can do on this run. Landing. Goes for it. Is it good, the jump? Oh, barely lands. Hazard getting a lot more consistent on this jump right now as well. Failed it a couple times, but now it's going better. So, Hazard on a personal best chance. It's this jump right here. And then everything after this on this floor has been figured out as well. By Bren, mostly. Elcon, a little bit, but mostly by Bren. So, Hazard has been one-shotting everything before here in floor 11 on an earlier run. I wouldn't say that it's impossible that the second half will go on a one-shot either, but it has to be this jump. Has to be this jump. Welcome everyone. I'll catch up with chat in just a little bit. We'll check this run from Hazard through. Ready to go now. Lines it up. Gets the speed. The landing to the wall looks okay, but it goes too far ultimately. Floor 9 landing. Turtle. It's alive. It's alive. Just the flip. We'll want to go for this or the ramp. One or the other. Saves it. That's an unbelievable landing, though. What? Like, right here? That is something else. But okay. The plastic not working this time. But the run is still on floor 9. So, we keep going. It's a save and a half. Okay. Hello, Zigfusson. Franco. Kalik. IMPD. Bobo. Bubble. Presto. Lepofu. John Scenarios. In the Alps. Nightingale. Everyone else. Filter. Zalskin. Ragey. Agequill. Triplicative. Welcome everybody. Hazard now continuing the run. It's been getting so much better everywhere on this map, honestly. And the floor 11 seems to be working pretty nicely apart from the plastic now. Well, we'll keep checking in. Back to these jumps. I do wonder if the players are sick and tired of doing these floor 9 jumps. I feel like these at this point are the ones you do the most because you can so often fall down to floor 8 and then you need to always do this floor again. Hazard jumps too far in the first wall still, but eventually he'll get the line. Yeah, I think the problem is that when you land too far into the wall, even if it lands barely into the plastic, you're still going to be too slow because you lose too much speed on the wall landing. So it could be that Hazard just needs to... Hazard knows it as well, right? There's no way Hazard doesn't know. So just like, you know, the aim, getting there, not quite yet there. Hello, Hammer. My pleasure. Glad you're enjoying. Bren built a nice map. Oh yeah? Just recently? What kind of a map? Hello, Yolts. Yes. Not too much to watch though. As far as I know, at least. It is the same jump on floor 12. So Bren did manage to chain these jumps. Where is it? Here. Chain these jumps from the beginning of floor 12. So going all the way from here, getting the speed, landing, and then perfect landing here. And we looked at 190 speed. 190 is the last number you see. And then you jump through. Bren made it. Bren made it clean. But somehow, someway, turtled. Landed upside down. Or flipped upside down due to this ramp here. So, extremely unfortunate. But that's, you know, it's progress for Bren still. Confirming that the strategy works. Pretty important. Meet the map today. Okay, maybe I can check it out. Viewer Battle Royale. Okay, gotcha. Can we see a clip of that? I should add it to the... Actually, hold on. Let me add it to the comment. Just make sure we don't miss this one. Gonna be a long comment because of these links, but it's okay. That'll do. Now it has both. Don't think Bren had another attempt. Think it's the one we've seen. Well, Hazard taking small breather. Checking with Telly. Still that floor 8 personal best for the beam landing. Mara also. Mara has a 905 meter PV. That's still, I think, in floor 8. But Mara making pretty good progress. We've seen some other players pick up these floor 9 sections pretty quickly. For example, Granari. So it's gonna be interesting to follow Mara as well. Because Mara has been kind of like a little bit quiet on the server, right? Not really like too many runs that that we really follow, but Mara has been really fast on the first like 7 floors or first 6 floors. So I feel like you can really tell from Mara's pace that like once he learns those strategies and the techniques, it's really consistent and confident. So it could still be that as the competition slows down, Mara has more time to catch up, and Mara will be able to like just be more consistent than almost anyone else. I do wonder how the wheel turtling will go for Mara though. That might be something that takes a little bit more, because Mara is doing the turtles with the wheel still. Granadi, our other wheel player, does switch to keyboard for the turtles, and there's some downsides to that as well. For example, you're driving with the wheel on this floor, right? And sometimes on this floor you will turtle the landings, right? So if you're used to doing the turtles with the keyboard, then if you do some accidental upside down landing, it might be pretty difficult to just suddenly switch from wheel to keyboard, because you need to do it instantly, right? So like, there are upsides to just having one input device and being comfortable with it, so that you can also save those turtles that shouldn't happen, that you don't want to happen. But then it might be harder to do it on the wheel than with keyboard. So I suppose you pick whatever you're most comfortable with. Not sure if there's like a better strategy there. Oh, not. No new major records, not even from Bob Parker. So it is Bren still all alone. Floor 12. Renati is really fast at switching to keyboard though? Yeah, for sure. But like, are you fast enough when there's like an unexpected turtle? I know that Granadi has been playing in the past, for example, on like competitive maps where you have like ice sections. I know that Granadi used to switch to keyboard on those, but that's something you can prepare for, right? So that's something that you can kind of think like, okay, in 2 seconds I will have to switch to keyboard, and you can sort of prepare. But if you unexpectedly land upside down, it might be harder, right? So maybe it's going to be like a non-issue, but we did see one time Granadi turtling and having a bit of a hard time like keeping it going. So I'm not sure. As a side note, Finland today is a tropical paradise, and I'm keeping my window open, but if there's any outside noises, let me know. And okay, there are outside noises. I will close the window. Oh my god, how are these guys like keeping so much noise outside? Okay, give me just 1 second. Fine then. We will sweat. I will sweat if I need to. Oh, Hazard! Wow, that was close. Thanks, outside people. Well, back to floor 10. I do wonder how the ice spin is looking today for Hazard. Has been actually like getting so much better. It's really impressive how these players pick up these things that might be a little bit strange and like unusual for their skill set. Like, you know, who knows if Hazard has ever done like an ice spin before? Probably sometimes, but probably not too many, right? It's really impressive how you can have the absolute worst map to practice that kind of a technique on. Like, you know, you need to do like a 30-minute climb to try it once, and then you might need to restart all over. But they're still learning these. Still learning them. Mika would one-shot the 360, yes. Any ice player, any like relatively good ice player would probably one-shot it. But the thing is that to be a relatively good ice player, you need to play ice like 70% of the time. It's hard. Let's see how it goes. It's a bit too early. The bounce on the beam. I have no idea what you can do here. Looks kind of grim. This is so far from everything. What can you do? Try to drop down to the left, maybe? On this plastic? That's your best bet. Does Hazard... Maybe Hazard can see it? I think Hazard is kind of... I don't know. I'm not sure if Hazard is able to look in free camera. It could also be this plastic somehow. But I don't know if there's much you can do from there. Well. Is he stuck a little bit? Even if you could get to the snow, you would definitely fall from there. Hazard just goes forward. Floor 6? Floor 6, okay. I mean, that's probably a reasonable idea. Unfortunate. Not quite on point with the spin. But still, like, has been getting so much better at it. Oh, tally on a PB. Think it's the beam landing. Yeah, you can play, like, you can boot up, like, a random ice map and practice ice, for sure, yeah. Oh, a little bit far. That is such a difficult section. Getting closer to it, for sure, but not quite there, not quite there. Falcon doesn't play much ice anymore though. That's fair, but I feel like once you learn the techniques well enough, you kind of, you know, just have them. Like, your muscle memory will remember how to speed slide on full speed maps, even though you haven't done it in a while. But you need to, like, eventually learn it, right? What I mean, let me reword. At some point you have to have, like, mained ice to be on, like, the pretty good level. And then we have these people, and I know this because we have really good ice players in this chat very often. Then you have these guys who, like, you know, play all the ice competitions, and they're trying to get, like, wall records on TOTDs and stuff like this, and, like, yeah, they will always do those kinds of spins. They know exactly what inputs are needed, And sure, they might fail sometimes, just like everyone might fail something sometimes. Hazardis has failed something. Well, new run, I suppose. But yeah, it's something that, you know, someone like Elcon kind of shows you what, like, the ice player experience on an ice spin like that is. Not to say that it's easy, but if you've done 10,000 ice spins, maybe 100,000 ice spins, then yeah, of course, it's going to be easier than to learn it on this map. Hello, Alem. That's not the line. Shall I save? There it is. I am kind of interested in Mara's progress, though. We can maybe see a little bit of Mara's pace, because every time I've looked at Mara's timer when Mara gets to like floor 6 or 7, it's always been really impressive, like something like 12 minutes or so. I feel like even though Mara is not on the height of the others, he's doing these earlier floors the same way as the others. What it kind of feels like. Very consistent to 8, but hard stuck turtles. Okay. So a little bit of learning there. Had a huge PB just an hour ago. Do you remember which point exactly? Yeah, Mara was turtling on wheel the other day. Hello, Emma. Dipping pretty good so far. Third turtle, okay. Yeah, the height doesn't mean too much to me. But yeah, setting up to all these parts really fast. Is Mara doing the 180 here? Oh, not doing the 180. But still pretty fast, actually. Not really doing like an ice slide there, so you don't need to like straighten the car. That seems to be pretty smart. No, yeah, the Elcon 180 strategy seems risky. 5 minutes to floor 4 though. Pretty solid. Very consistent on like... Okay, well... Hugo on floor 6, yeah. I didn't say anything, no. Don't worry about it. That is a very rare mistake to do, though. Maybe a little overconfident there. Oh well, but still, like, you know, the first, like, 4 floors, like, Mara is really speedrunning it, and seems to be doing alright. For the most part there. Could be on a pretty long session now as well. Not sure. Not really sure if there's any other players right now that are still kind of on these like floor 7 or 8 sections and are showing as much promise. Bernardi, no longer there. Bernardi already on floor 9. So I think definitely could be a contender for sure, but needs to catch up with the ice stuff next. I do wonder how the ice spin is to do with wheel. I suppose it works. Granati probably didn't use the plugin. Granati definitely made it to floor 9. I know exactly how and where Granati failed. It was here. Got to try this one. Tried to do the low jump line here. Went for it. Landed. And then was a little bit short here. And then turtled the landing and the run ended here. That is Granati's personal best. WR clip is the comment for Brent's best attempt. Comments don't work in replies, I think. Yep. Not too many, yeah, like, no... Well, the only unintended cut that we've seen so far is on the segmented version of floor 5, which I can show quickly if you haven't seen it. So, these are the official practice floors that have been released so far from 0 to 5. So on this floor, there is this thing you can do. Basically, what you do is you skip the landing on the grass, then the turnaround, and then landing on the bobsleigh. It doesn't seem at all worthwhile on the full map, but that's like the only like actual shortcut that has been found that's not intentional. There's a couple like intentional shortcuts, but probably only for like waterguards. Grind. What about the start of 2? I suppose, yeah, like skipping the first landing, but the Bren line at start, like jumping through the hole, that's probably one of the intentional shortcuts, for sure. Like, just like Deep Deep 1, it kind of has these, you know, small optimizations that you can do on the first floor, so that you can, you know, kind of go a little bit faster on the easiest floor of the map. Jumping on the grass. Oh, the penalty grass line. Yeah, that could be like, yeah, maybe that's a slight shortcut. I suppose. Yeah, Elcon does it too, and I think a lot of others. So there's one intentional shortcut on floor 8, where Hugo is just trying to go. And it's also not worthwhile, because it only skips the easiest stuff of the floor. Nicely done from Hugo. Could be a beam landing personal best. Wouldn't be surprised. That's usually what it's gonna be at the 860 height. So here, if you do the beam landing and you do the transitions to the bobsleigh, then here you could jump all the way over here to the second turtle instead of landing here and doing the tunnel stuff. And getting to the same place from this tunnel. But this one just doesn't seem to be very worthwhile. Oh, Hugo, careful. Hello again. Also, floor 9, where it's possible to not land on the booster, just bounce on it and land on the next platform. Is that a strategy? I suppose it would be a shortcut, yeah. Yeah, I suppose... Sure, on floor 9, if you can do the turbo thing, where you just jump directly onto this turbo and then go on the beam, that would be a shortcut. Maybe that could be worthwhile if you have a good strategy for it, but the landing seems so risky. And just very brutal if you fail it, because then you drop all the way down to the snake, right? Hello, PC Coach. Okay, probably said hi to you already. I don't remember. Hugo gets the beam. I do wonder if this is a personal best in terms of progression. I think it should... Well, it's gonna be either this or the next landings. It's hard to say from the height, because you don't exceed the floor 7 height until the next quarter pipe jump, I think. But, let's see him. Judging on the time it's taking here, I do think this is a personal best. Top 12 run right now. Granati, a little bit outdated, actually is, you know, somewhere in the, you know, same height as Shmaniel, who, by the way, has made it to the final part of floor 9 as well, it seems. And Skandir has made it to floor 10. There's a lot. There's a lot of runs that I haven't seen, and I think no one has seen some of these. Oh, Hugo. Turtle, savable. Just needs to carefully flip. Nicely done. That happens occasionally. But usually it's savable. Icy wheels kinda suck when you try to turtle, but luckily you don't spend too much time on the boss sleigh, so you don't really need to worry about that all that much. Hello, alien. So this quarter pipe jump will get the height to a little bit higher. I think 890 or something will be at the end of this tunnel. This is a little bit, you know, you might be a little bit worried about this when you're doing it for the first time, but this is truly the easiest part of the floor. You go through the tunnel, you turn around here, no speed checks, just take speed from the ramp, just jump into this platform. Even if you fail it, it's like pretty hard to completely fail, and this is not a hard jump for these players. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Hugo knows what to do, lines it up. And we go through. So then it's gonna be the second turtle. Hey, Matt. Been out of it for a bit, totally missed end of 10 and all of 11. Yeah, it's been a wild few days. Even if the progression is slow, I feel like these players are learning these tricks way better. Haven't missed all that much though. You'll catch up in no time. So then, this one. Really not that complicated, I don't think. It's pretty similar to the first turtle with just the addition of this weird tunnel. The timing, the most important part. You go, gets it nicely. Now you just wait. You wait and hope that the game does the game things. Oh, getting a little bit stuck here. Still keeps it going. Oof. I do wonder if you need to release the right press there. But, well, worked out. Now the flip. Seems to work. Yeah, that is... Virtual did the same thing the first time. I do wonder if it's about the steering input there. Maybe it's important to, like, release the steer at the last moment. No, the usual mistake is that you fall to the right side, or that the turtle just dies after. The tunnel thing itself looks pretty consistent. Well, Hugo to the speed check. Needs to full speed this part onto the grass. Lands it. I really feel like the beam landing in the very beginning of the floor that's the big one. Because whenever we see anyone get past that point, I feel like they always also get to like this point. There's a couple difficult jumps here as well. Everything's difficult, of course. But for these players, I think there's like, you know, some things that are sort of like very failable. Like, for example, aiming to the reset block. That has been failed a few times. And the third turtle as well. Oh yeah, the landing to the bobsleigh is difficult as well. But I still feel like the beam landing at the moment is being failed more often. So let's say once you land on the bobsleigh, then you're usually safe for like the next like 4 or 5 sections. Most often. Mother reaching floor 7-2. Gets it? I think Granati has said that that part is like fairly easy. On wheel. Great landing from Hugo. Perfect. Celebration. Listening to the voice line perhaps. And then into the downhill. Let's see how far Hugo can go. Probably just making sure that the downhill truly does work like it's meant to. It's scary because, you know, there's nothing below. But as long as you're taking it carefully, you should be fine. You go. We'll get to the next part. Yeah, just checking inputs. We kind of see people doing whatever. Like, some people do the final uphill of this floor, for example, by doing just press forward. Some people do, like, occasional left taps. And I saw, like, some of our controller players hold, like, a very, very slight left steer through the hallway. I don't think it's, like, very precise what you need to do. But the reset jump... Oh, that's a good aim. Perfect. You go into the last turtle. Great progress. 900 meters now. Virtual is on floor 1. Thank you for the update, Sigfusson. I will keep that in mind. So then, third and last turtle off the floor. You need to go onto this beam upside down. You need to go through these narrow parts over here, timing the wheels of that side to go over this at the right time, and then flip the car onto the platform. Hi Nico. Virtual has been on floor 66 for 16 hours. God damn. The God run. Well, let's see now. Hugo seems to be pretty comfortable with the turtling. Just needs to time these tricky parts right. Gets the first one, no problem. And the left side works. Hugo, very, very controlled turtling here. And the flip works. Hugo reminds me of like Hazard's sort of the like very controlled turtling here. Just like no problem, like no sort of going from like left to right, just like a very straight line, just really good timings, no problem. And then the final jumps around in the quarter pipe here, landing here, and then jump to the right side, and there is the next floor. Floor 9, very close. And, you know, this is a huge personal best for Hugo if this works out. Yeah, I don't know Hugo's exact background, but I do think it's the, like, similar to Simo, where it's kind of like an old school sort of trial RPG background. With a little bit of khaki mixed in, perhaps. Now taking the speed, first attempt at this. Doesn't get the line, but there's a recovery. There is a recovery right here. So as long as Hugo notices it, should be fine. Hugh goes towards the next floor. Stop. Okay, this is a serious stream. Hello, David. Not allowed to be sorry for being late. There's no such thing for viewers. Second try from Hugo. Turns around again. This time, is the line better? It looks a lot better. Speed is good. What about the aim? It's a little bit to the right, and it will land into the pool next to the ducks, but luckily it doesn't bounce very far. So this is recoverable. You get more practice. You get another attempt on these second half things. And they didn't seem to be a big problem for Hugo so far. Hey, no problem, Dragon Master. Not just a little bit of khaki? Yeah, fair enough. Hello, Seal. I'm feeling great. Had a long tattoo session. Ooh, hope that went well. Yeah. Hope you're doing good as well. Essentially, no new sections have really been reached, but Bren had a promising attempt now on the jump on floor 12. It's in the WR clip. Essentially landing the jump through the hole now. But not actually landing it. As in, landed upside down. You need to have the clip in the comment as well. For the clip. Jack of all fates, thank you very much for the tier 1. Appreciate you. Good line again. Nicely done. Is Hugo a Div 1 player or mapper? I don't really think Hugo is like a cup of the day player. And not really a mapper either. An old school player that mostly plays maps that are not really suitable for a cup of the day. Very difficult stuff. Times the turtle. Works. Now to the left. A bit slow here, but it's controlled. Gets it. Nicely done. Nicely done. Just a flip. Not really roasting cup of the day players as much as I am aware that, you know, new players will have a very bad time playing the kind of stuff that these guys want to do. You go now. Maybe this time it's gonna work. Turning around. Oh, very much on the side, but it still works. What about the line? Jumping through. It looks pretty good, but barely not enough. But once again, back to the pool. Valen, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a great stream. Appreciate it. We're gonna be here for a while, so welcome, welcome. Casting the server, checking out what's happening. Good to have you all here. Currently following Hugo. Already on a personal best run. Getting closer and closer to floor 9 as well. Ooh. Is this savable? Or is the car too far gone? This, I don't know. I don't know if, like... It looks like it's a save, but can the car, like, go through again? Because it could be that it, like, smashes through the fence at high speed, but at low speed it's not really... Nothing below. Best chance would be like floor 6 save, so I think Hugo's gonna try this one. Two wheels off the ledge is not great. Hugo tries to, I think, go a little bit further back to save it, but... Oh, turtle save, maybe? It looks really rough here. Yeah, too close to the border. It was a good attempt to save it, but it's just not really... Oh, that's not gonna work. Oh. That is so unfortunate. It was a good try. It was a good try. Like, actually landing on that floor 6, the platform there, but... Tough times, tough times. Bring all the friends early night for me. You can take over. Thank you, Vaylin. Hope you have a great night. Much appreciated. It's a tricky one. A tricky one. Hello, Zuzi. Everybody else, welcome, welcome. Well, Sammy here, the next top player, trying to get those runs going. We do have some other players who are getting closer to floor 8 as well. Tally is on the server, Ixon also on the server. I think both probably have that beam landing, or at least are very close to it. Technically, like, I guess we could say that Brent's landing on floor 12 today is a new wall record, but it's a bit hard to say because we didn't actually get to a new section, did we? So what Brent was able to do was land these floor 12 sections clean and did manage to get through this hole for the first time earlier today. But the car landed upside down, so we didn't get to see the next section. It's very close, I suppose, to clearing this section. I suppose in some sense getting through the hole is already a new world record in a sense, but at the same time it's kind of, you know, still trying to clear the same part as before, basically. Then it's probably here, and we'll see what the players cook when we get back here, but we shall see, we shall see. Hopefully Elcon starting a new session. Hazard was on the server not too long ago. Might be back later too, we shall see. How did you get to Trackmania anyway? I used to play initially when I was a kid, very casually. And then I got into this game through virtual, kinda agreeing to coach me a couple of years ago. Then I started building a lot of maps, and we're still here. Basically it. Let me add this emote. Paid for by I'm Zolo. Has Yannick's been playing at all? For the first like 2 days or so, but Yannick's focusing on Zealand, the big territory competition. Yeah, I'm catching up with chat, guys. A little bit of patience, please. Is he supposed to go straight there or jump to the right? Do you mean the previous Hugo thing or something that Sammy was doing? Or do you mean perhaps the floor 12, the brand jump? Hello, Tato. Virtual's fault that I'm stuck here with you. No. Thanks to Virtual that I'm here stuck with you. Have a good evening, Vaylin. Wouldn't say that I'm pro in Trackmania. Like, you know, even if we go like away from the semantics of the word pro, I wouldn't even say that I'm like even like anywhere close to like high level in Trackmania. Maybe in some sense, but in Shootmania, maybe. Yeah, there's a Virtual made a bunch of videos about the project. Techie is just playing for fun, yeah. So the basic rule for the mappers is that they can't reveal any new strategies and they can't show any new areas of the map. So we can safely disregard anyone who's a mapper and is playing the map because they will not, you know, take part in the competition anyway. Oh, Sammy. Oh, tries to chain this jump, but it's not going to work. seems pretty tricky. Hey, thank you, Solar. I suppose I did. Hello, Batu. Ixon and Wally lining up this floor 5 jump. Pretty much everyone doing this floor 5 jump, honestly. This slow strategy here. That was a weird way to do it, but I guess it works. Scrappy on 7, okay. Good luck to Scrappy, but I don't know if I would be allowed to check Scrappy's stream, so we're gonna get the old school text updates. Letters from the front lines, yeah? No one has been very close to Brent's world record. We did see Hazard had another try. Just as we tuned in, Hazard had another attempt on this jump. Made it here, tried to do the plastic thing, didn't quite work though. Good strats there given to us by Wally, explaining how this next jump combination works. Ixon makes it work. Wally though, no, not quite. Maybe had the wrong strategy after all. Let's see if Ixon can maybe make it all the way to floor 8 today. It would be nice to see more players like Hugo reach those last few parts of floor 8 and maybe the floor 9 section as well. The floor 12 speed check does seem very tough, but I feel like it's all about the setup for these players. Like, when they understand how much speed you need, then you will just always be able to retry. Because let's remember one thing. We know now how much speed you need. Ren, the last number we saw at the back of the car was 190. So when you get here, you try this, you try the landing, you go here, you notice, oh, I'm too slow. Or you'll notice it on this landing probably already. So you kind of see like, okay, well, I drifted the landing, it's not gonna work. Then you slow down, and then you can drop down to this pool, and you can jump back to the beginning, right? So you can, this seems like something that you will be able to retry over and over and over and over until you have the speed. So in that sense, this could be actually like one of the... Easy is the wrong word. It's definitely not one of the easier parts, but it's one of the parts that will be less of a choke point, simply because you will be able to retry it. Unlike, for example, the plastic halfpipe, because, you know, you fail this, you fly over here somewhere, you know? Like, that's not retryable at all. Even if you somehow land into the plastic, you can't recover at all. Like, where would you go? If you, like, go here, like, there's absolutely nothing you can jump to. Right? So, I feel like this new jump, as hard as it is, as much speed as you need, it has the benefit of being so easily retryable, right? This pool landing doesn't seem like it's the hardest jump in the world. Bren has already done it multiple times. And then this jump, I didn't really see Bren struggle with it. It's probably failable, but it's probably not like something that these guys are expecting to fail. Oh, Ixon, let's hope the car lands the right way up. Well. So Bren has now done the science. We know exactly how much speed is needed. The biggest concern on that jump should be that upside down landing, though it doesn't seem like it's very likely to happen, honestly. I can show the full tower right now, and I can point where we are right now. So this is the whole thing, yeah? Looks a little bit different from each side. And we see the higher floors from there. Right now, we are on floor 12, which is these white blocks over here. That is the current section. We've made it all the way from the bottom onto that part. Honestly, when you put it like this, like we've gone from the bottom, from here all the way there, and now we have this left. It doesn't look like that much, yeah? Like from here to the top, it doesn't look like it's that much anymore. Not very likely Unbrand manages it the first time. Yeah, I think that was absolutely ridiculous. 11 is very difficult, and I think the general problem with 11 and 10 is that they don't really cover much ground, which means that if you fall down from a higher floor and there's only 11 and 10 below you, then you're very unlikely to save it. Floor 9 covers a lot more, so you're more likely to save it on floor 9, and then floor 8 seems to be like the absolute best floor to save yourself onto. So yeah, I think, you know, there's like a soft checkpoint type thing on floor 8 where there's a lot of pools you can land to and such. But then, like, you notice how the tower is built. Every floor is like half a circle, and then it rotates, kind of. So, if we look at floor 1, it is from this side of the circle. Not really a circle, but you know what I mean. Onto this side of the circle, right? So like horizontally, it cuts off here, right? So there's nothing on like the left side of the tower on floor 1, right? And then floor 2 is built on top of that so that it goes like here. So then here there's nothing on the right side of the tower from this perspective, and then it covers like the entire half of this. And then floor 3 is again like very visibly on this side, and floor 4 is on this side. So there's like always like half a floor overlap with the previous floor. So that means that a lot of the higher floors will not be overlapping floor 8 or 9. So if you get into, I guess like floor, what is it, floor 14 or something, it's gonna be pretty brutal, because the only thing you have that you can fall down to is gonna be floor 11, and that's like GG, right? Like, yeah, we look at like floor 13, second half, and then floor 14. Though, yeah, floor 14 I guess is covered also by floor 13. So we'll see. But yeah, like landing from floor 13 to like this part, yeah, good luck. Because, like, the only things you have here are, like, these very, very bad platforms of floor 11, and then, like, snow downhills, right? Where you will absolutely not land. I guess you can maybe land into these pools if you're lucky, but there's not as much stuff to land into as, like, floor 8. Because look at floor 8. It's very dense, right? There's so much stuff that's flat, so many pools, so many things you can actually, like, land to. So one thing that floor 12 does have going for it is that it does overlap for floor 8 as well. So floor 8 kind of works as like a soft checkpoint there as well, right? Which could be a good thing. We'll see. There's a lot of stuff to think about. Is the way known already? No. Well, we do know that some of the players have like done the free camera thing where they kind of look through like everything, kind of just checking like the general idea of each floor, I suppose. We haven't done that here. We'll keep it a bit of a surprise. But oof, Ixon. slightly off with the final ramp there. Looked very good, but a little bit off. Tough jump to fail. Well. Leaving the server as well, maybe taking a break. We see that pretty often after these big falls. Hazard said he has an idea for the route of every floor but 13. Okay. Suppose we'll see. Considering that each fall gets hopefully a floor, 4 floors below, then when players reach 15 and fall, they will most likely land on floor 7, since 11 is not dense enough to land safely. Yeah, though to be fair, it kind of depends on what kind of sections you fall down from. Because it could also be that those jumps from floor 15 will go, like, so far that you end up overlapping, like, other floors. So, but yeah, that's kind of the, yeah. The thing is that floor 7 is so much plastic that you're likely to kind of bounce or slide away from those landings as well. Floor 7 is really bad to land to. So it's, yeah, I think the highest floors will be very hard to recover from. 16 maybe less so, if floor 12 works kind of like a, you know, as like a safety platform. We shall see. Bren went pretty quickly through floor 12 with Cam 7 and threw out some ideas. Nothing too concrete and didn't spend too much time on it, but when I watched the other day. Yeah, I feel like right now floor 12, like the next few tricks seem pretty intuitive. Like fairly sort of intuitive trial stuff. A lot of jumps, you chain things, tough speed checks, you know? That seems to be basically it. I'm getting jump scared here by Wally. I do remember there was a point where someone did jump scare Lars with a horn and almost failed the section. There could be some sabotage strategies. Really right now, what we need is more players to floor 12 though. That has to happen. And I think it will, but Bren is getting so much practice that others are not. How much sooner do you think we would see DD2 beaten if the mappers released all practice floors on day 1? It would already be beaten. Really the main challenge on this map is that that you get such inefficient practice on everything. Probably would be beaten in a week, yeah. That I agree. Like the problem is that, you know, you try something, you have an idea, and if you are wrong, if you don't execute it correctly, one, you might still not really understand what the right idea is, so you need to still retry something on the next time and fail it again. And if you fail, you need to start the entire run again. So You get, like, instead of being able to just try something every minute or every 20 seconds, you get to try it like once every hour. It's a huge, huge, huge difference. And it's also like a massive difference in confidence when you actually get on like the full run. Quite sick, so I might have to be back later, but thanks for the lovely casting. No problem, Matt. Hope you get well soon. Take care, dude. People would also pull an all-nighter instead of sleep. That's true as well. Like, people would be able to commit to playing more because they know that the map is finishable faster. Right now we know that it's a long grind, so people are playing less and going for the sustainability. It's kind of like, you know, kind of like a strategy difference between running 100 meters and running, like, a marathon. You're not gonna have the same pace. Good luck, Heipa. Sammy has been to floor 7 a few times now. I'm actually not 100%. It could still be that the PB is still this ice jump to the water. That's what it was yesterday. That's where it could still stand. So fairly close here. Let's see. Got here not too long ago, failed this jump. Now taking it a little bit more carefully, lining up for speed. More respect for the map. It is interesting. It is interesting. The map kind of like becomes this entity that you start kind of like respecting more and more as you fail these sections. Oh yeah, for sure. There's really good progression from like specific players recently. Like so many personal bests in these last few days especially. Some to floor 11, which, you know, those are the top guys. But also to like floor 6 and 7 and 8. Like we just saw Hugo almost one-shot most of floor 8. Getting very close to floor 9. And you never know. One of those players might be able to pick up the floor 9 stuff and the floor 10 ice stuff pretty quickly. And suddenly we might have another player on the floor 11. It's entirely possible. Warl, I don't think has moved on the leaderboard. I don't know if Warl is even actively playing. There's a couple other players that we haven't seen on the server. Dam TM, Bijans. I am not really aware of those. Oh, Sammy. Oh, let's see how the bounces work. Oh, looks kind of dead here. That is unfortunate. Not quite going to the side enough. Well, was a good try. Sammy getting more and more consistent now as well. Just like everyone else, really. I'll get all. Did anyone first try floor 10? No. The half pipes at the end are pretty rough. One shot. But like, for example, Elcon was able to, I think, get past the ice spin in one day. Them has been playing on the public servers? Gotcha, okay. Yeah, getting to like, you know, floor 7 is very solid. Have you seen any Smonial runs? Not really. Has been playing occasionally on the server, but no real, like... not runs like we've seen on the leaderboard. Smonial, from what I've seen, has been to, you know, floor 6 or 7 range on the server, but like the 1000 meters, that's floor 9. I haven't seen any of those runs just yet. Sally, also to floor 7. Yeah, floor 7, we can kind of check. That's the, you know, 750 meters, I think, the duck jump. So yeah, that's actually like top 30, pretty much. Top 50 is... almost, at least very close to floor 6. But yeah, if we go to like top 100, that's still not floor 5. This is still floor 4, as far as I know. So like only 100 people out of like probably I don't know, 13,000 who use the plugin, but probably more who don't use the plugin. Only 100 of them have even made it to floor 5. Oh, Tally, not getting over the hole. Seems to be giving some trouble here and not landing here. That is unfortunate, unfortunate. Well, we could check in with Kubas. We could quickly take a look. Now, Kubas is one of the mappers. Kubas is the builder of floor 15. A very good player. And I'm scared of the map. We can kind of checking on Kubas runs here, just playing for fun as a mapper. They're not part of the competition, but, you know, maybe you can also get a feel for how hard this second final floor could be from Kubas gameplay. Almost fails for 0. Hey. I think it's pretty hard to do 100% consciously still. Kubas' personal best is -1 meter. For the reason that we didn't want to have a mapper on the leaderboard. So Kubas was removed from the leaderboard just so that he can play. Kubas has made it to floor 10, I believe. So yeah, it's just like a hard-coded PB so that it doesn't appear on the leaderboard, so that it's not confusing, because Kubas would be a top 10 player. So it's probably, you know, makes sense that we kind of only have people who are participating in the competition in the top 10. This is more confusing. Well, I mean, I think it's better that it's not on the leaderboard. Just easier to follow the whole thing, I think. I just thought a mapper could make a second account and win the race. Oh. Takes away the achievement of someone else reaching top 10 also? Yeah, sure, yeah. It's nice that the leaderboard is, like, accurate. And sure, there might be some other mappers there, but they are not, like, you know, in the top 50, right? Is that true for all mappers or only the ones who go far? I think it's literally only true for Kubas. Because Kubas was the only one getting like 1,000-meter runs, you know? So I think like, you know, the mappers who are kind of just, you know, trying to get through the first few floors and such, they are fine. They are still on the leaderboard, so they can track their height and participate in the event in a more casual way. Techie not allowed to win, indeed. Just like every other mapper. The stream is such a vibe. Thanks for doing this, no problem. Did you see Lars cooking this morning? I did not. What happened? I know that Lars has made it to floor 11. Have a good evening, Kettle. Hi, Monadic. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Hello, Jacob. Maybe you do, Jacob. You're well within your rights to do that. Oh, this is a big jump. I do have a better personal best than Kubas right now. I'm doing great, Waves. What about you? Oh. Okay, Kubas maybe vibing a little bit too much. Tally is still on a run. Recovering on floor 4. Keeps going. Ooh, Berlins. Do you think Teki could have won if he was allowed to play? I mean, if Teki wasn't like participating in the mapping at all and was putting in, you know, these 8-hour plus days, yeah, I think so. Teki's skill set is very good for this. A very like general skill set and overlaps a lot with these kind of tricks and stunts and such. But it's good that they have players like Teki in the mapping team as well, so they can have like the sort of top level playtesting done too. I think that's also important. So it's good that some of these very good players are taking part in the mapping instead. Oh, this looks scary. Hold on. Don't fall now. Oh no. Maybe it can still stay on the ramp with like the 2 left wheels. No. Zoops. Suddenly. Well, back to floor 4. It's not the worst. Can continue. Good landing at least. Oh, Lars tied Elcon, so made it past the plastic, yeah? Twice to the pool even. Oh, that's sick. Good to hear, Waves. Bren has tried floor 12 multiple times today. Yeah, Hazard was part of the Deep Deep 1 crew, but this time wanted to compete. So didn't participate in the organization. Simo, I think, had a pretty short session yesterday, and then from what I heard, said that he would take some time off the map. Completely understandable. Getting some energy back. Simo has been grinding like 10 hours a day from the launch. Crazy how fast they exactly know where they are after a fall. Yeah, like a lot of these falls have been already done by themselves, or they've seen it happen to someone else. Yeah, Lars, actually, top 2 then. Tied top 2. With Elcon. So right now, in case, you know, hopefully I'm still on track then. If Lars has made it to the same position as Elcon on floor 11, now has the tarmac half loop to clear next, then it's gonna be Bren first place, Lars and Elcon second place, Virtual and Hazard tied 4th place, and Scrappy is 6th place, still not on floor 11. And then Simo is 7th. And after that, it's probably a tie between... no, Scandier has also made... I don't know where Scandier made, actually. Has Scandier been streaming at all? Because I've completely missed out on this floor 10 run. So it could be that it's still further than Simo 2. Hi Terra. No new world records. Bren's turtle landing on the floor 12 is still the best. Was on the server, okay. Well, okay, so Scandier and Simo are somewhere on floor 10. I know where Simo is. Simo is still on the beams on the pipe section before the ice spin, from what I know. So on the very final pipe jump just before the spin. That's Simo's PB as far as I know. Scandier, I don't know. Scrappy is at the end of floor 10. And then Granadi and Schmaniol at the end of floor 9. Granadi we know has been there, and even though I haven't seen Schmaniol run, the height kind of like that's where it is. So yeah, so Bren, first place, tied second place, Elcon and Lars, tied 4th place, Virtual and Hazard, 6th place, Scrappy, then either Scandier or Simo, 7th place, and the other one is top 8, and then Schmaniel and Granadi probably tied, most likely. Most likely tied for... I forgot the numbers. 9th place. Oh, that was good thinking from Tally. That was really fast, going for the left side. Oof, that was impressive. Kind of clipping the back wheel there, and then immediately thinking like, okay, well, this is not gonna work on the right side. Gonna go on the left side. That was really, really fast. Usually you aim for the right side, but that necessitates that you land clean on the small grass platform. And if you don't, then you try to adapt. Perfect adaptation from Tally. Oh, Tally does go left always. Still though, the wheel clip probably not part of the equation. But hey, worked out. Virtual is a 9, okay. Virtual has been making much progress as well. Very good consistency overall. Bob has not made new progress. In fact, Bob is off the leaderboard for good now. Hello, Mimi. Bounce up. I still remember when the first player got to this floor the first time. Hazard, I think it was. Making, yeah, Hazard was here first. And I still remember Hazard failing this landing here, thinking that it would be a backwards entry into this turnaround. did not work at all. But I remember these parts being new to the players, and now it's just like, it's so basic. Like, everyone knows what to do here. And like, these are still floors that almost no one will ever see on this full map. But it's still kind of incredible how the map sort of evolves, in the sense that the floors that were first like super weird and full of puzzles, and we were like, oh, no one's gonna ever do this consistently. Now it's kind of like, just, you know, just this chill section. We just kind of go and do the tricks and it's working. And the same will probably happen to like floor 11 as well. That's probably gonna be the last floor that changes like that, because then the next few floors are so close to the final floor that I don't think you will really get like the same level of comfort as on these. But floor 11 will probably have that kind of like level of comfort still. Maybe there's gonna be a little bit of inconsistency with the plastic half pipe, but you know. Virtual and 10. Okay. We'll see if Virtual can make it to the plastic, and then we can tune into that. Yeah, Virtual is looking really good now. Has lost the top 3 spot to Lars now, but everyone is super close to each other. And I think what makes a difference is that Bren has figured out everything at the end of floor 11. So Elcon got there as the first player and really didn't have like many strategies to go with. But now Bren has kind of done the science, so anyone who makes it past the plastic on floor 11 will have a chance of making it all the way through to floor 12 as well. Modest floor set an appropriate tone for the difficulty of the map. I do think that it's like... It's sort of like something where it's not that complicated for the most part. But it does have those couple things like the ice slide that really set the tone for what's about to come, right? Because like everything after that floor is harder. So this looks like it might barely land. Ooh, that's so close. Maybe at least bouncing up. Looks like it will be a little bit bouncy. No. Like it's stabilized now. That was so close. Uh-huh. I feel you, Tally. Floor 4, perhaps air brake. Oh, it's gonna miss everything here as well. Floor 3, no. All the way back down. Wally here, having a great time. Car is moving back. That's not good. Virtual in 11. Okay, we can check in just a moment. Hazard had some runs before, but left the server after some floor 11, floor 10 attempts. Might be still tuning back in. Elcon usually starts around this time or a little bit later. GPS Bren, yeah, that's working. No, yeah, I kind of understand that, like, it's a lot of sort of pressure on Bren as well right now to do these new discoveries. But I do think that, you know, if we think about it in the terms of the competition, I feel like Bren is still getting kind of like getting away from the others right now. Even though, you know, the discoveries are public for now, Bren is still streaming everything. Or we assume Bren is streaming everything. Might be playing in solo as well, I don't know. We can check in with Virtual real quick. Apologies for Alt-Tab. I'll just do this quickly this time. I mistyped Virtual. Okay, I got it. I have completed the skill check. Let's check in then. Virtual is on personal best, and I will shamelessly slam his stream onto mine. We want to document the important events. So, back to this plastic. Has failed it a couple times. No. Oh, the landing seems to be a bit too far, and it will unfortunately bounce in some of the worst ways. Floor 8 recovery. There is a pool, and this will be recoverable. Virtual will be back. We'll be back eventually, but yeah, the first landing already kind of showed that it's not really going to work. The problem was that, as always, we've seen this in like the last few runs that we've seen, is that you need to land very clean into this, because the further you land, the less speed you will gain from this. So think about this as kind of like a downhill. So it's not only that if you land a bit late, your car will kind of bounce around and maybe lose a lot of speed, but if you do like a very early landing, you will be able to drive down, and you only accelerate, or you generally only accelerate. Gravity does accelerate you a little bit, but you do accelerate more if you're able to drive through the entire wall as you flip onto this plastic. So what we've seen multiple times is that players land a little bit late, somewhere here, instead of in the very, very beginning of the wall. And then, even though they land into the plastic, even though they bounce around to the right direction, they still lack the speed to land into the pool. And they land like just barely short and fall all the way to floor 8 usually. So that happens pretty often now. So I feel like the players are also starting to notice, like, okay, I just landed too late into the wall. And it's, you know, we hope for the best, but it's probably going to be off. The wall landing, to me, seems to be the most important part of that. Haven't tried it myself. But that's my sort of... that's what my intuition tells me after seeing all these attempts. The best attempts have had that super clean landing on the wall. Hello, Brave. Bren mentioned a couple runs off stream that went well. Okay. I do wonder, I guess it's technically possible that some of these players could actually have like a stronger personal best that they're kind of hiding already. I don't really know. That probably, I don't know if that would make sense. But at some point it might happen that these players will play like at least 50% off stream to, you know, hide some strats. And maybe when we're on like floor 15, maybe someone will, you know, just go solo until they feel like they're ready to finish the entire map. Then they will stream and maybe do it in 1 or 2 days. We'll see. Oh. Any new PBs? Many. Lars apparently earlier today has made it to the final parts of floor 11 as well, tied with Elcon right now, so has made the plastic part there. Bren has had more attempts to floor 12, but hasn't yet cleared the first section there. Was very close though, earlier today. Made the jump through the hole on floor 12, but landed upside down, unfortunately. Yeah, many players do still play on the server even when they're off stream. It's true. Elcon does that as well, for example. A bit of lore here about this player, Saifi. Saifi was the first player to finish all current Khaki Reloaded maps in this game. There are 300 of them. Very difficult maps. The final one, I think, I'm not 100%, but one of the last ones I think Saifi finished was 261. That could have been the last map as well. 261 seems more innocent than some others, but it's ridiculous. I do wonder if we can check Saifi's run here. It's maybe visible. Okay, even click. So this has been finished by 37 people. Oh. Well, I'll just show the wall record. You'll get the idea. But this, yeah, this one is like so luck-based, as far as I understand. You get like an Uber there, and then, yeah, yeah, that's a Trackmania map. Don't worry about it. All right. No, yeah, Sigfusson has been grinding these Khaki maps. No. Wow. Anyway, that's a Khaki map. So, you know when these guys are able to finish all of those maps, they are very good players. Maybe that's gonna be floor 16. We'll see. Sigfusson taught you all you know? Oh, nice. Perfect. Those kinds of tricks will get you very far in this game. Hello, nobody's perfect. When do you think we'll see Lewis Hamilton doing that? Yeah, I don't know. You'll need to ask Lewis Hamilton about the plans. Sounds like a very expensive construction project, though. Virtual on the snake? Ouch. Well, good luck. To me, it looks like about 20% chance of making it, honestly. So yeah, Kuba's here, one of the mappers. Will probably, you know, just get some fun runs going here. Not part of the competition. Juliano, also on the server. Trying to get some runs started here. Yeah, the PB is just because Kubas is not part of the competition, so it's essentially removed from the leaderboard. Failed the snake? Yeah. I've only seen like 2 people ever get that, maybe even 1 only. Doesn't seem very fun. Kubas has made it to like floor 10, which would be like a top 10 run right now, which is the reason why Kubas is not on the leaderboard. To make it less confusing. Mappers are allowed to play. They are just not allowed to discover any new areas, and they're not allowed to show any new strategies that haven't been found by the players. Kubas was a playtester as far as I know, so... Yeah, it could be like a big weekend grind coming. Could be it. Well, some people still playing though. Most of the mappers tried every floor from what they said. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I suppose they, you know, decided the difficulties together, but there's probably more to playtesting as well. As far as I understand, Kubas was like a pretty important playtester, which makes sense, you know. On that kind of skill level, you would want to use that. Techie probably as well. Giuliano. We kind of see these strats where players are sort of starting to become more comfortable, but then sometimes when you try to save a couple seconds, you end up taking a little bit too slow of a setup, and it's just kind of gonna happen. Over time, it's probably still worthwhile to go for those kinds of small optimizations as you know, get better and learn them. They will probably save more time than you lose from one run, but still kind of hurts when when they happen, of course. No world record improvement in the sense of getting to a new section, but Bren did have the best jump attempts. In the WR clip comment, there's a clip link. Did it ever happen that some player moved from some other game and was instantly very good at Trackmania? Instantly? Probably not. Suppose it depends on what you mean by very good and what you mean by instantly, but Trackmania is a very specific game that, you know, even if you play like other racing games, there's a lot of stuff that, like, you have to learn specifically about Trackmania. Me? Probably not me. I'm still not, like, very good at Trackmania. Or that's not the word that I would use. The best thing that you can pick up from another game is some kind of like way of learning things. Whatever it might be for you individually. You need to learn so much stuff in this game, like how different surfaces work and how different mechanics work, and then you need to also reach like a level of muscle memory where all those techniques kind of come automatically. So the absolute best thing that will get you far is like just a good way of learning new things. And if you're very good at another game, you probably have a good way of learning other, you know, new things. Especially on a map like this. Very important. Hello, Flintlock. No problem. I don't play Trackmania. I've been wondering about the moving purple decorations on floor 12. Do their hitboxes also move? Is it possible that some jumps require timing? I guess technically it would be, but yeah, the hitboxes do move. So there are maps and checkpoints where you do need to either avoid or or utilize moving blocks in some other ways. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be used here. Probably just decoration. Had the honor of grinding floor 1 with Edelites a few days ago. Really positive atmosphere in the public servers. Edelites, a very good player. Often grind for the map 1 world record on official campaigns. Haven't really looked through the entire floor 12, but I'm gonna guess that there's probably like just this sort of old school trial stuff there that the beginning already seems to be. You know, sort of speed checks, very sort of very stable sections where, you know, basically you're just going to need your own skill and your own lines to clear the checkpoints, and no luck or anything like that. That doesn't seem like Whiskey style, but I could be wrong. Also, moving blocks were not allowed for the mappers to be used. So, well, then, there we go. Eddie is super chill even for Swede. Yeah, it's a lot of chaining those jumps and you know, getting the speed checks. That's what it looks like. Floor 12. Why don't you play? Because I'm casting. Watching others make some progress. Documenting the journey. We'll see if Hazard is gonna come back still. If Alcon is gonna play today. All these players, very good, but not quite on the highest floors just yet. Can you show us a Whiskey map? I'm not really sure where I would find one. I know that Whiskey has been making some trial maps recently, but, or at least one trial map that I've heard about. I haven't actually seen it, I don't think. Maybe Whiskey has like a club or something. There it is. Trial room. Turtle tutorial. Everyone's favorite. Maps, maybe? I think these are like normal maps. Special tracks? I'm not really sure where I would find, because there was like a pretty recent trial map. But yeah, I don't know if it's here. Probably not on the short maps. Test campaign? Probably not in the test campaign. Oh well. There's the trial room. Suppose I could download one of these maps, we could check the record. Oh no, but these are not all from Whiskey anyway. Okay, now that we've in this, okay. I'm looking for one of your recent trial maps. Maybe we can pick up your mapping style, get some information. Thank you, Susie, for the tier 1 and SMB for the gift sub as well. Whiskey. Okay, let me just find one from Trackmania Exchange. Guardian Angel is like the recent one, I suppose? Yeah. Okay, we can take a quick look at what could be ahead of us in floor 12. No, yeah, I feel you, Whiskey. Mine is also super outdated. Very cool design. We can just unlock the, you know, timeline. We can check. We have Hazard here. We can check Hazard maybe, or Hugo has the Water Guard, both of them players. We can kind of check in with these players who are also grinding the dip. Yeah, the start looks already pretty hard. So, similar perhaps to the style of this deep dip floor. I'm going to guess that this is still harder. Oh, you need to go all the way onto the beam? The building style looks very similar. Like, you know, these ramp landings and such so far. So this is a map from the floor 12 builder. Whiskey there. So this could give you an idea of what's to come in floor 12 as well. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, but just a couple checkpoints. Oof. Very similar things, yeah. A turtle checkpoint as well. I do wonder if there's gonna be some more turtling in floor 12 again. There's been quite a bit of it. But, you know, I don't know if the mappers really coordinate together to you know, kind of balance out the different techniques. Why are there checkpoints? True. But yeah, like we can see that Hazard and Hugo here on the leaderboard definitely are very familiar with this kind of stuff. I do believe that when Hazard gets to floor 12, he's probably gonna do pretty well on these kinds of things, because this is exactly like Hazard's skill set. These kinds of like speed check trial things. Bren explored most of 12 on stream yesterday. Looks like full speed stuff mostly. Yeah. Similar to this, yeah? But I mean, to some sections especially. I would prefer the term speed check stuff. So kind of like, you know, just checking in like all the different sort of lines, maximizing speed, and then making the final jump. Probably gonna be it. So yeah, well, we don't need to watch too much of this, but that's kind of maybe giving you an idea of some things that might happen on this map. Speed check trial. So full speed usually is a very specific style in Trackmania, which is, you know, when we say that something is full speed, usually it means like very high speed stuff, like 500 plus speed stuff. So usually we, you know, use that term for that a high-speed style instead of just, you know, doing things without breaking. But yeah, it looks like there's, you know, similar landings. Very speed checky, for sure. A lot of transitions. Seems to be very compact, which could be a good thing, because it might mean that, you know, if you make a mistake somewhere here, then you might have a recovery path to the beginning of the floor. So, that could be the case. That could be the case. Nice PB, thank you. It's on the star line. I guess I just equaled it. No, I never had a personal best. I've never played the map. I mean, I wouldn't mind if they took my personal best away for the leaderboard too, but probably not necessary at this point. I have -1 now? Are you sure it wasn't just me spectating Kubas? Oh well. It makes sense. Yeah, the Cam 7 still keeps, like, the spectating target, I suppose. Do maps like that have events around them like we're seeing with Deep Dip now? So... Depends on the map. And depends whether the mappers want to organize something. Deep Dip in scale is very unique though. It's not really common for people to be grinding a single map for like a month, you know? Which is probably what this is gonna be. Usually the Trackmania sort of content cycle is that one map has a lifespan of maybe 1 week at most. One week only, yeah, generally. And that's for, like, the special type of maps. There's a thing called Track of the Day in Trackmania, which you might have heard about. Even if you're new to Trackmania. Basically... Oh, not a landing bug? Oh, that's so unfortunate. Essentially meaning that... every single day, around this time actually, there's a new track of the day released, and there's a cup of the day that people will play on like an unknown new map. They will try to win that cup in like a knockout mode, and then you can play the map, the track of the day, for 24 hours, and whoever has the world record at the end of the 24 hours will win the track of the day. And then there's a new track of the day. So in that case, it's even like 1 day lifespan, basically. And sure, like, people do play old tracks of the day, but if we talk about the content cycle, like, generally speaking, it's that 1 day for the track of the day, and then people kind of more or less forget about it. And then, you know, for more special maps, some like big maps and collaborations and like endurance maps and story-based maps, things like this. Usually the content cycle is, yeah, a week or so. It can be a little bit longer if there's like a specific player or streamer, well, generally streamer if we're talking about content cycle, who chooses to grind them for longer. Like Lars and Mada have grinded some RPG maps recently for a pretty long time. Midori as well, yeah. That was a bit special. Hyperion. I think I... Yeah, that does ring a bell. Was that the entry lag map? It's like a duo map, right? Entry lag and someone else. I forgot. Boink. Yummy on the server to floor 6 personal best, I think, still. But good progress. Yeah, there's like, you know, some weekly events, and those maps generally also have like a, yeah, 1 day lifespan. The problem is that there's so many people building maps all the time that there's just always something new. And the Trackmania calendar is really full. Right now everything's kind of getting overshadowed by Deep Dip. But generally speaking, there's like some new tournament or some new map or some new event like every single weekend. Chroma's Hell is indeed a map. And yeah, like, of course, like, if there's a big streamer who decides to grind some map, then that kind of extends the life cycle, but or the lifespan of that map. But usually we move from one thing to another pretty quickly. Just because there's so much stuff. Entrance key, yeah. I do think a lot of mappers are probably releasing until the Deep Dip 2 event is over before releasing their new maps. If they're working on something special. Lantilion for sure won't release World of 1+8 during the event. Yeah. Like, it's like a somewhat similar map as well in terms of like the tricks and, you know, things like this. There's probably some overlap, so it would be a little bit weird. No Elcon today just yet, no. This is a tough place to be in. I guess you can drop down from here, but... Haven't really seen this many times. I think it's just all the way down. Don't think there's much you can do. Trying to land on the bobsleigh, I suppose. It was a bit too far. Maybe floor 1. But yeah. Tough floor still. 2 weeks in and floor 4 and 5 are still very difficult. I feel like this is probably at the very end of how difficult a challenge can be for an event like this. I feel like anything more and it's gotta be a bit much. I think so far this is looking pretty good because the players are still motivated. They still want to go for this. But if we would talk about a map taking like a year to complete or something, I think it would be you know, people would eventually just kind of say like, alright, this is a bit much. So far we're still making progress, either personal progress or water court progress every day, so... Hello, Rocket. Harberg joining the server as well. I think a floor 6 player too. Oof, very unfortunate wheel clip from Sami. Not able to correct the line early enough. In last Kaki Reloaded, were all maps finished eventually? Yes. The last map, which was 290, took several months to be finished. But it was finished. That's not to say that anyone grinded it for like months. But for the first finisher, it did take over 100 hours, I think, to finish the map. Never played Trackmania, but these maps look inspired. Since you're a mapper, can you give us a few technical comments on what makes them so cool? I mean, sure. We can talk about like how in general these kinds of maps are usually built. So there's like two kinds of ways to place things on a map. One is a block, and for example this water thing here, this entire pool is one block that you just click onto the map in the specific location. And then you have items, which for example would be these plastic things. So these are very small. So the red stuff here, this corner thing, that is an item, and then this white border, that's another item. So we have the squares, all separate items. So here there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then this is another item, 11, and then all these lights are also separate items, so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 items in this section. And then you can place, like, you know, them very close together and kind of design very cool things. So that's kind of how the editor works. You just basically put things next to each other, and that's kind of it. It's a very sort of intuitive map editor when you get the hold of it. It can be a bit weird at first, and there's certainly like a lot of like shortcuts and hotkeys that you do need to learn when you start kind of building, you know, even simplest types of maps. A lot you can do. This entire floor 4, for example, these are all the same blocks as these ones, for example. Well, it's a different surface, but like this is, you know, a flat block here, a flat platform block on plastic, and then this is a similar platform block on the concrete surface. But the difference is that this is tilted a little bit sideways, creating this cool floor layout where essentially every block is tilted a little bit in the editor, and they snap together nicely. And if they don't, you can use some plugins to get them there. So yeah, everything on this floor is basically like something that could be built in like a flat plane as well, but everything has been sort of tilted a little bit sideways to create this cool floor layout that has these unique tricky jumps. So yeah, you can do a lot. Everything, I think, is pretty much vanilla on this map. There's like some custom blocks that have been used. I don't really remember where exactly, but you can make your own custom blocks. You can have an in-game tool for it, where you can create your own custom stuff, or alternatively you can make them in Blender and import them into the game. So you can do a lot. Some of the sort of big projects are done almost entirely in Blender. They create like the whole decoration and scenery in Blender. They do all this kind of wild stuff. So it's a fairly customizable game. So that is sort of like just the basic way of how you create these kinds of maps. And then, of course, like through map design, you choose how the map actually works. So you kind of choose which surfaces to use and which types of blocks to use and where exactly you place these jumps and how you create these kinds of interesting speed checks, interesting sections. Can you expand on the core project? I've heard it mentioned through the event, but know very little. So core is a big endurance map that I'm working on together with a guy called Big Thirsty. It is not really this type of a map, it's more like a map that you're supposed to be able to like speedrun almost from the get-go. So it's like a more traditional map, a lot easier to pick up than this one. It does have checkpoints. And it's supposed to be, you know, something that you kind of get these like speedrun routes going for your own skill level, of course, but so that you don't really get punished if you fail something too much. You can just... Usually you can survive even with like a crash, or you can respawn on the previous checkpoint if you fail something very critical. Yeah, it's been... The route took like 600 hours to create. But it is ready, and we're creating different landscapes for it in Blender. That's Big Thirsty's area of expertise. So essentially the map has like different layers. It will have 4 completely separate landscapes that we're building. We're solving some issues with lighting that no one really has had to deal with before. So we're trying to invent new things, and it's very complicated. There's a core comment if you want to see the route video. It's 20 plus minutes long, but that will give you an idea of what type of map it is. Is there anything like the map Concrete? Not really. Concrete is an RPG map still, so it focuses on like these kinds of jumps and tricks and pathfinding and kind of doing some pretty difficult things, whereas what I'm building is an endurance map, or a mixed endurance map. It mixes like different styles together. There's like full speed style is there, where you go very fast. Then there's some technical styles, there's some ice, some other things. So it's a very diverse map, but doesn't really... Well, there's like an RPG section as well, so there's like somewhat similar things like some pipes and other things, but it's kind of different. It flows in like a different way. So maybe some similar stuff, but yeah, not really like the same target audience, let's say. Threat of Ariadne. Yolts. That's probably the one. Don't think I want to see it before I play it. Fair enough. That is understandable. We're hopefully getting it done at some point. It's a lot of work. How would you rate these maps? Got any favorites? I don't really have any favorite floors. I do think that this floor with the tilted design is super cool. But I like the design of floor 10 and floor 3 a lot, and the tricks on floor 9, especially like using some of the same blocks multiple times, and the recovery ways and everything. I feel like every floor so far has definitely a lot of positives to it. If you use Blender, how does the game know which surface is being used? So there's a tool called Natio Importer, which allows you to assign surfaces and such. I don't really know much about it because I never used Blender. But there's like an official tool made by the developers of the game. Virtual on floor 9. Yeah, we can definitely check in when Virtual gets another like floor 11 run going. I don't wanna jump into Virtual stream too early because to me it's weird taking his stream onto my stream. But if it's important for documentation of the journey, then we will do it. So we'll jump in when Virtual is on a PB chance. Magnetic blocks are still in the game, though they are all custom blocks. But they didn't use magnets for this map, because they enable shortcuts. You can kind of fly out of magnets and it can be very weird. No, both TOA and Core have Blender, but it's not me doing them, it's Big Thirsty. TOA is your most played map? Oh, that's cool. Would like to get Core soon. We're working on it. We're doing our best. A lot of reuse on, yeah, so many floors. A lot of like overlapping and still like not too many shortcuts by doing that. It's really impressive. Virtual does play in solo, yes. Not on the server. We can't spectate here. Love how professionally you're taking the journalism. It's funny but also really cool. I do legitimately think that, you know, when we have multiple people doing like 10-hour sessions every day, like that has to mean something, right? I do think that this is like an important sort of esports thing, we could say, in some sense. And I do think documenting is super important. Magnet is its own surface. There's some like weird surface combinations that you can do, but generally very... this gets very complicated, and it's a little bit on the edge of my area of expertise, unfortunately. Lemmy has been getting to floor 7 more and more, but seems to be struggling now. Tally as well. Was very consistent a little bit earlier, but I think we're still waiting. I think we're still waiting for those PB runs to happen. Yippee. Appreciate the work you do through the cast and keeping us up to date with the PBs and which jumps give people trouble and such. I appreciate you also saying that. It's what I try to do. Have you ever done mapping in other games? In Trackmania. But it's a similar editor. FPS game, but the editor very similar to Trackmania because it's from the same developer. Some big, pretty big maps over there as well. That not many people know about. Thank you, Aurelius, for the Prime. Anyone know how to make a tall column of water in the editor? You need to build it, I think, from bottom up, not up to bottom. It only works one way. Hidden water platform here on floor 9 or so. Yeah, but that's overlapping like two surfaces in a bit of a different way. So you still get the wet wheels, but you're not really driving in water. So, like, it applies the wheel state, but you're still driving on the platform. So, with magnets, it would be a bit more complicated, because magnets do not apply a wheel status. So it's a little bit different. Trackmania is an FPS game that the developers of Trackmania made about 10 years ago. So it used to be my main game before Trackmania. Still play it occasionally. I'm still happy making this jump on floor 4. It's easy to remember that these early jumps are still difficult. Easy to forget, I mean. Very happy. It's good. It's kind of the attitude you need for a map like this. Very quiet day though, but it could be that Lars and maybe Elcon and Hazard are still joining a little bit later. Hazard, to be fair, has taken a break at this time on the previous days as well, and has then continued. So we'll see. Virtual at 52%. Where is that? Floor 11, still 410, okay. Alright, we can check in with Virtual in just a moment. See if there's maybe a new chance for a PB. Let me add that emote now that there's a good moment though. Now 11. Okay. We can check in with Virtual. See how those runs are shaping up. Virtual has been very, very consistent recently. Yeah, close to personal best now. Couple more jumps. Now, we don't really care about the height too much, but Virtual's PB is on the plastic landing here. Looks good. It's also interesting to get to see the player's perspective, because it's a little bit different, right? The players are changing the cameras a little bit. We can't change the camera when we're spectating someone. So it's a little bit of, you know, a different look at the gameplay. So probably here as well could change the camera momentarily to line up for the jump better. Maybe doesn't need to, but some players might want to do that. Very much sort of a personal choice. Let's see now if the high jump works. Yeah, here changing the camera to see the speed maybe. Lands very nicely. That was clean. Has a chance for a PB. Knows exactly what to do. Just needs to land clean into the wall. Very early landing. That looks pretty good. It could actually work. Virtual makes it to the pool. The fourth player to do so. That was super clean. And that is now personal best. 122 hours in. Makes it into the end parts of floor 11. It could be a little bit of discovery now, a little bit of VOD watching for Virtual. Discovering some strats here. Now the next part that Virtual is going to try is actually pretty forgiving. And the reason for that, if I really quickly show it in here, I'm gonna guess that Virtual will check some watch. So, the reason why it is fairly forgiving is because you are here and you need to jump through this quarter pipe. If you land this quarter pipe, you're pretty much always going to be safe. Because as you go down and you try to jump to the left here, you notice that as long as you're not going too far, and even if you go too far, sometimes, you will land into the pool. So it's fairly forgiving because this pool is right below you. And there's even an extra pool here if you completely mess up something. But yeah, this is doable with like a little bit of care, a little bit of sort of just lining up, making sure that you do this first quarter pipe jump somehow so that, you know, you at the very least get an attempt on this. And I think, you know, getting that first run where you just attempt this somehow and then land into the pool, that can be very valuable, so then you understand what the speed is and everything else. I can literally have Virtual on the stream, on the monitor, and people will still tell me to watch Virtual. Anyway. Hi Petrov. 1160 falls. And now checking in the vote from Bren, the Bren GPS. So here we see this. Don't know what Virtual is doing now. Is Virtual even online? So the jump here to the left and landing on back wheels seems to be the strategy. The overjump might still be like semi-forgiving though. It's not necessarily going to be the end. This jump is very tricky. This would be a top 2 jump right now. So Lars and Elcon have managed to land into this next part after the pool. So Lars and Elcon have been to this section, but haven't cleared it. So if Virtual manages to land this jump as well, that's gonna be a top 2 run. No, yeah, this seems very tricky. The problem really is that if this goes wrong, if I show this really quickly here as well, if this goes wrong, you might land upside down. That is, like, if you don't hit this as you jump up, you might land upside down because the quarter pipe, you can see it curves like up like this. So the car naturally will go upside down if you just jump. So Bren's strategy is to hit this block so that the car will more likely land on the right way. Of course, the fall down is pretty long if you fail this, and the speed check is not anything, you know, too easy either. You need to land pretty early here and manage to do it. But it's the other trick first. It's the other trick first. Virtual now, taking it one jump at the time. Checking Bren still, so. There's a reason why we have 2 people stuck on the next jump, but this one, somewhat forgiving. Just checking the strats, the inputs of Bren. Stream inception here. So yeah, this jump, that's gonna have to wait a little bit. And then the rest of the floor, probably not Virtual's main concern right now. Though it might not be like a bad idea to check what's ahead. Could be a good mental thing to see how close to floor 12 you are. So this landing looks pretty rough. It looks like it requires a lot of speed. And then the ring is also, like, the speed check here is gonna be tough. Because you have to go all the way up to the uphill landing. So there's this small quarter pipe again, as we've had so many times on this floor. And the problem with that is that when you jump uphill, your speed will decrease when you land. So it's even a tougher speed check than what it would be if there was no jump. So yeah, it is difficult. It's difficult. Brenny's controller, that's true, but I think these kinds of things are pretty equal between keyboard and controller. So even though you see, like, you know, smooth steering and such, I think Virtual most likely and keyboard players overall are looking at the lines themselves, like the car's lines, not really like trying to copy the inputs exactly. Well, Virtual now gets to try the slightly easier part of the end. The main thing is that you don't want to jump too far to the left here. It lands, always so scary. Jumps a bit far. Turtles the landing. Oh no. Oh no. Jumped, I think, a little bit too early. Is the car moving backwards? By any chance? Moving forwards. That is so unlucky. Not getting the default save that would go straight into the pool. Well, hold on. Got the grip on the plastic. Is any difference? No, it's still moving forward. Well, maybe Virtual can do something here. It seems like the wheels are gripping the plastic. I don't know if you could go on the other direction. It could just be that it automatically goes to one direction only. But like, even if it goes through that, I don't know. Oh no, you can go to the other direction. Is the pool still below there? Really quickly. It is. The pool is below. So if this somehow makes it through... Don't even ask me what's going on, by the way. This is pretty weird that it's getting the grip there. I mean, the wall even extends further than the platform. So... like, it's a safe landing. It's for sure a safe landing. Oh, just go, dude, just go. Don't stop it. I'm afraid that if he stops it, it somehow fails. Okay, he is looking now. Hopefully it still keeps going. Oh no. Is it now moving backwards? Yeah. Well, if it's moving backwards, that's fine as well. It's still... well, but the light... The light... No! Oh god, no! So, what happened there... what happened there is that... the grip was right there because of the default movement. So you can grip the plastic, you can keep going for it. You can keep going for it, because the default movement is also pushing you to the wall, I think. But then when you stop here, then the default movement, for whatever reason, reverses, and then that's the danger, right? But yeah, like, Virtual didn't do really, like, a wrong thing there, because, like, we didn't know where it was gonna go, right? And, like, you know that there's, like, a danger that it does actually stop working when you get to a point where you stop. So you know that there's a risk, but like you think like, okay, well, I don't know, like it's easy to say in hindsight, of course, and when we look, you know, we know that there's water. So when you don't know that there's like a safe landing, you might think like, okay, well, maybe I want to try like a default movement save instead, if you know that it's dead for sure. But of course, like, yeah, it does extend all the way here. It's that's such a difficult like call to make. Like, yeah, in hindsight, probably would have been better to commit, but like, you don't know, right? So it's completely understandable to try this as well. Let's hope that the light will somehow push the car still, and maybe it will still end into the pool. It's gonna take a while though. It's gonna take a while. Could have looked at chats. Yeah, but there's like a billion messages with like 1% of them actually saying anything. And also, I say this with the you know, utmost respect to all Twitch chatters. There's a lot of misinformation in the chat as well. And if you have chat off, then, you know. And the thing is that you probably have some people who are just saying like complete bullshit, right? Not probably. Like, probably 90% of the chat will be something where you can't really trust it. There's a lot of people who never played Trackmania before. And even though, you know, there can be the occasional very good reads, very good ideas, in a position where you need to make the call, you're just gonna trust yourself, right? And you have to trust yourself. Only 90%? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, true, Zuzi. That's the one thing that we can trust. And Bob Parker's legitimacy. If he was playing in the server, someone in the in-game chat could have helped. Yeah, but then we can also say, like, are you gonna get to floor 11 with, like, super terrible FPS? So, you know, we can do the what if game for the entire evening. It's... the end result is still that now the car is there. But there's another more positive way to look at it, which is that Virtual made the plastic. It's a new personal best, and it's a top 4 run. So, honestly, there's not a single player who didn't need a few attempts at this final part of floor 11 so far, right? Lars has failed it, Elcon has failed it, Bren has failed it many times as well. Bren currently the only one to make it to floor 12, so you're gonna need to get there again anyway. You're still gonna need to get back there. So, it's not really like the worst case scenario. It's a new personal best, and Virtual is looking very good in terms of consistency. No, the Bob Parker run is already off the leaderboards. At this point, it's just a meme. It is definitely not a real run. I have watched TMNF wildcard videos. I can help with deep tip. Basically, yeah. And that's not to say that, you know, there can't be some, like, ideas from people who have seen other players do similar saves or something, even if they, you know, maybe don't play Trackmania. But, like, when you're the streamer, when you're the player, you have to trust yourself. I will quickly check in with virtual. Okay, still waiting for a long time, honestly. Still gonna be many minutes. Also, once again, I've said this before, Trackmania server performance is not just about your personal computer, not about hardware. The game is weird. You can get very bad FPS with very good computers, on servers specifically. Just how servers work. I know this because I've organized competitions, and I've been the one who has to deal with players that have constant disconnects for who knows what reason, have connection issues, like they can't even join the server for who knows what reason, and they have like sudden FPS drops for who knows what reason. I've needed to deal with this for years now, so I know that it's not always gonna be solvable. It's not as simple as it might sound like. The game's optimization is not the greatest achievement of human technological history. Gained much respect for the players just raising author medals in the free campaign. One single tap can save or lose seconds. Yeah, it's a very sort of precise game in that sense. Internet was only built in 66 hours, true. So what's it looking like? I think the car is probably stopped, or what? Is it still moving? Still suck, yeah. Moving back and forth, yeah. I don't know. It would be I would give it like a pretty low chance of succeeding. It's a very tough place to be turtled in. We'll see. Never played Trackmania before, but aren't there usually video settings that can improve the performance? Or is it so bad that even worse settings isn't an option? So the one thing is that on servers you always have worse performance than in solo. In solo the game is usually, if the maps are well built, if the maps are somewhat well optimized, then generally speaking in solo it's like kind of logical, it sort of makes sense. But the moment we move on to servers, weird things start happening. So it's not even only about performance, but also like disconnects, and also about connection problems and some sudden lag spikes that don't happen like anywhere but on one specific server, for example. So there's like more to it than just performance. But also in terms of performance, there are ways to like improve performance. There are like plugins you can use as well to limit render distance to get a bit more FPS out of it. But like at some point there will just be these cases where you just have very bad FPS. Some people have it. Well, okay, we can take a look. We can take a look at what's happening here now. Don't think the wheels have grip yet. Suppose the car, yeah, it's moving. I do wonder if the wheel is gonna grip the light somehow. Yeah, like, what would need to happen, I guess, is that the default movement somehow transitions to the right. Or that the car just goes over the light. Both would work. Oh? Yeah, okay, so it's kind of bouncing like this. Suppose it actually does kind of go... And the good news is that even if the car... Is it going forward now? I think it just, like, turns around. If the car goes forward, then you can save it the previous way, right? Okay, well, we'll check back in like 5 minutes. Waldecourt height is like 1291. Oh, yummy. Recovery. Bren did manage to have some other attempts on the floor 12 first jump, first section, and managed to get through the hole once, but unfortunately landed upside down. There's the clip. Default movement is pretty interesting, yeah. What about other players? So Lars has also made it past the plastic on floor 11. And Virtual just made the pool landing for the first time. Right now waiting for the turtle to save. Thank you, Jan. Default movement relative to the player or the world. So if you have default movement going backwards and you turn the car, can you drive a curve? No. The wheels need to grip something for you to have any effect on the driving, basically. So the default movement comes from the fact that you cannot do anything. So essentially it means that the wheels are not touching the ground, or at least the wheels are unable to grip anything on the ground, and you need to wait for something to happen. Yummy. Oh, a little bit short on this jump. Some kind of a pool landing, though. Should be somehow recoverable. Closer to 4-7. Hazard was playing a little bit earlier as well. Did get some runs going, but didn't yet get a new PB on floor 11. Did get to floor 11 though. Is Virtual getting closer in the sense that it's actually like less than 1 minute, or does it just look like it's less than 1 minute? I'll trust Jan on this one. Like 5 at least? Okay. Missed a wicked moment earlier? Okay, let me check that in a moment. 3 to 5, okay. No rush for us. This is the kind of thing that I will trust the Trackmania players on. I'm sorry. Kind of bouncing. Now it's maybe less than 1 minute from what I see. If it keeps moving backwards at the same rate. This is truly fortunate though. This kind of a save. it's not really any second though. It's gonna take. Well, now it's kind of going. It's gripping the light, and there it is. Okay, well there it is. Suppose it was any second. Back to the pool. I'm gonna say a little bit of luck involved that the car still managed to go there. But that is a very good recovery. Because now gets to try this again. Hopefully didn't forget the strategies. Did get the, like, most important part, which is this quarter pipe jump, right? Is it gonna go right? No, it's too far this time. The first time it was perfect, this time just a bit too far. And that's a big fall back to floor 8. Well. Hey. It's still, you wait like 15 minutes for a floor 8 save. That is still longer than it takes to get back to floor 8. It's still fine. It's not that bad. Like, if you knew that that drop foot would take you to floor 8, you would still do that save. Like, you would still wait. So, you know, more practice on the jump and gets back here to turtling, that's fine. That's fine. Got me back to trying out the floor 7 jumps. Yeah, one more try on that jump. So now knows what kind of an attempt goes too far on that jump. That's still valuable practice. You'll always take those. A little bit early. This will drop to floor 6 below, I think. Yeah, onto the turbo. Savable. Tricky jumps. Some is still pretty far from a personal best, but on floor 6 right now, so I think the safest way to do this is jump to the right. Yeah, go for the recovery. Sammy and yummy. Both make it. Both trying to get personal best here. So yeah, Sammy's personal best on the ice quarter pipe on floor 7. Has failed it a couple times now. Do you think the map will be completed this weekend? No. But it could be that we reach floor 13. I wouldn't think that that's impossible by the end of the week. Yummy needs to do the recovery again. I think Yummy did make it, but a little short on speed here. Oh, back to the end of floor 5, maybe. Oh, this looks very sketchy. Might somehow get the turbo boost. Plastic turtling, not really a thing. The car just kind of glides. Anything at all? I think it's gonna be floor... Not even floor 3. That's how it goes sometimes. are these kinds of maps where speed really doesn't really matter that much common. Like these kinds of like survival patience challenges. They're kind of rare. Like there's some like very difficult maps with checkpoints where essentially your goal is going to be to just get to the end of the map. You know, it might take, for some maps it might take like a 15-hour run to get into the finish, even with checkpoints. But eventually every map turns into speedrunning. This map also will turn into speedrun map eventually. Might seem unlikely at this point when people are struggling to even finish it, but once the checkpoint version and all the practice floors are out after the competition, it's gonna be so much easier to practice that we'll have some players grind these tricks down and manage to do some cool wall triggers. Enjoy, Zeo. Imagine a clean run. Yeah, I actually wonder, like, what kind of times can really be done here. We know that the author time is 54 minutes. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, so 54 minutes, 32 seconds, 10 hundredths, but that is done so that they've done like a good run on every segment, every floor individually, and then they added 25% to that time. But I wonder if like sub 40 is possible on this map. Probably doable. Maybe even like 35 minutes or something. Kinda depends on the length of the final floors. Did streamers go radio silent? I don't think so. I think there's just a lot of people taking like a small break. Simo is taking a day off at least, and some others probably too. Or maybe they're, you know, doing something else right now and tuning in a little bit. Good jump. 4-7. Maybe. Still these plastic blocks to clear. It's not quite a height PB either, I don't think. I think the next ice part still goes a little bit higher. Few tricks before that though. Yeah, floor 11 is not that long if you kind of speedrun it. True. Hi Nox. Did anybody manage to go further than the start of floor 12? Nope. Bren still the only player to get there. Let's see the speed slides from Semi. Lining up a little bit on the corner here. Needs to get enough speed. So basically doing these small wiggles to gain a little bit of speed. Missed one there. Is it enough? I think Semi tried to compensate for the missed one. Hopefully saves this. Yep, it's gonna work. So you just need to very carefully do consistent wiggles to gain enough speed. The weird mechanic Trackmania has. Works at very low speed when driving backwards. If you want to do them forwards, then it requires like 200 speed on plastic, dirt, and grass, and then on the concrete surface it requires like 400 plus. This looks better. Oh, hits the wall a little bit. Oh, should land here. Yeah, that is nice. So yeah, you do like a small drift essentially, and you can gain some speed. The idea is that you overlap the back and front wheels, so it does depend on your speed and also the surface. It's a very complicated mechanic to learn, because the wheel overlaps work very differently when driving backwards and depending on the surface, and oh, that's a bit too far. Flips the car. Not so easy to get the hold of, but well, floor 3 is not the worst ever. Ixon, floor 8 player. At the very least, end of floor 7. Ixon was the 3rd player to finish Deep Dip 1. It's not that jump quite yet. There's 2 more sections for Sami to PB after that. Did someone have a peek at the undiscovered floors? Are they harder than the ones before? That's kind of the information from the mappers that we have, is that the hardest floors are still ahead of us. But we don't really know the exact difficulty. It also depends on the player's skill set. Haven't really looked through them. We'll discover those tricks with the players when they get there. Who was the second to finish Deep Dip 1? That was virtual. Bren was the first. How come Ixon isn't higher? It was top 3 last time. I don't really know. Could be lack of playtime, or could be that this map suits Ixon's skill set less than Deep Dip 1. Yeah, the 60-hour validation stuff isn't... it's not true. Just so you know. Lars warming up? Okay. We will see Lars on the server soon, hopefully. It's true, I saw it on the internet. Oh. Never mind then. No, it's definitely not 66 hours. There's just no way, guys. Maybe if there was like a, 65 hours and 30 minutes of AFK, maybe then. Yeah. That could be true. Yeah, it's probably relating to the building time. The last time I heard from Jumper, who built that floor, Jumper wasn't even sure where this whole thing started from, so, Was happy to see Ixon getting its top 14. Yeah, and I think we haven't really seen the last of Ixon just yet. Definitely has a chance to get to those higher sections and get some great runs going. I feel like it might take me 66 hours to reach this point on the map. Jumper denied? Yes. Hello, Liko. Floor 3. Rarely talking about this, but it still seems to be like a recovery point from those big falls. Just covers so much ground, I guess. A lot of flat ground on this one. You can land to, especially with the sand. Oftentimes we see people fall from like floor 8 and land on the sand still. Welcome back, Hapon. Not sure about Elcon's plans. He's super quick, reminds me of how Elcon drives a little. In a way, I do think this is kind of like a general way of just playing this floor for players who have made it to like floor 8 and such. Because, you know, at some point you just get so comfortable with all of this. I do feel like Elcon is still taking like more of those like hyper optimizations that not everyone is going for. We were watching Mada a little bit today, and that was looking pretty fast. Like, Mada was through this floor at around 5 minutes flat. So about, like, 1 minute 20 seconds faster still. So I'm getting to the end of this floor now. So it's like, sort of, you know, not taking any extra breaks, but it's not really doing the speedrun struts that someone like Elcon is doing. Didn't they find a skip in one of the earlier floors that Virtual also does? Which one? Floor 5, the very beginning trick of floor 5. So it's been done on the practice floor that has been released. But the floor 5 beginning strat looks pretty cursed. I wouldn't have thought that anyone would go for that on full runs. Saves like maybe 10 seconds or so, and it doesn't seem very safe at all. Maybe Virtual's done it on the separate practice floor? Do you think that Ixon can end in the top 3 like he did in Deep Deep 1? I mean, currently, I guess the playtime might be a little bit lacking. But I feel like, just in general, anyone who has currently made it to like floor 8 still has time to catch up. Because more and more players are taking days off and, you know, doing shorter sessions and such. So, like, you can catch up, for sure. And Ixon definitely has the skill level to catch up. But it requires the grind to kind of, you know, go on a little bit of... sort of higher pace. You need to put in more hours. I feel like at the end of the week, if you're still on like floor 8 or floor 9 even maybe, I think you might be too far behind. Because the floor 11 and floor 12 tricks seem to require like, even though the strategies are known, I feel like you still require a lot of practice on those to be able to get them consistently. Hazard finished Deep Deep 1 first. I guess technically that was like validated. Legitimately. Virtual literally just said anyone who's at floor 4 can catch up. I don't know if I would agree with that. Like, if you're right now, if your personal best is on floor 4, I think you would need to be like an extremely good player, like an exceptionally good player to be able to catch up still. at some point you're just gonna not have the possibility of the playtime, right? We currently have these guys with like 110, 120 hours of playtime. If you're just starting now, if you have like 1 session or 2 sessions behind you, you're missing 100 hours of gameplay. So at some point it's not gonna be possible to catch up anymore. Maybe Annex. I don't really know what the schedule is with Zealand. Wow, Ixon. That was that was a fast shred. God damn. That was impressive. Wonder if this is the hardest challenge in almost any game ever. It's difficult to rank those, because this is like a deadline challenge, right? There will be challenges that are harder where you know, have months or years to complete that challenge, right? So it's difficult to compare these. Yeah, like Souls games, hitless, and you know, even like going to like some speedruns. There's a lot of hard stuff in gaming. But usually you're not pressured to complete that speedrun in like a set amount of time. Ixon, just short, not landing into the pool below either. And it's gonna be the floor 3, I suppose. Maybe somehow landing here. Oh, it's gonna miss everything. Floor 2, not the greatest. Well, back to 1. I don't have any idea of how difficult the latest floors will be. Speedruns are like self-imposed challenges, just talking about completing it. Yeah, I mean, depends on how you want to quantify it, I suppose. Because, like, some hitless challenges will, you know, be up there as well. I suppose, like, just, like, getting to the end of, like, a... Like, without any kind of self-imposed challenge. Getting to the end of something like this. I don't know. I'd probably come up with some, like, you know, similar difficult challenges, but like, it's up there for sure. Like, this is really difficult, even for players who have played tens of thousands of hours of this video game series. So it's incredibly difficult, of course, but it's like hard to rank these kinds of achievements, and I don't know how necessary it is either. There's so many different, like, challenges and different skills and things like this in gaming. Does the winning run need to be clean? Or can you fall, like, from floor 11 to 4th and then finish? Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Your final run can be, like, 16 hours long if you want, or if that, you know, ends up being the case. It just needs to be streamed in its entirety. This is mostly like a mental challenge for the players who already have the skill level to complete these tricks. not really like a mechanical challenge as much as it is turning into a mental challenge. Of course, it's both. If you are not already an extremely good player, then it's already GG. But for the extremely good players, it's mostly gonna be the mental that decides the winner, I think. The hardest VODian map out there in Trackmania, for sure. In all of gaming, I wouldn't know. There's probably some really difficult similar things in games that I haven't heard about at all. Hazard did play today and got to floor 7. Sorry, floor 11, of course. But didn't quite PB. No, yeah, the SM64 with 120 star blindfolded is kind of crazy. I've seen some stars of that and it's ridiculous. Like, just finding the strategies is already crazy. Oh, spectate some random people on public servers. I can't really spectate. I can't really switch to spectate on the public servers. It might be disabled there. To like reduce the amount of people connecting or something. Well, we might see Lars here at some point. We might see Elcon here. Like, you know, yesterday was kind of similar where there was like a 1 hour or 2 hours with, you know, not that much going on, but eventually there was everyone. Maybe it's gonna happen, maybe not. But, you know. If it doesn't happen, then I think players might be preparing for the weekend as well. Yeah, Lars is playing the Bonk Cup, yeah. Was Bren's playtime? 42 hours. Okay, there we go. I would have guessed something like 50, but yeah. Down we go, as usual. These first few floors, like, especially 2 and 4, they're still difficult. Still so tough. On the public servers, you can still spectate by clicking on players on the plugin minimap. It didn't work for me yesterday. I tried it, but it didn't do anything. Any of players who gave up on DBD2, not really ones that we expected to go like far either way. Haven't seen some players for a while, but you know, they are not generally players who made it to like floor 8 even. I feel like everyone who's made it to like floor 8 or, you know, above is still playing. Like, you know, Bren is still playing, Elcon, Lars, Hazard, Virtual, Scrappy, Simo, Scandier, Schmanil, Hugo, Mada, Granady, Kali, Ixon, Massa, Matt. I've seen all of these guys on the server recently, so they're still going for sure. There's probably some that are now focusing on other things, but maybe they weren't really planning to finish anyway. Now, Lars has joined the server, by the way. We have a floor 11 player here. How long do you think it would take to finish Plasma if anyone tried? Plasma is a task-only map, right? I don't remember the checkpoints there specifically, but, like, it's never gonna be finished. Like, it would never be finished by anyone. The task maps are just... They require precision beyond what humans can do. Final Enigma, same thing. Like, you know, Final Enigma, some checkpoints have been done, right? There's like a couple, the first few checkpoints have been done by a human, I think. But, yeah, I don't really think... Well, Final Enigma, I suppose, is like more likely to be finished, but I don't think it's gonna still work. Every checkpoint, every section on Final Enigma has been done by human. As far as I know. Yeah, like, I don't know halfway, but at least like a couple checkpoints from what I've heard. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, at the very least, like, Final Enigma is not task only, like, you can humanly do the inputs for every section, but the checkpoints are so long that it doesn't really seem very likely. Lars starting to climb. Let's see what comes of it. Okay, Visor. I don't know then. Maybe it just didn't work yesterday for some reason. Or maybe it's on specific servers. Top 5 in order is Bren. Elcon and Lars are tight, then Virtual, and then Hazard. Virtual did get a PB not too long ago. Certain plugin settings? Probably not, but oh well. I can look into it at some point. Not the biggest deal, I suppose. Elcon did like a shorter session yesterday, but did come back later in the evening as well. It could be that Elcon is, you know, saving some energy, has been grinding a lot. The height is not really what matters, we're looking at progression on the map itself. Some parts of some floors you might go higher, but you might not make more progress. The next part might be lower than the previous section. No problem. But yeah, all of these guys essentially have reached like the same height on floor 11, but there's a little bit of, you know, difference in the position on the floor. You reach the like highest part of floor 11 pretty early actually. Yannick is coming to the server later. Oh yeah? Interesting. Not really, Kalik. No problem, Sigfuson. Enjoy. The height meter is indeed not working for some because they're not using the plugin. Granadi has made it to the second last quarter pipe section on floor 9. Hazard also back. So it seems like now maybe this 9 p.m. Central European grind is starting. Well, I will prepare as well and get some water to hydrate. So I think I will be back in just a minute, getting some getting my voice ready for some good runs. Let's see. BRB. Here we go then. Well, all of a sudden, it's almost like just a couple more people joining the server has made everyone play better, because now we have a few people on floor 5 again. Ozzy, Ixon, floor 6 already. Hazard is back. Lars on the grind. If this is kind of the theme for the next days, then we might also take a break from the server around this same time and do something else. But, well, now the players are here. It does seem like there's this maybe dinner break time. And now it's kind of filling up again. Haven't seen Elcon. Haven't seen Elcon today. Taking a break to climb to the top himself. Maybe. Why not? How dare the players eat? I know, right? There was the Bonk Cup, yeah, I don't know, you know, if everyone plays it or if it's just Lars out of our top guys. There's also like Cup of the Day, and some players might want to play Cup of the Day. That was like 2 hours ago already though. Virtual, I think, has been on the grind the whole day. Very much prioritizing this one. Top reaches today, basically Bren getting to floor 12 again, still the only person to do so. And then we also had oh, Ixon with the recovery. Lars will be here soon as well. Then we basically had Virtual get floor 11 personal best. Managed to get through the plastic halfpipe finally. That's mostly it, honestly. Lars has also made it past the plastic halfpipe, so looking forward to seeing what Lars can do. Hazard got some attempts on floor 11, but hasn't made it yet. We'll check in with Virtual on another PB chance. So maybe when Virtual gets to the plastic. We'll see if Yannick's could maybe catch up. Because if we look at the leaderboard, Yannick's only played like 2 days. Maybe got to floor 5 or so. We'll be pretty far behind. But Yannick's is a very good player as well. Yannick's is, yeah. Floor 4. At the end of floor 4. 497. It's possible, but it's gonna be tough, because you seriously are lacking 100 hours of gameplay. Yo, Yummy, thank you so much for the raid. How was your session? Yannick's played 2 days, I believe. Welcome, welcome. PB to 769. Nice. That's, is that just before floor 7? No try under floor 4. That's really good. Very solid. Good progress. Is there a deadline for this? Not really, no. Floor 7 next. Yummy. Getting much closer now. The wet plastic at the end seems so scary, but there's a lot of clips to investigate, at least for the lines. I mean, yeah, like a lot of the 100-hour grind that Yannick's would be missing is discovery and finding strats and such, but it's still 100 hours. It's a lot. So we'll see, we'll see. I mean, who knows if Yannick's is even committing to it. You have 50 hours? Yeah, that's actually really good for 50 hours. Almost floor 7. Horse as well has been doing well. I don't know how many players actually have more than 100 hours. I think it's probably Bren, Elcon, Virtual, Lars maybe? Simo. I'm not sure if many others do. Elcon doesn't have 100? Okay. I'm kind of surprised. I wonder if that's up to date, because it's also reset a couple times, right? So I do wonder if it's actually up to date, because I feel like Elcon has been on the server so much. You have over 100 hours watching? Me too. Inverted steering, oh, the worst case scenario. Always happens when you go from forwards to backwards and you start pressing backwards a little bit too early. The car steers to the direction that you don't expect it to turn to. Very unfortunate. Virtual 11, okay. What is maybe slow? Yeah. I don't know why it's struggling so much these days. It took Elcon 66 hours to reach 100 hours. Okay. Thank you for the update. Lars has been getting really good like early session runs recently. We see some players kind of have to like warm up for a couple hours before we really see them beyond even like floor 5, but Lars seems to be getting much more consistent. He's just lucky. Has the meme changed? Good landing. Speedrunning. He stripped it down just a single lar now. Oh, okay. There's some inside information. Good. Lars is the opposite. His first runs of the day are often the best. That kind of seems to be the case, yeah. Virtual falling, okay. Not another PB attempt, but Virtual getting to floor 11 much more often now. As well. I mean, much more often than what? I feel like the 3 last sessions for Virtual have actually all been really, really good. So, if anything, Virtual just keeping the consistency, not really gaining any. Tilt level of top players pretty low too. Yeah. I feel that way as well. Like, you know, they just need some days off and such. Because it's, you know, getting exhausting and you feel like you play worse when you do these 10-hour sessions every single day. So you just take some time off, and I think during the weekend we might see some players who have been playing a little bit less this week, like Simo and maybe Elcon as well, might go for some really, really strong runs. Last 2 days were not so strong for Virtual. Didn't Virtual get very consistently to floor 11 yesterday and the day before as well? I feel like it's been pretty good. Watch out, you don't burn out from all the casting. I'm doing fine. It's a sort of, you know, long grind in a sense, but at the same time, I don't need to worry about, you know, performing on the map, right? I don't need to worry about not getting a new personal best every day, right? Lars can recover this. Just carefully around the turbo. Actually, we've seen people also do this backwards now. It seems to be a little bit faster. So if you turn backwards and you just speed up a little bit, you can actually make it past the turbo as well. Seems a little bit faster, and you don't need to be so careful. Lars still going for this way. Not that that takes too long either, honestly. Maybe you can just take speed and drive through forwards as well, but it sounds scary. Any good attempts the last couple of hours? It's been pretty quiet the last couple of hours, honestly. Virtual had a new personal best, made it past the plastic half-pipe on floor 11, but that's pretty much it. Nothing more. Well, now we have Lars and Hazard playing as well. Hazard took a little bit of a break. Getting those runs back now. Floor 5 here, getting the dry wheels before the uphill. We'll check in on Lars right now. Line looks good. Bren did PB as well earlier today, yeah. Like, I don't know, 10 hours ago or so. 8. Yeah, I'm also excited to see, like, all the speedruns, world record runs of this map, eventually. They will happen. The longer they try to finish it, the more they can win. I mean, I suppose, in some sense, yeah, the longer the prize pool can, you know, keep increasing. In some sense, yeah, but like realistically, you know, at the moment the prize pool is barely increasing, right? It's already at the $30,000, that's kind of where it's been for a few days. So I don't know if, like, you know, it makes much of a difference. I mean, of course, like, for streamers, it means that the longer the event goes on, the more you can stream with the hype going on, but I feel like no one's really thinking like that. No one wants this to go on for, like, longer than it needs to. I really feel like everyone's focusing on trying to progress as much as possible every single day. Lars a little bit off. Turtle, it's alive, maybe savable, needs to really quickly go into this wall. Oh, it's a really difficult save to do. Just a little bit too far to the right side. And not able to flip the car here. Well, maybe there's some... Is there a default movement backwards, maybe? That would be something. Yeah. Well, pool. Gonna be that one. Floor 6. Should be doable. Haven't seen Elcon today, no. Probably hasn't been playing. Maybe in the, you know, morning, afternoon, but usually Elcon plays in the evening hours, I think. There was a 2.5k donation to the prize pool maybe 3 days ago. Virtual ended for today. Looks like it was a great session though. For the people that are close to their PB, they're more fun to watch. Sammy is close actually. Suppose we kind of expect Hazard to make it through floor 6 here anyway. So Sammy is close, needs to do these backward speed slides, has been a little bit shaky on them previously, but also has gotten some really good practice. So it's not quite this section yet. It's gonna be the ice uphill. So going back here with the speed slides, increasing the speed, and then hoping to get a clean landing into this plastic. And then these next few jumps, and this ice uphill into the pool. That's gonna be personal best. Something new today. Bren managed to get the jump through the hole on floor 12 on the very final part that anyone has reached, but unfortunately it landed upside down. There's a clip of it in the WR clip comment. Thank you very much, Custanix. Well, Sammy, I suppose. Chilling here. Oh, I could have seen Hazard do this, but I was too slow. Okay, I'll switch to Sammy when Sammy's ready to play. Hopefully I can click the right thing. So this jump would be Sammy's personal best. Lars, I think, is still moving, and this will end up in the pool below, most likely. So, absolutely doable. Hazard has failed one of the water parts there. So yeah, we're kind of just waiting for things to happen. Lars falling to... What pole is it? Is it this pole? What was it now? Wait. Okay, Lars didn't make the landing. Alright. Good to know. Well, let me know. Ooh, the red turbo is going wrong for absolutely everyone. But at the very least, Tamio is able to save this. That is so unfortunate because you don't really even get to try the right line after that crash. Well, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. But yeah. A little bit of ways to go now. I think Have's personal best is probably at the end of floor 6 as well. Yo Rasta, thank you for the raid, dude. How was the stream? Yeah, Sami crashed the wall on the speed slide setup and then tried to recover, so tried to avoid the red turbo, but wasn't in time, took the red turbo, and then... yeah, the red turbo is pretty strong, so... not a big watching session tonight. Hazard goes live when I have to go sleep for work. Oh, well, we're gonna keep documenting the journey here. Appreciate the rate. Hope you get some good rest. Yes, the personal best is always the player's own personal best. So we can sort of estimate where their best run might have been to. Have's PB, I think, is the end of this floor. Or it could be the beginning parts of floor 7 as well, because you go higher on this final jump of floor 6 than the first few parts of floor 7. But that is unfortunately not the line. We have a lot of falls right now. Many, many falls. But you know, that's what it's been. Day 14 right now of Deep Deep 2. And the fact that we haven't yet had anyone past floor 12 of this map kind of means that there's a lot of falling. Yeah, it's a salute. You can see on the stream overlay, the chat overlay on the stream, that it turns into an emote. You can also get those emotes if you install 7TV browser extension. For example, there are some others you can choose from as well. If you're on a computer. Bowser with the slowdown. Well, suppose we're kind of warming up here still. Sometimes it's kind of hard to pick up the old school emotes if you don't know what they mean. Yeah, I recommend FFC or 7TV as the extension. Both have the functionality to show the emotes from both. Mostly have 7TV here now, so either one works. Jump. Hazard here has made it so many times to floor 11, but we're still waiting for some new ones. Kubas is a mapper, so we will kind of disregard the runs. Also has been playtesting the map, so Kubas kind of just vibing on the map. Not part of the competition. Old school A. Doesn't need to have a bad connotation. Old school in terms of like the sort of going back into like the, you know, early messaging apps, yeah, on services. Have we seen any Easter eggs? There's a bunch that I've heard of and seen some screenshots, but I don't really recall seeing any on the like run. I think they're pretty well hidden. But yeah, I'm not really sure what they are on the plugin. There's like a bunch of stuff in the plugin. If you look in... I don't know where they are. Maybe it's only here. I forgot where they were. Oh well. Anyway, there's like supposedly quite a few Easter eggs on the map. I think they will be probably easier to reach on the checkpoint version. Hazard, still going for the fast strat. Seems to be working. It's a good line. Many are still going for this one. They kind of learned it. They know that there's a, you know, a bit more consistent strat. But if they're already consistent on this faster one, then why not? World record progress of today. Basically, we are still in the same section, the very first part of floor 12, and Bren is the only one there, but got some more attempts on it, and did manage to get through the hole with the jump, but turtled the landing. Landed upside down. So, we're not quite like clean through the first part of floor 12 yet. Seems to be easy to save if the fast version doesn't have the right angle. Yeah, it's recoverable. Though, you know, going for the slower version probably is faster if you even fail the fast strat one time. So, you know, if you don't trust yourself to do it in a one shot, then I guess it might be faster to go for the safe way, but you know. For a lot of these players, it does work first try. We're like seeing the differences between players like Bren and Mudda and players like Scandier. The different lines they take to optimize certain jumps. Interesting to see. Yeah, there's like a lot of player differences. Especially on the ice, like someone like Elcon is kind of looking to take like unnecessary risks compared to others, but Elcon is just so much more comfortable on that surface. So everyone kind of has their own skill set and own strengths. Kuba's getting some pretty good runs going. Lars on floor 4 right now. But yeah, Kubas is a mapper, so we will not really look into that run too much. Not eligible for the prizes, so is not also going to discover any new sections or any new strats. Yeah, it seems like the strat for the first part of floor 12 is basically that you full speed from the beginning of the floor. Just get a perfect landing on the final ramp and get about 190 speed just before the ramp. Kubas has built floor 15. Actually, I might be wrong. No, yeah. Should be 15. So jumping is 16, Vero 14, so on. Are there rules against mappers getting ahead? They will not discover any new sections or show any new strategies that haven't already been found. They can play as long as they don't do those things. The chance you can get a mapper for an interview on the stream? Probably. I'll check into it over the weekend. How forgiving is the final jump? We have no idea. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, no, I would be surprised if Kubas made it to like floor 11 or something. I feel like they will stop before it goes that far. Clean landings for Hazard here. Maybe there's a run starting. Seems to me the TMGL players, Bren, Mara, Elcon, seem to go with faster pace, whereas the RPG guys, Scandier and Hazard, seem to go for the safer lanes. I'm not really 100%. I mean, maybe to an extent, yeah. But I mean, you know, Hazard, for example, speedruns a lot of RPG maps as well. So I feel like running this kind of stuff for world records is also Hazard and Scandier's sort of, you know, it's in their blood, so to say. But yeah, like, they're not risking anything for, like, no reason, for sure. I feel like Elcon is the one who's kind of, like, going for sometimes what seem like unnecessary risks, but Elcon makes it work really nicely as well, so it doesn't seem to be a problem. Hazard, through to floor 8. Back to turtling. Yeah, Skandir also has been playing in the Trackmania Challenger League. Sort of one level below Trackmania Grand League. And definitely would have been doing well in Trackmania Grand League as well. What does turtling achieve? So the reason why you need to do that here is because it allows you to flip the car onto a higher platform. Good landing from Hazard. So you notice that at the end of these turtle parts, the upside down parts, you have these slightly higher platforms. So for example, on the next one, Hazard will make it there soon, you have this thing. You cannot climb on top of this normally. You will just crash this and there's no way to climb it. So what you need to do is you need to drive upside down and then flip the car so that the front wheel hits this corner here, and then it will kind of flip on top of this platform with one wheel, and then you can climb up. That's the only way to do this climb. So that simple thing at the very end of the section forces the turtle. Here also, there's another way to force it, which is this weird thing. The tunnel. Whatever this is. This also forces the turtle. As far as I know, you can't do this the other way. Do you know how the direction of default movement is determined when dead turtled? No. No idea. What prevents you from backwards turtling? Nothing. But it's harder. Suppose the wheels somehow just get less grip. Like, the point of upside down driving is that you keep the car swinging from side to side by pressing like directional inputs at the right time. So once the car is kind of like swinging, you can actually press forward quite a bit. But sometimes, you know, we'll see these players kind of tap side. Like here, if you look at the inputs of Hazard, they're not exactly accurate. But, you know, sometimes you notice that Hazard is kind of, you know, pressing forward for a pretty long time. But sometimes doing like small taps to the side. So here, just pressing forward and sometimes right and left. So the directional inputs keep the car, like, the more you do them, the more the car swings. But you also kind of steer while doing that. So you don't want to do it like too much, because then you might kind of go like in like a, not in a straight line, you know? I'm very bad at turtling, and I don't know all the, you know, tricks that go into that. But, you know, I understand the basics. The turtle training today, oh yeah? It is a very rare technique in, like, normal Trackmania, but it is somewhat common in, like, trial maps and these kinds of, like, difficult challenge maps. Well, Hazard, not much stopping here. Floor 9 already. Getting into these higher sections again. Ubas is still here as well. Lars also on the climb. Floor 7 right now. Any prediction when we'll have a winner? No. Too early to call. Not this week, though. I don't know how surprising it is that Kubas is doing well. Extremely good player. It's just that Kubas is one of the mappers. Has playtested this map before it came out. So Kubas probably familiar with some of these tricks. Probably most of these tricks. The mappers are not allowed to discover any new sections or show any new strategies that the other players haven't found. Kubas cannot win, yeah. Ineligible for the prizes, but allowed to play the things that are already discovered by the players. How is Bob Parker doing? Bob Parker is off the leaderboard. Hazard's personal best is floor 11, the plastic half-pipe. Hasn't cleared that. Bob Parker in jail. Well, maybe Hazard can pick some strats from Kubas. Well, Kubas is doing the low jump. Synchronized attempt here, going for the low jump, Hazard for the high jump. I think Hazard will redo this one though. Not really the greatest speed. Did Kubas make it? Did make it. Showing off. No real progress on floor 12, although Bren did manage to get through the whole jump in the very beginning. But yeah, we're still waiting for people to actually land it, because Bren landed upside down. Landing looks better. I wonder if Hazard is comfortable. We'll go for it. And it will land. Nice. I survived I survived Lentillion's floor. That's your horn? Okay. I think Kubas has survived quite a few more floors after that as well. Because that is floor 2. Hazard here, almost surviving floor 9. Just the ramps. There we go. Well done. Back to Ice Cold by Maverick. Has been struggling a little bit on 2 parts here. One is the ice spin, and the other one is the half pipes. Which is the, you know, that's the usual combination of sections that people are struggling with, but the ice spin has been getting better for sure. But we'll wait and see if it happens on this run, because it's also been going wrong sometimes. It's not 100% yet, it's maybe more than 50%, but still a little bit sort of like not as clean as some others, like Virtual and Elcon, for example. Who sponsored the prize pool? It's crowdfunded. Many donations over the last few weeks. If you want to donate as well to the prize pool, or if you want to donate to the mappers who are also having a crowd fund sort of pool, you can check the DD2 support comment. I have added it today. Bot is slow today, but oh well. It'll answer eventually. Was Nadio involved on this project? I don't think, maybe in some sense, but probably not like a main sort of collaborator. Hazard into the pool. We'll get a chance at this spin again. We'll see. Hazard has been taking a pretty careful approach to this, not like fully sending the line. Kind of like taking careful acceleration here, getting the second gear, turning around. This could work. Very barely works, and this is kind of what I was saying, like, when it works, it still doesn't look that comfortable, but the main thing is that it works. That's what you will always take. Of course, you would hope to be consistent on it, but it's hard. Very difficult. Well, now the final parts of this floor. Landing. A bit of a floating landing, but that's just us spectating. And then the half pipes. Starting a little bit on the right side, to move a little bit to the left here, and then the timing on the right side turn looks very good. We'll stay on the ice, and then the plastic looks good as well. Probably doesn't need to wiggle here. Should be more than enough speed with that landing, and it will work. Floor 11, here we go. Hazard has been here many times already. Got here for the first time, I think, 2 days ago, and has since been looking fairly good, but still has yet to clear that tricky plastic half-pipe in the middle. But we will see. Oh, nice, Paristo. Enjoy. Hazard taking the speed. Line up here, super important. It does work, and Hazard lands it. That was so close. So close, but works out. If you clip these landings a little bit, you can lose a lot of speed. But Hazard makes it. Into the pool we go. Close to personal best attempt now, again. Haven't seen Elcon today. Also took like a little bit shorter session yesterday, so I'm gonna guess that Elcon's just taking maybe a day off. Let's see then. This landing, I think, has worked at least twice for Hazard. Maybe 3 times as well. Knows what to do. He's tried a couple different approaches, but... Now, first landing. Works. And what about the speed here? Can't be too fast. Perfect landing. So Hazard will get to try this one. Virtual earlier today did manage to get this plastic for the first time. There have been 4 players now getting through this. Elkon was the first one, then Bren, then Lars, and now today Virtual. Hazard could be number 5. One of the toughest parts of this floor, probably off the map as well. Virtual landed in the pool, but failed the next section. The quarter pipe thing right after. Well, Hazard, maybe it's still looking at some clips, looking at some VODs. Maybe the Bren GPS coming in handy here. Bren has made this so many times now. Elkon has made it twice. Virtual and Lars, I think only once, but I could be slightly off with these numbers. Well, Hazard, ready to go now. Needs to land into this wall very, very clean to keep the speed. You need to kind of push it. It's scary, but you need to push it. Needs an early landing and then upside down into the plastic. I feel like 90% of this is the landing on this very first wall. Oh, it's gonna be... It's a little low. Is there still a chance? It's Hazard's best attempt, but... I do think the wall landing was probably a little late again. It was a really good try. Could have worked. Could have worked. But... Yeah, I really think it still needs to be a cleaner landing. Like, everyone who has made this sort of comfortably, I think the landing has always been super clean into this wall here. That one still was a little bit, like, far. I really think you need to get grip on the wall immediately when it begins. It's very punishing. But that was fairly close. I think there's still a chance. Even if the landing is a little bit different, I think it's still possible. Okay, that works. Timo's taking a day off today, as far as I know. How many of these unforgiving jumps are still there on floor 11? I don't think there's anything as difficult. Did the bot die, or is it actually just super slow again? It is really struggling. You wanna restart it, Red? The rest of floor 11 definitely isn't easy, but I think it's like... The setups are a little bit easier than for the plastic. That's kind of what it looks like. Like, for players that are used to these kinds of jumps in general, I think they're going to have an easier time on those jumps than the plastic. It might not be true for everyone. Some might struggle a lot more with these kind of very precise, very like speed check heavy jumps, but I think this plastic thing might still be like a big choke point on the floor. People have tried to calculate this, how long it's gonna take and, you know, estimate it somehow. I think the problem is that there's just too many variables to take into account. Some variables that you can't really even, like, quantify, like players burning out, players taking days off, and, you know... You don't really know, right? It might be possible to get, like, semi-close to the estimate, but yeah, it's still, like, we don't even really know how the last few floors are going to be figured out. Could be that there's better recoveries on floor 13, for example, somehow. So maybe on floor 13 you get much more practice than on something like floor 11, because you can recover those runs better if you make a mistake. Brent said there's only 2 jumps he still finds tricky on floor 11. The jump up to where Hazard just was, and the wheel clip to the beam. Okay, alright. Maybe it's really just the fact that if you fail this plastic thing, you're likely to fall all the way down, so your run is kind of over every time. You get very minimal practice on it. Bren's still the top guy, the only player to get to floor 12. Lars here might have a chance to get to floor 12 as well. Has made it past the plastic halfpipe. I mean, yeah, you could do a back a list, but it's still not gonna be, like, exact, right? Because the players don't have that luxury of, like, checking those jumps, right? So, like, it's just hard to estimate. Like, yeah, you can get fairly close if you really want to try, but I feel like... I kind of feel like we'll just follow our players. I think we'll be surprised about some floors, how fast some tricks are figured out, and we'll be surprised how big some sections will become on this entire run, like how important they will become. We do have the best Trackmania players trying to figure this out. Thanks, Red. Statistics are never exact. Yeah, sure. Someone could fail the last jump. Yeah, of course. But, you know, I'm just saying that I don't know, like, how close you can get without really taking, like, all these variables, like, the mental side of this into account. Hello, Zed. Or the villa that's been on Evo Ice sometimes? Extremely rarely. Might be someone else. Maybe like a year ago. Well, we have got out of floor 11. But I think it was 4 days. It was a long time. Not 100% sure, but... Sami, back on floor 6 again, has a personal best. Still in the first few parts of floor 7. Looking good. Lars trying to get the run started here. Virtual taking a day off tomorrow? Okay. Makes sense. More and more players will do the same. Oh, that's awesome, Glary. Which deep tip do you think they'll be ready to play in? Oh, Hazard. Bit of a problem here. I don't know if it's gonna grip. Tries to get the back wheel grip. It's good thinking, but this is almost always gonna end like this. Well, Tammy. Close to floor 7. Deep dip 7 already. Virtual is not out of floor 11. No, Bren is the only one out of floor 11. Virtual did make a new PB today though. Oof, that is a bit fortunate, but works out. Constitution Day. Okay, I see. Top 5 in order of progress is Bren, then Elcon and Lars are tied, then Virtual, and then Hazard. Only Bren is on floor 12. Everyone else on floor 11. Yeah, Hazard I think has been at least twice before on the plastic. So that was actually a very promising attempt already. Getting pretty close. Probably consider adding a virtual comment for tomorrow. Well, I mean, you know. Maybe. Maybe. Let's see if Sammy can get this speed slide down though. Again, going backwards, doing the wiggles, trying to land on top of this plastic. Not such an easy section, even though we see our top players do it fairly quickly these days. It's not quite yet a personal best, but it's not far. 2 sections behind. Needs to be careful about a couple things. You can get too much speed, so you need to be careful not to go too fast so you don't fly all the way over the plastic landing. Also need to be careful not to be too slow, because then you need to go back through this red turbo, and that can give you so much speed that you fall off the platform. Struggles with the camera turning. Yeah, that's actually a good thing to think about as well. The game takes a little bit of time to turn the camera. Usually you kind of like start the turn by doing a small sideways input. So if you only press backwards for a while, the camera will not turn until like very late. So usually what you do is you go backwards and then you immediately do like a directional input, and then the camera turns like fairly quickly, but not instantly. So that can actually be like a bit tough. There's a reset camera button. Well, no. You can only switch between different cameras, and none of the camera switches will turn the right way. So, like the right way as in backwards. So whenever you switch the camera, it will start from this view. Even if you're driving backwards, when you switch the camera, it will always be like this, and then it will turn backwards again. So you can't change camera during this. It will always be the wrong direction. Happy birthday, Devon. Have a good one. Yeah, I did hear about Yannick's also jumping back in. I think Yannick's, Yannick's is missing like 100 hours of gameplay time compared to some others. I think it's gonna be kind of close whether it's possible to catch up. I think it really depends how quickly these next like 2 or 3 floors are figured out. We'll see. You can switch the backwards camera, but that one doesn't show the car. So then when you try to do like backwards wiggles with that, you might, not succeed with that one either. But I mean, yeah, it's possible, and maybe in a case like this it can work. What do you think of sparkling water? It's pretty good, usually. There are the practice floors, and Yannick's will benefit a lot from, like, practice floor 4 and 5 that are already out now. Well, let's see the attempt, Tommy. Going for the wiggles. Gets it. Very clean. Nicely done. Has done that before as well, though. So probably just making sure to have the best strategies, but very clean. Now, this would be the personal best jump. Going through the turbo, up the ice, into the water. Hasn't landed the water yet. So, now needs to get the line. Needs to be able to go up the ice at the correct sort of line and jump up. The usual mistake here is going a little bit too far to the left, and you crash this border. And it's often possible to save, because you will usually, fall down here, but you need to be a bit careful. It's also possible to, fall off the edge. And a lot can go wrong, for sure. There's no schedule for the practice floor releases, no. They will the organizers will just decide when it's time for the next one. Yeah, I mean, it could be that Yannick just plays this map as well, but we'll see. I mean, even on the practice floors, you would be able to find the tricks yourself. It would just be a little bit easier to figure those out, right? Just easier to practice and find the strategies. Used backwards camera and then switch so I was looking back already. Oh, so does the camera actually turn even during backwards camera? I didn't even know that. Suppose that's like a pretty clever strategy. I would have thought that also resets the camera. Kind of like every other thing you do with cameras. There's one great thing where on ice, if you're using camera 2, which is like a slightly lower camera than this one, if you're driving backwards on ice, even if the camera is first facing backwards, it will still turn forwards during the ice part. Because why not? Let me, I suppose, check in some clips. Because of ice slides, I guess, but who does ice slides with Chem 2? And you're driving backwards still. I don't really know. Oh, ready to try now. Let's see. PB attempt. Testing the line. And line a little bit towards the wall, but it does work. So Sammy here does reach a new section. Personal best. A pretty close call there next to the wall, but it this time goes the right way. Has failed that I think twice before, so this was a good attempt. Then over this water hole. Needs to be pretty careful. M2 is supposed to be fixed on the angle of the car, right? So that behavior is expected on ice. I don't think... Okay, maybe I didn't explain it correctly. I will show it in just a moment. Hello, Rain. Zoop as well. So I mean, maybe checking out the strategies. Usually we just see players do like a very slow line on this. The danger on this section basically is the one big danger is that you hit one of these plastic blocks. You don't have like a very straight line. You hit one of these and it pushes you into the hole because plastic is very bouncy. So that is generally going to be the danger. If you make it to this ledge, it's possible to save, though it might be a pretty tedious. And it's not exactly safe to get up either. So you would rather just keep the right side wheels on this ledge the whole way through. Hazard here, trying to get some runs going. Wally also has been making some steady progress. Not quite yet to floor 7, but close to that. Who is Kubas and where did he come from? Kubas is one of the mappers, has been playtesting the map. Not eligible for the prize pool, just vibing on the map. I guess Sammy really checking the strats there, making sure there's absolutely nothing forgotten or no surprises. The whole part of floor 7 can be pretty scary, honestly. Kubas, yeah, has finished a lot of stuff in this game, honestly. Very good player. I really like this obstacle on floor 7. It fits a map like this really well. Hello, Malcolm. It's going nicely. What about you? Is the rumor about upcoming deep dip for beginners real? I would imagine it is, yeah. I can't imagine they would lie about it. What I understood is that maybe it wasn't supposed to be announced quite yet, so I suppose it's not, you know, really going to have any updates in a while. It is savable. Small drift. Yep. Some kind of like a nerfed version, I suppose. Wally here in the distance. Still a lot of players going for this dry wheel strategy, I suppose, you know. I suppose it's still the safest way. Yeah, Tommy still preparing. Still preparing. Oh, that's awesome, Hakon. Good to hear. Good luck on the rest as well. Yeah, as far as I know, like, the only thing I've seen about the easier version or easy map is that it's supposed to be finishable by even players who have not really played Trackmania before. That could be that some other creators from different games will play this one. This is a 16 floor map. Technically 17 floors if you count floor 0. I'll need to somehow find a way to show the entire scale when we get closer and closer. You think floors 12 to 16 will each take about a week to clear also? Impossible to say. I don't really think so. But like, we don't know. We haven't seen what's in there. Let's remember that floor 10 was cleared like fairly quickly. Once we had the players who are strong on ice stuff there, so we'll see. Tommy, ready to try? Maybe. Goes now. Line is good. Oh, falls the ledge. But it is savable. Probably knows what to try here. Going towards the corner. Definitely not the first person to be in this situation. And climbs back. That should be fine. Nicely done. And now for the potentially trickier hole. Which you need to be careful, you will have wet wheel plastic here, so you need to go all the way here and then go along the plastic with the wet wheels and jump through here. And there's actually water here that you can't see from below. But the goal is to land into this pool here. That's essentially it. I think Sammy will probably take a small moment understanding what's happening here. Or maybe check this section as well, I don't know. Thank you, Fluffilia, for the tier 1. Very much appreciate that. Everyone's kind of spread out right now. This is rare. Usually we have players kind of in the same floors, but someone on every floor up to floor 7 right now. No yippee even, yeah. Rare moment. Really focusing. Back to checking watch. Do you think I would have time? Maybe someone will check out the watch. I'll take the risk. Really quickly. I'll show what I meant about the camera. It will really take 15 seconds to show. So, this is what I mean. So this is road surface, and then here's ice surface. And then we'll put the road there. So this is what I mean about the camera 2. Okay, so I'll switch to camera 2, right? And when I start driving backwards, the camera will turn, as expected, because I'm driving backwards. But then I go onto ice, and the camera turns forwards, and there's nothing I can do about it. And then I go back to another surface, and then it turns backwards again. This is absolutely not intended behavior. This is complete nonsense. So just to explain better what I meant earlier. I can't imagine that that would be intentional or useful. When you have backwards gear, essentially, you know. Okay, somebody's still here. Otherwise it would flip between isolates, but that seems solvable in other ways than this one. You know, can't be that this is the only way to... First of all, isolates in Chem 2 are a disaster. Like, the backwards gear would be like one thing as well. Maybe, like, yeah, maybe it's like a band-aid fix for isolates, but yeah, everyone's using Chem 1 for isolates because otherwise you can't see where you're going anyway. So, you know, it seems like there would probably be some other way to work on this. Well, Tommy, maybe ready to try the jump? Hazard back to the bottom, but Lars is climbing. Sliding between cameras, yeah. It's a big part of playing this that we don't often talk about, so I guess it's a good topic to bring up sometimes. When we're spectating the players on the server, we're kind of locked into one camera. Well, Sammy going now. Knows the strat, jumps. This looks very good. Nicely done. Very nice lane. Especially considering this is the first attempt on it. Very good. So then, next strategy, taking speed around the waterhole, landing onto the sand, drying the wheels with the sand, and then landing back down here, and then into the plastic, upside down, and then you try to zoop in up without hitting this wall, landing all the way here. This is one of the hardest parts of this floor for sure. 800 meters though. We can now see Lars' GPS. Let me make this a little bit smaller. Lars' GPS shows us the way. So, this looks pretty good. I think it will land. That is your goal. It's a very intimidating section. It's all about the entry angle. I think this will probably take a while, because you really want to study that entry angle. Your turn easy? Okay, well... I don't know how easy it is, but... at the very least, a bit of a GPS here. Lars showing how it works. We'll check in on Sammy when it's ready to go. I like your commentary very much. It makes the game much more understandable for a non-player like me. I try that running. I'm glad if it's working. Well, Lars. Oof. Through these next transitions. And now the floor gets a little bit easier. Apart from the turbo tunnel, which does sometimes decide otherwise. Sammy ready to try. Goes for it. Takes the speed. Might take a couple circles here. No, the first one is already good enough. So now the line. How's it gonna go? Oh, a little bit too much to the side. It's gonna hit the wall. No? I'm surprised. Wow. That has to have been really close to the wall, though. I was almost sure, after seeing like so many, like dozens of attempts here, I was like 90% sure that it was gonna hit, but maybe it's a different, slightly different entry. Works out. Made it. No problem at all. That is very good. Very, very good. So then, Sammy has the next two landings that are also very difficult. If you clip the first landing there, it's recoverable. So, oh, what? Let's watch Lars through this turbo tunnel first, I guess. Is it gonna work? Lars. Always taking like a little bit of time here now. Sliding through. It's not quite there. Just wants to be sideways through these turbos, because the moment the car turns either backwards or forwards into the turbos, they're going to affect you. And I wish we didn't need to see that in action, but at least now you know what's happening. So that's what happens, and that's what you don't want to happen. So, this landing, very difficult. If you clip this landing, you can try this again, but it does mean that you have to go through this weird beam over to this weird platform, and you don't really want to have to do that. So you would rather just get this landing here and then chain this next jump. But it is a very tricky jump. You need to jump pretty late here, very far to the right, then do a small correction to the left, and then again go and jump to the right. So it's not like a straight line that you can take, and that makes it difficult. We'll see. The concentration here. Lars and Hazard, floor 4. Lars, I guess, you know, chilling a little bit. Floor 7 seems to be like a pretty important floor to get through still, because there's not like too many recoveries you can do from there directly below. There's like a couple back to floor 6, but like mostly it's a very punishing floor. But floor 8 is looking to be a lot easier for most players that, you know, are on this floor 11 grind right now. And also, floor 9 and 10 can be recovered to some extent into floor 8, because floor 8 covers so much ground. There's a lot of pools that you can safely land into. So especially floor 9 is fairly safe, just because you can drop down onto floor 8 below. So getting to floor 8 seems like a really important part of the run right now for these players. Yeah, Lars has been struggling a little bit with the turbo tunnel for sure, and you have to wonder, like, there's two strategies to do it. One of them is to take initial speed. So you go here and you start accelerating from here, and then you turn sideways and you don't press anything. You just hope that the car doesn't hit the sides and goes through with the initial momentum that you gain. The other strat that Lars is doing, and most others are doing as well, is they line up against these beams, left wheel on one and right wheel on another, and then you start an ice slide, and then you just hope that the ice slide makes it in a stable way through these turbos. It's hard to say which one is better, because we've seen people fail with both ways. If you go for the initial high speed and then you hit one of the walls anyway, then the result might be the same. So it's not really like Lars is doing the wrong strat or anything, but you have to wonder if, like, at some point it's time to try the other one, because this is ending a lot of runs. Haven't seen Elcon today. Well, Tommy, it's gonna be one of the hardest jumps on the floor. Good to try to focus. Lars strat is more savable in the sense that if it goes wrong, like, immediately, then you can do it again. If you full commit to the high-speed line, then if that goes wrong, there's nothing you can really do except hope for lucky bounces. But yeah, you can redo the ice slide line. The problem is that the ice slide line might go wrong at the very end as well, just before the turbos, which is what happened there, right? So it's really difficult. Elcon just full sends it on the ice turbo. Yeah, Elcon has kind of tried both strategies as well. I feel like Elcon recently has been doing the high-speed strat. But yeah, it's really difficult to say which one is better. I feel like it's kind of 50-50. Hazard is a keyboard player, yes. Yeah, I'm not enjoying the ice slide setup when I see it. I understand the downsides of both strats, but like the ice slide setup looks so shaky. Well, Sammy, ready to try this now anyway. Checking the line, knows that the drop-off needs to be pretty late. Players might have a visual cue on this platform for when to actually jump off. Let's see. Clips, but it lands, and Sammy probably knows that there's a recovery here. It's just pretty much the scariest recovery on the entire map. Techie joining the server, the builder of this recovery way, just to enjoy the creations, I suppose. So yeah, needs to go onto this beam and then somehow make it onto this platform. The snake is probably worse than this, but yeah. This kinda sucks as well. Don't look down, kind of a recovery. Snake might actually be by Techie as well. Could be. Goes a bit too far. It's so difficult. Well, it was a personal best though. Very good run. Very good progress. Getting some of the hardest parts of the floor on first try. Very solid, honestly. Shouldn't be too sad about that run, because these are the toughest parts of the floor, so having to spend a couple runs on learning those is completely normal. I do also wonder, I need to ask Techie later, who built the snake, because it does go down to floor 7, but it starts from like the floor 8 range. I think this is floor 8 height. But yeah, if you somehow land into this point from floor 9, there's a recovery where you just go on this roller coaster right here. It is very random and not fun, but if you do manage to do it, it will bring you back to floor 7. The very end. Yeah, I think the success rate of this one is maybe 20% or less, maybe 10%. Yeah, I've seen Bren do it, and there was someone else that got it as well. Probably not very fun to go for, I think. Virtual has got it as well. It's unfortunate how how many players have had to even go for it. Pretty rare recovery to have to take. Don't have any clip at hand about it. There was on the first deep dip, there was like a big snake took you all the way down from one of the highest floors. I've seen most of the streamers are keyboard players. Is that better than controller? I don't know if that's really true. So we're watching the input display here is basically just, you know, it's gonna look the same here for pretty much everyone. So Lars, for example, here is playing with controller, but the input display from the plugin is just like this. For consistency. Currently, out of the top players, I can tell you, if we look at the leaderboard, so Bren is controller, Elcon is keyboard, Lars is controller, Hazard is keyboard, Virtual keyboard probably, but maybe analog keyboard. I'm not sure what Virtual is using right now. Scrappy is controller, Simo keyboard, Scandier, I'm not actually sure about Scandier. Mada is wheel as well, for example, and then Granadi, who is on floor 9-2, is wheel. But Granadi, for example, does some tricks with keyboard still. Virtual is normal keyboard? Okay. Scandier is controller? Okay. Yeah, so it's like on a map like this, there's not huge differences. There's maybe some techniques that can be easier. For example, this section here, the very slippery wet plastic part, this could be a little bit easier with wheel or controller. Potentially. But then there's maybe some tricks that could be a little bit like more comfortable with keyboard as well. It really depends on the player. I don't think there's anything here that can't be done with some specific input device. Also, the inputs here that we see in Spectator, you shouldn't trust. Because the OpenPlanet plugin that estimates, keyword estimates the inputs based on wheel position is not that accurate when you're spectating another player. If you go on any of these players' POV streams, they probably have their own input displays there, and they are much more accurate than what we can see here. Sometimes you can tell, of course, like if it's holding like 50% for like a long time. Turling with wheel, Mada does it. Mada has been doing it on this map. Granadi has been switching to keyboard for the turtle parts, but Mada still doing them with the wheel as far as I know. Oh, this is a little bit on the edge. I think it's gonna slightly miss, but there's a recovery way. Lars, we'll be able to get it. Could you get their action key switches with OpenPlanet? I mean, you can technically see them, but when it's already kind of unreliable, I don't know if it would really work. But yeah, like if a keyboard player or even a controller player, if they're holding like a steady angle at like 80%, then it's probably an action key. I don't know if they really use action keys on this map. Hazard still doing the fast strat here. I actually do wonder if Hazard knows the slow strat here. Because if you fail this, like, you could still go for the slow setup as well. Oh, this is a little bit short. Doesn't land into the pool either. I don't know. Maybe some of these players would benefit from switching to the safer strategy. Most of the time it works, and the safe strat can fail as well, but it's probably a little more consistent. Lars back here. Is the bot slow again? I think it's slow, probably. I don't know why I need to talk to Uhu. Give it a little bit of time. Maybe it'll answer. Lars immediately fails the first hole here. Could maybe save this. Nah, turtle landing. A lot of players having trouble getting these runs started now. Sammy got to the part after the plastic upside down loop on floor 7. Is red still here? Maybe? No. What is with the bot? Someone known for playing with RC controller? I don't really know. There's been probably some weirder input devices, but usually it's gonna be, you know, gamepad, keyboard, or wheel. I guess, like, there's been some players testing out some joysticks and such, but fully dead. Have not getting this line right. Jumping a little bit too high, or dropping a little bit too late perhaps, or a little bit too far to the left. And there we go. This one, tricky section, but luckily also very retryable. So even if you fail this like 10 times in a row, as long as you don't commit to a bad line, and you don't fail it in the sense that you don't even land on this platform, you will be fine. Which peripheral device brings the most joy to you? I like my mouse a lot. G Pro wireless. There is player also who has played with mouse. There's like, I think, some third-party software that you need for that to work, but basically like steering with the mouse. Shows the mouse here. That's the G Pro wireless. Not very flashy in terms of visuals, but a very consistent and reliable mouse. Yeah, Buzzbess. He's the one doing the mouse gameplay. Probably very, very accurate as well. At the moment in Trackmania, there's a lot of talk about analog devices being better than keyboards. Have makes it nicely done. I think Have is personal best at the end of floor 7 still. Could be in the beginning of floor 7 too. Hard to estimate from the height, but there's a lot of talk about, like, keyboard being a little bit worse than before, which is definitely kind of true overall, but it really depends on the map, because there's certain techniques that are definitely controller or analog device favored. So, for example, last November, Nadio brought back one of the cars from the older Trackmanias that used to have more cars than just this one, and they also released another car about 2 months ago or so. So those two cars are the snow car and the rally car, and they are definitely better with analog devices. The wheel players, especially like Granadi, are super good at those because those cars require smooth steering to be as fast as possible. So keyboard players have a pretty hard time competing sometimes on maps with those cars. And also, there's some techniques that are also with this car, just going to be a little bit easier to pull off. For example, no slides, which you don't need on this map. But overall, on a map like this, it's gonna be pretty even. Doesn't really matter what you use. And in like the general like traditional competitive scene, maps are also built so that you don't really get an advantage no matter what your input device is. There could be like certain small sections where there's something tiny advantage maybe, but yeah, generally not really gonna matter. I mean, yeah, it could be that the floor 16 is full no slide floor, but we'll see. I'd be surprised. Neo slides are probably easiest with keyboard, but I know some controller players who are just fine doing them. Well, I suppose there's like a couple spots on this map where you can do neo slides, like starting a drift at very low speed, which is usually not easy or even possible. Yeah, of course, Granadi also has like the experience from the past, but it is also, I think, kind of undeniable that analog devices are going to excel more on the smooth steering. Of course, Granadi also like top tier within the analog player base. Last four floors will probably be a little bit harder, whether that's mechanically or in like pathfinding sense, we don't really know. Okay, good progress. Close to floor 7. Wally here as well. Hazard also on a run. Not looking too bad. But needs to get to these floor 8 runs. Yeah, there is the no slide possibility on floor 5, that's true. The grass uphill. But that can be done with keyboard as well. Alcon is doing it. So it seems to be like something where it kind of works well enough with keyboard, so you can do it. Good landing to the ducks. Desert car in the summer, I think it might be in June. Good night, Nut. Yeah, Ice actually used to be a bit keyboard favored, but is not really anymore. Like for example, Granadi, wheel player, on competitive maps, used to switch mid-run to keyboard for Ice sections. But now Ice has changed in ways where you don't really need to do that anymore. Don't know the exact PB. Still use it here on Deep Deep 2. Yeah, on the turtle part, right? Granadi switches the keyboard. I don't know if Granadi switches, like, for example, on the floor 1 ice slide. Probably does that with wheel, no? Let's see, this might be new territory or potentially something not super well known for Have. The backward speed slide. This one is difficult to learn for sure. It's not so easy. It looks very simple when we have these guys do it because they've done it so many times. Are broke. Oh, fine. Would be surprising. Yeah, Hazard lacking a little bit on the gameplay time, but doing really nicely. Any stats on how hard the floors are? I don't know how good stats we really have in that sense. Maybe there's something like that, like balls from each floor, but I haven't seen them. Oh, Have trying to do the speed slides, fails a little bit. How's the turbo? Is it slowing down enough? Yes. The turbo is so scary. Now the SD number 2, this one, oh, it kind of lands. Okay. That is not the strategy you need to do here, but it will give Have another chance. That was a little bit tough. Oh, still too slow. And this one will not end so well. I do wonder... So there's like a couple things about this. I do wonder if all players know that you can actually speed slide backwards vertically as well. So if you have a loop, for example, so we have like backwards style where you do these wiggles and small like drifts to gain speed, and then there's full speed where you go very fast, like 500 plus speed forwards, and you do speed slides that way. And while those speed slides have a lot in common, both are like very shallow drifts, there's still like a couple key differences, and one of those key differences is that when you're going vertically forwards, you cannot speed slide. That will not gain you speed. But for whatever reason, when you're driving backwards, you can speed slide pretty much always, which means that even if you have like a loop, you can speed slide through that all the way when you're going backwards, but not forwards. So I actually do wonder if the players know this, that they can keep speed sliding all the way up that quarter pipe. I've played my fair share of backwards stuff, so you know, it is within like my skill set. I don't know if I would be able to do this part. I know the theory part, but you know, the mechanical skill might be lacking. But I do wonder if they know these kinds of small details. I feel like you almost need to be a backwards player to know this kind of stuff. It could be something that's a little bit unknown for many. Hazard gets the landing, looking good. Good landings here too, very clean. Not real like big skips, no. A couple intended shortcuts, intended sort of 10 second, 15 second saves, and then there's one in the beginning of floor 5 which saves like 10 seconds but seems extremely risky for no reason. Oh, there's one player that we haven't seen today. Just making sure Hazard gets the tunnel. Here's a player. Pretty good player, I've heard. So Elcon not taking a day off after all, joining in pretty late, so maybe taking a shorter session or something. We shall see how that turns out. There's a plastic bounce in the start of floor 3, oh yeah? Maybe some segmented floor strats. Here we go. No, yeah, it's like the map will absolutely not be finished like this week. Next week, I think we might make surprising amounts of progress if floor 12 and floor 13 are figured out very quickly. It really depends. But I do think next week we'll kind of get ready for like the big grind. But I don't think anyone's gonna finish the map yet. So then I think it's maybe gonna be earliest on the following week. But we'll see, like, it's really difficult to estimate. Oh, answer the beam. Need more people on 12? Absolutely, yeah. And it's gonna happen. Will happen. Bobsleigh landing, small release, and it works. So people will go dark when they reach higher floors? Not necessarily. I don't think... I feel like some players will probably just not do that. Especially if the race there is very even, I don't think anyone will really feel the need to do that. I feel like it would only happen if someone is like ahead enough that they feel like they can make it an advantage to hide those strats. Has Elcon been on today? Yes. Has moved half a meter to the side from the start block. That is Elcon's progress for the day. Yeah, just joined. Like, yeah, it can happen that some players will stop streaming, go offline, uninstall the plugin, whatever, before they're ready to finish the map. That's absolutely possible. I think that might happen on, like, floor 15 range. But not everyone will do that. Some people will see more benefit in streaming their progress, and they also want to share the progress. So, you know, some people will do it, and some people won't. It really depends, like, whether it's, like, very impactful for the entire thing, depends who will be at the top at that point. Because, like, right now we have a lot of people close to Bren, even though Bren is the only player to floor 12. We have a lot of people close to Bren, so it could be that someone else takes the lead at some point. I don't think it happened in Deep Dip 1, because Deep Dip 1 only took 6 days to be finished. Yes, the entire final run must be streamed for the price, but there can be a strategy that when you get to floor 15 or so, you feel like it's more beneficial for you to go dark for a little bit, just not stream, not show your progress, so that other people can't learn from your mistakes and your, like, failed attempts. And when you feel like you have every strategy down, when you feel like you're ready to almost finish the map, then you start streaming, then you show everything, and then you hope that it's too late for anyone else to catch up to you at that point. So that can be absolutely the strategy. The entire run needs to be live streamed. I don't think you would be able to, like, stream a replay or something. That sounds... yeah, that would definitely not be allowed. I haven't read the entire, like, the exact wording of the thing, but, like, I think it's pretty clear that you need to live stream your final run in its entirety as it's happening. Don't think you can stretch the rules. Hazard. Closer to floor 9. Got to floor 11 earlier today already, but hasn't been there on this later session. Took a couple hours of break. This is the first promising run now. We ask for our blessings. Hope that there's a good run coming now. Landing looks good. Works out. Yeah, no one's going to be accidentally finishing the map while they're, like, off stream. That's not going to happen. Like, you will know when you have a chance of finishing the map, and you will go live at that point. Like, if you haven't even seen the floor 16 yet, I don't think you will think like, alright, I can one-shot everything. Yeah, and I mean, even if you get to the very final jump, it's not the end of the world, because surely you can do it again. Like, even if that kind of an accident would happen. I don't think, you know... Like, if you've finished this map once, essentially, you can definitely do it again as well. So, even in the extremely unlikely scenario where someone would accidentally one-shot the entire final floor, which is, by the way, supposed to be the easiest, the hardest floor on the entire map. Even if that somehow happened, that would be already like a gaming miracle, like 1 in a billion chance, right? So, even then, I feel like you would be fine doing it again. Starting over from the beginning for stream. Well, Hazard, a bit to the right side here, but we'll land. It did not take 66 hours to validate. No. Not true. Yeah, they're working on Deep Dip 66 right now, that's true. Deep Dip 1 overall was fairly easy compared to this map, I think. Of course not, like, easy, but still. No, Plaxity. I will not have mapper misinformation here. What does it mean when it says in the rules that it's forbidden to practice this map? What it means is that you are not allowed to, like, practice anything but the officially released, like, segmented floors. So right now there's 0 to 5 floors released. You're not allowed to practice anything beyond those and this map. So you, for example, cannot, like, make your own recreations of anything and practice those. That's what it means. You have to play this map or the official versions to practice. Hazard, consistent as always. Now the high jump strategy. Let's see. Do they think the viewer counts or money can at some point rival with prize money? I mean, it might already do so, who knows. But this is not really about the prize money for most of these top guys. Clean line from Hazard. Pretty slow, actually. Ilonenko. I think it's some weird sort of Dutch pun. Something like Parth ramp or something. Was it? Something similar. Parth ramp. Okay, that's the one. Yeah, thank you. So that means something else. The ramp there, I suppose, is kind of like a pun. Yeah, it means a purple disaster, but then the ramp is kind of like also a sort of a reference to the ramps in the floor, I suppose. Because there's a lot of ramps. You think these guys are just doing it for the recognition of finishing first? Not even just the like clout, but also the fact that it's like a personal sort of challenge. To try to really like push yourself over these mental limits. It's a big part of it. And like, not everyone might believe me when I say that, because it's a lot of money in there as well. But like, when you've been playing this game for so many thousands of hours, you will view something like this as kind of like a sort of like a final boss. Opportunities like this to like prove yourself, to prove that you have skill to do something like this, come pretty rarely. So I think the players really appreciate that kind of a challenge. Yannex, by the way, on the server. Yannex only played like 2 days on this map so far, but did really well on those 2 days. So it's gonna be interesting to see if Yannex wants to commit to this map again. It's about 100-hour difference between Yannex and the top players right now in terms of playtime. But it's gonna be interesting to see if maybe Yannex wants to commit and still get back. Yeah, I was prioritizing the Zealand tournament. Speaking of proving yourself, one day, Tato. Let's not get into that right now, alright? Let's see then, the ice spin. Oh, it's a little bit late. Is it still gonna be enough? The spin looks good, and it will work. It definitely does not look so confident. But it works. That's the main thing. It's a little shaky, but it works. Hazard, back to this final part of floor 10. And now, maybe another chance at floor 11. Would be great to see. The plastic landing. Works. Then the half pipes. Starts again to the right, then slightly to the left. The turnaround. Timing looks very good. Just the landing on the plastic then. Jumps. It's a little bit to the side, but should be fine. The icy wheels will push you a bit more to the center anyway. And the landing. Perfect. Floor 11 yet again. We will see this. Has been making it here pretty often now. Reached this floor, I think, 2 days ago for the first time. And now has been making it like every single day, multiple times, so. The main challenge with the half pipes is really staying on the half pipes. Not really the speed that you require, but like you have to have the correct lines to not fall off. That's the main problem there. Landing here looks pretty good. Is the speed enough? It will be. So yeah, the actual transition into floor 11 is more like a formality. Landing is pretty late here. Is it enough speed? Will be. Hazard having a really good feel for this floor already. Close to a personal best attempt. So this high jump, Hazard has landed 3 times so far, I think. Gonna be the plastic. That's the next personal best. Back wheel next to the light, and then we go taking the speed. Knows what to do. Not comfortable with that line though. Doesn't want to commit. Here we go. Landing. It's good. What about the speed? Can't be too fast here. Perfect. Perfect landing from Hazard. We'll get another attempt. Once more, really the key is landing clean into this wall. If you land too late, you might just lose too much speed. So, that could be early enough. Very clean landing, and I think Hazard has done it. Silky, smooth landing into the plastic, and that is absolutely beautiful airtime. Makes it through one of the hardest parts here, and joins Bren, Elcon, Lars, and Virtual, who have made this jump before. And now, I'm very interested in seeing how this rest of the floor goes for Hazard. You might already know what to do. The quarter pipes up here, the goal is to land over here. And this is a pretty recoverable jump, as long as you make it to this final jump. Don't fail the first quarter pipe. Virtual tried this before. Failed one time, landed upside down, but then fell back to the pool, and unfortunately failed this first quarter pipe jump the second time. So, has not made it here. Currently, Lars and Elcon have made it on top of the higher platform here. And Bren is the only one to make it through that section. So Hazard here, chance for a tight second place. Goes in. Jumps. Pretty low jump. I'm not sure if that's enough speed, but we'll try this. Nails it. First time, Hazard gets it, no problem. Absolutely no issues for the Danish player here. And now, tied second place. Hazard, who was playing a LAN tournament last weekend, has caught up to the top 2. But this next jump, not so simple. Has some VODs to look, some clips to look through. He needs to land clean here, and then hit this platform here with the back wheels and climb all the way back. It looks very shaky. Bren has done it multiple times. But always looks a little bit different. Elcon has failed this, Lars has failed this, Bren has failed this. Bren is the only one to actually land it. Testing out the line, just checking how this looks. And then the max speed. Hope that the landing into the half loop is good. And then the line up. First try on this. Could go either way. Good progress either way, but the landing looks good. Then the jump. Hazard goes for the spin and it works. Doesn't trust the back wheel clip, goes for the spin landing, and it works. Absolutely no problem. Looks at what Bren has tried, looks at what Elcon has tried, decides, alright, I'm gonna trust the spin. It works. Landings here then. Floor is not over yet. Landing here and a tough speed check onto this. Nothing too confusing about this one. I was talking about this strat in Bren's chat. Glad he tried it. Okay, thank you. Good info. So, trusting instincts. Working fine. I can't speak. But Hazard here knows how to play the video game, and that's all that really matters here. So this is now a second place, not a tie anymore. This is the second best player in this challenge. Hazard. Could have a chance here to reach all the way to floor 12, and Bren has done some work there. He's done some science, some routing, but 3 more sections. First one, landing. Is it good enough? It looks to be a bit short. Is it gonna land anywhere? No, unfortunately not. It's a great attempt from Hazard. Well, turtle save, possible, and probably will pull it off as well. No problem. But we are back to floor 8 now. Great run from Hazard though. Doing the plastic for the first time, then doing 2 more sections as well. So, huge run from Hazard. Getting closer and closer to Ben. Very tough jump, it seems, this one. But then, taking speed around the circle. This one is a tough speed check as well. Going all the way over here into the pool. And then this final jump looks a little bit more forgiving. This is the final jump, and reaching this block means that you've reached floor 12. Untied, second place, yes. So now, Elkon and Lars, third place, tied. Virtual did not get further earlier. That's not true. Simon, thank you so much for the tier 1 earlier. Appreciate it. I mean, Virtual PB'd earlier, that is true, but did not get further than Hazard. Bob has gone further? Okay. Thank you. Not further than Hazard, but further than Lars. That is also not true. Virtual has been to floor 11, made it past the pool earlier today, and got through these jumps, but landed upside down here. And then fell back to the pool, then tried this again, and unfortunately jumped a little bit too far to the left, missed the landing, and went all the way down. Lars has managed to land into this platform. As well as Alcon. Lars, good speed, great line. You're on floor 13 on your solo run? Nice, yeah. I'm actually currently playing on my phone, and I'm on floor 15, final trick. Hazard personal best, we just saw it's 1 trick past Elkon and Lars. Just happened. Building floor 16 on my phone while I cast. Yes, that's absolutely correct. I'll one-shot the map after the competition to give everyone else a chance. Do you think the top 5 will change throughout the rest of the race? It's definitely possible. Simo could still climb back in and Scrappy also. And also, Mada, for example. There's like many people. Maybe Yannex can catch up as well. I didn't submit the floor, no. At the time when the mapping competition was going on, I was kind of working on other maps. Okay, I would like to change to Yannex to see a little bit of the progress. Yeah, Yannex played the first 2 days, and Yannex was in like top 3 after day 2. Somewhere there. So, there's this big tournament organized by the French massive streamer Zerator, called ZLAN, and Yannex was focusing on ZLAN instead of this map. So that means that Yannex now is about 100 hours behind everyone else who's at these these higher floors. Current personal best, I believe, still on floor 4. But Yannex is a very good player, and it could be possible to still climb back in, but it's gonna be very tough. Like, I would kind of be surprised, because 100 hours lacking practice, even though the strats have been figured out, and now it's going to be faster to, you know, climb back, because you don't need to route the map anymore, right? Even then, 100 hours is a lot. Lars, into the pool. Getting towards the spin again. Oh, it might have been that I was working on Agony Isles, the worst map of all time. Lars to the spin. Now going through, that's very good. Lars makes it, and it could be another floor 11 attempt. Still looking forward to core. It's going nicely, yeah. Slow progress, but it's hard. Here we go then. Hazard climbing back. It's a big fall, but it's still like recovery on floor 8, which is pretty often happening on these later parts of floor 11, luckily. So it's not like a full reset usually. But let's see how the half-pipes work. Looks like a good line. What about the landing on the plastic? Needs to be a little bit centered. We'll correct that line a little bit. It should be enough speed. Some wiggles to gain some speed as well. And Lars safely through. Keeps going. No stopping here. Has done these plenty. No. One of the trickier jumps. This has been a bit of a problem for Lars. Has failed it a few times. Always the same strategy. Front wheels next to the lamp there and jump. It's a little bit to the left side, but still enough. Fortunately didn't clip. And then right into the loop. Commits to it. The line a little bit on the lamp. Oh no, the turtle. Lars unfortunately aims a little bit too far to the right. And that drops upside down immediately. Not really possible to recover from this. I'm not sure if even like default movement could really save you here. The car is not really lined up to the right direction. So I do believe Lars probably restarting this run, or maybe waiting to see if something can happen, but well, Hazard already back in here. I think Alcon very close to you, getting to the final quarter pipes. But yeah, Lars probably needs to do another run here. It wasn't Lars's first try, no. Lars's personal best is past the plastic half pipe. Suddenly, a lot of runs though. Elcon making it to floor 10 as well. The two very close here. Last time when we had Hazard and Elcon at the same time on this floor, unfortunately, one of them failed the ice spin. That was Hazard. Maybe this time both of them can make it to floor 11. So far so good. Elcon through this jump as well. Full landing, no problem. Elcon waiting for the wheels here. We'll follow Hazard for now. Elcon seems to have the line. Should be just fine. Up the hill works, no problem. Elcon, no stopping here. Might catch up to Hazard before the ice spin. We shall see. Hazard now. Onto the pipe section. Good jump there. And great landing here as well. We'll see if we get the double spin. Hazard might actually want to go first, just so that it's a little bit easier to focus when you only have your car on the screen. Oh, no, maybe waiting. Maybe waiting. Elcon, we'll get to the pool. Suppose it's gonna be the double spin. Hazard going first. Is it gonna work? It will, and Elcon nails it as well. Two players pass the spin at the same time. Elcon will chain this section though. Hazard has been taking it a little bit easier. But Hazard makes it as well. Small conversation here.
Let's go.
Hazard going first. Elcon lands it too. Now just the half pipes. Good, we have two players in floor 11 at the same time. It's pretty rare, pretty rare. I think Elcon kind of waiting for Hazard. Jumps in. Line looks good. Elcon going through as well. Looks pretty good. Hazard has landed. Elcon's line is very nice too. I think they both make it. Jumping through and landing is perfect. There we go. Well, let's see then.
Let's go.
Both of them have made it also now past the plastic halfpipe. Hazard, no problem in the first few jumps. Gets them just fine. Elcon, no problem as well. Elcon going for the drift turnaround. I think the players will meet in this setup. Oh, Hazard actually going first. What? Plug in. Plug in. What? Okay, well they both made it. I don't know what the spectating is doing. I thought I clicked Hazard. Oh well. I'm trying. Let's stick with Elcon then. Hazard makes it to the pool. Elcon a little short, but does land a little bit better than Lars. So Elcon will have to take a bit of a longer route. Hazard might just keep going. Recovery here. Possible. You can drop down. To be fairly accurate here, Elcon does it nicely. Well, maybe Hazard will wait. We will see. Still in the pool. Okay, Hazard is going. Might be just going for this big jump now. Ocon clips this landing. Maybe landing into pool. Yeah. So Elcon now one floor behind. So Hazard probably just going now. Elcon is still fine though. Just needs to do floor 10 again. And hasn't had too many issues with that floor. So we'll be able to climb back up. Hazard on the big jump. Needs to get the correct speed and gets it again. Can Hazard get this 2 times in a row now? Already got the personal best on the previous run. Making it not only past this part, but all the way past the tricky half loop that Elcon and Lars are trying to clear right now. Elcon going back to the beginning of floor 10. Shouldn't be a big issue here. Just a careful jump here. Making sure that everything's working. And it's fine. We will check in with Hazard once Hazard is ready to move there. Isolate setup. Nobody else but Elcon. Okay, well, it does seem like Hazard now. Ready to go. How's the landing? It could work. This looks promising. I think Hazard 2 times in a row. The landing into the pool works again. And we move on towards floor 12. Already ready to try this quarter pipe again. Careful jump, careful landing, and then to the left, lands it again. No mistakes on this jump so far. So far, no mistakes on the next jump either. Hazard had a little bit of a different style for this next transition. Instead of clipping the black platform there, went for the spin strategy and will probably try to do it again. The landing is a little short though. Is this gonna land anywhere at all? I think it's back to floor 8 at best. Wow, okay, that's fortunate. That kind of a beam bounce, that's a bit fortunate. We shall take it. Hazard gets to climb back in. A little bit too short on the landing, but it was close. It was close to working. Great runs from Hazard today. And Elcon, not looking too bad. We keep going towards floor 11. Beam works, and then the pool. So at the moment, Hazard has cleared the jump that Hazard just tried. Check the spin here. Elcon, absolutely beautiful. No problem. It was a little bit late, the spin, but Elcon just keeps so much speed through it that it doesn't really matter. We see other players kind of have to do it earlier to make it a little bit faster. Gives you a bit more time to accelerate afterwards. But Elcon just straight up doesn't lose that much speed on the spin. So no problem. But yeah, Bren right now has made it to floor 12. The only player. Hazard, with that previous run, not with that previous run, but the earlier personal best, clearing that half-pipe landing, is the top 2 player. And then Elcon and Lars are still trying to do that half-pipe. Or half-loop, whatever you want to call it, I guess. Now to the final part. Looks pretty good to me. Works fine. And back to floor 11. Hazard already almost on floor 9 again. Lars and Yannick now. Still on the earlier floors. Looking forward to seeing what Yannick can do tonight. After not playing the map for 10 days or so. Elcon, oh, very close landing, but manages to do it. Losing a little bit of speed there, but not too much. This jump was the one that cost Elcon the previous attempt. Very tricky landing. He should be there. But the landing clips it a little bit, slows down, but will fall. Is there any kind of a landing at all? I think this will miss everything. Maybe floor 7 at best. No. Elcon's run, unfortunately. It's gonna be basically over now. Floor 3, something, well, suppose the ice landing a little bit too wonky. Good attempt though, getting those floor 11 runs started. Hazard then, next player to follow. And yeah, Yannick is back on the grind. I don't know what Yannick's plans are really for this, but played only 2 days, made it almost to floor 5. It's very impressive, but now is lacking a lot of playtime compared to everyone else. So I do wonder if Yannick could somehow catch up still, if he wants to, or if this is just too late. Yeah, Yannick was playing in Zealand, a big French tournament. Was first preparing for it and then playing the whole thing. Not sure how well Yannick did there. Didn't actually hear anything about it. Even though it's a pretty big tournament. Can't change the name of this emotes? Oh, well, it's okay. Fine. I'll check it later. Could probably be fine like this too. Ah, you could just keep it red. It's all good. Oh, there we go. Okay, that works. Hazard, high jump line. 227 speed, a bit slow, but works. $70 EV is a pain, red. Kinda sucks. Yannick didn't do great there. Oh, that's unfortunate, but I don't know. Maybe if Yannick still has, you know, energy to grind. Oof, barely landing. Maybe the deep dip could, you know, maybe there could be something. Hazard a bit slow, but still makes it, no problem. 47th out of 198. I mean, that's not bad. That's pretty good. What's your accent? Probably Finnish. I mean, I am Finnish. That's probably what my accent is as well. Then to the ice and zooming in. So yeah, ZLAN is like a multi-game LAN. So you have like a bunch of different games that you need to play there, and they change every time. So not a Trackmania LAN. Have you met Sake TM? I know Sake, but I'm not... Look, I met some people at XP Evo last year, but I was so tired the whole time there because I was organizing that I actually don't remember who I met at all. Maybe. Sake was not there? Okay. Good to know. Of course I remember you, Marina. That would be concerning if I didn't remember you. But the ones that I met, like, very passingly, you know? Alright, Hazard to the pipes then. Jumping through seems to work. Not this year, yek. Going straight to the ice bin, starting it. This looks pretty good. We'll land. Getting better and better at this. So Hazard right now is 3 sections behind Bren, I think. I do remember you, Bum, but I don't think I've met you in real life. Landing. And the half pipes. A little bit to the left. The turnaround. Is the timing good? Looks pretty good. Good to stay on the narrow ice. And the plastic landing is good as well. Should be getting into floor 11 now. Very good consistency. Good night, F. Thank you, SMB, for the gift up to Marina. Let's see then. Hazard could be someone who some newer viewers are only now seeing for the first time, but an extremely, extremely skilled player on especially this kind of stuff. Not really one who has been, you know, in any big videos or any big tournaments or, you know, at the top of the traditional Trackmania competitive scene, but Hazard is... this is Hazard's home. This kind of stuff, this is the home for Hazard. Kinda showing why. Less playtime than probably anyone else who has gotten to this point. I'm doing super well on this floor. Definitely well known in the community, yes. There we go. Here we go. Not not happy with that line. Losing my voice, but it's okay. Hopefully not entirely. Let's see. Jumping. Landing is good. And what about this one? It's great. 3 times in a row now. Working just fine. Then the plastic. Hazard got this for the first time earlier today. Virtual has also got this today. Lars Elkonbren managed to do it earlier. Could be a second time for Hazard now. Landing looks pretty good. The plastic, is it gonna take it to the water? Yes. 3rd time, of course. 3rd time for Hazard. And it seems to already be working so well. Learning it so quickly. And this jump, 3 out of 3. Absolutely no issue. 1 hour and 6 minutes on the timer, and Hazard now gets to this tricky half loop again. Knows the strat, knows how to line up for it. Was a little bit short on the landing last time, but on the very first attempt, Hazard was able to clear this. Now, landing is better, maybe a little bit late, and Hazard knows it as well. So, what do you do from here? Do you somehow jump to the water? It seems so far away. Can you build enough speed to actually jump back into the pool? That's your only choice. There's really nothing else. So you might as well try it. Like, what else do you do? There's nothing else. This doesn't lead anywhere. The much worse position to be. You can't really do anything from this circle. I feel like you just go for the jump. Floor 10, too far away. Would be floor 9. Probably the next one. Let's see. Hazard will go for the jump. Probably lines this up. Tries, at the very least, trying out the speed. It could work. If it doesn't, then floor 8, maybe, but that's gonna be down to luck. Takes the speed, goes up, turns around. Is it enough? Jumps, hits the beam. It was enough speed. It was enough speed, but no, the block above. But now we know. Now we know. And Hazard is back to floor 8. So, okay. Something learned. And you fall back only 3 floors. So, I'm gonna say that that was probably a good outcome. But yeah, more than enough speed. Almost too much speed here. A little bit less might have worked as well. But there we are. Now we know. So you can do this jump with a good setup. You just need to jump a little bit towards the left. That was further than it looked. But it's a very, like, unintuitive ramp. Yeah, so now when you fail the setup, it could be that you can try again, but it really depends how you fail it. At the very least, you can kind of, like, if you want to, you can farm for, like, the best possible landing onto the half loop. I feel like the setup was good. I feel like this is how you want to set it up. Hazard, I think, did the right thing. Was a good first try. We're gonna keep going. There is music, yes. Could be anyway. Floor 8 probably doesn't need more practice on this, honestly. I feel like Hazard is probably fine with this floor 8 practice. Has probably seen this picture a few times in these last few days. Almost feels like it's like a taunt at this point. Back to Turling. How many years have you been streaming? I think my first stream was like maybe 2014 or 15. But actively, it's been a bit on and off. Actively for the last like couple years. Maybe 3. Sami probably not yet on personal best. Made a really good PB not too long ago. Was able to get all the way to the past the plastic, the upside down plastic on floor 7. Yeah, still on the early parts of floor 7. Hazard seems to have this like front wheel turtle really well figured out, like extremely consistent and very fast, climbing back up as well. The back wheel strat seems a little bit shakier, but maybe it's a little bit easier, I don't know. But I feel like there's more players doing it. It's kind of like maybe 70% doing it with the back wheel and like 30% doing it with front wheel. Who do I think finishes the map first? Too early to say. Very hard to tell. Yeah, Hazard has way less playtime than, for example, Virtual. And picked up these floor 11 sections really quickly. So it's looking really promising now. What I think is the best floor of the map in terms of being both challenging and fair. I feel like this floor is actually like fairly like retryable. Like you fail something and pretty often you can go back to the beginning of the floor, or you can retry like from the halfway through the floor or something. Less time in Deep 2, specifically. Because Hazard was playing a Trackmania LAN over the weekend. There we go. No problem with these floor 9 sections. Do you think anyone in top 5 at the moment will quit before anyone finishes? Absolutely not. I would be extremely surprised. I feel like that would... The only scenario in which that would happen, which is unfortunately not impossible... This will be a redo, not fast enough. The only scenario which I do hope will not happen is that someone completely burns out and just needs to like stop playing for like a week or 2 weeks or something. That's the only scenario that I can see. But I doubt that's gonna happen. Because I feel like all of these players that are in top 5 right now are used to these kinds of grinds. I mean, I guess it's possible, yeah, Shadow. It's possible that there's something so ridiculous, like on floor 15 or something, that it just like accelerates the burnout, but I think it has to be the burnouts. Because I feel like everyone has just put so much effort into this already that everyone is kind of like with the mindset that I'm going to finish no matter how hard it is. But the burnout will like, that's a very physical thing. It will prevent you from playing physically. Like, burnout is different from, like, feeling discouraged to continue. That's, like, a very... Your body will just stop. You have a very hard time continuing. Well, back to floor 10. It's a little bit of sunk cost fallacy at some point, yeah. Probably already. But also the fact that it's not really like fallacy as much as it is like you don't want to like. It's like self-validation. Like you want to finish the challenge that you've started, right? You want to prove to yourself that you can do it. Will you try to complete this map? Maybe with the checkpoint version when it comes out? Not this version. This is way beyond me. Let's see then. High luck jump at the end, but there's probably not gonna be one. Like, yeah, if there was something like super troll at the end of the map, yeah, like I would then imagine that, you know, that's gonna, like, you know, a 10% luck jump or something on floor 15. Yeah, sure, that would be very discouraging. But I don't think there is going to be one, because the mappers are extremely good. Well-known mappers that have built extremely well-designed maps before, so I do trust their judgment. Well, Hazard, no problem on floor 10 so far. Getting so much better. But then the ice spin. That's a little slow. Is it savable? Good thinking dropping down here, but is it gonna work? Oh, turtles onto the dirt, unfortunately. It was a good, vast thought to, like, just think, like, okay, I'm just gonna go forward, because there's this ice here, but... the car is moving backwards. Could be floor 9, maybe? Well, we'll check in with Hazard, I think, in... 7 minutes. Elcon with the bug slide here. Getting new runs going. So the problem I think for Hazard there was that the spin was too early. So it already kind of clipped the plastic a little bit. And I think because it was too early, Hazard might have tried to adjust it in some different way. So it just didn't work out. The timing was off. I don't know. Even with like a full send, I don't know if it would work. We're gonna check floor 13 when the players get there. So right now we'll discover floor 12 first and eventually get to the later floors. Would you say our top 5 at the moment? Well, current rankings is all alone on floor 12 is Bren. In the first section, has gotten close to clearing it, but not quite landing it clean so far. Hazard second. At the end of 11, Elcon and Lars are tied for third. One section behind Hazard now, and Virtual is fifth, one section behind Elcon and Lars. Someone will fail the finish jump. I mean, who knows? Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, they probably made it failable. But it's so hard to say. The thing is that there could be the easiest jump in the world at the very end, and because you're so nervous, it's still failable. Virtual is not on third place. Trust me, please. I'm following very closely. I'm not spoiling anything on the map. We're gonna discover everything with the players. Hazard failed the... on floor 11, the part after the half-pipe. So was able to land the half-pipe, and then failed the next 2 jumps. Was a little bit too slow, I suppose. So, okay, really quickly, let's just trust that Elcon will do this fine. Usually does. So, here is floor 11. So, At the moment, there are 5 players that have cleared the landing here into the plastic, swooping through into the pool. Virtual has made it to this point. Had 2 attempts at this quarter pipe jump. First one, landed upside down here, and then was able to get back to the pool. So Virtual hasn't made this landing. Then, had another attempt, and unfortunately jumped a little bit too far to the left and fell down. Elkon and Lars have made it to this beam. They are tied for the 3rd place in terms of progress. Hazard, on an earlier run, managed to get this landing and then did the spin strategy. Landing here. So Hazard has made this landing, didn't make this jump. Bren has made this jump, jumping here, landing here, taking speed, jumping here, and then the turbo into floor 12. Bren has been here. And Bren has tried to do these jump combinations, landing clean here, full speeding, up through the hole, and Bren has landed this, but unfortunately the car turned upside down. So that is the current best run we've had. Landing upside down here. Then you continue here and probably to the right. We'll see. Yes, Bren has been to 12, I think like 4 times or something. Thanks for the recap, no problem. 7 minutes, oh. Okay, give it like 5 more. That is not allowed, Jacob. You should probably report that if you can. Like, I guess, like, I don't know if Nadia would do anything about it, but you should probably just report it. Or at least let the organizers know, Jacob. Maybe, like, I don't know if, like, Whiskey is still here or something. Or, yeah, Classic here. You can let Classic know here. Fine, yeehaw, there's another organizer here. Yeah, no worries, Whiskey. Just some map review moments. Falcon makes the landing. Good drift. Saved a lot of time. Landing. What about the line here? Looks great. Perfect. Floor 10. Good landing. Bug slide. How's the bug slide? Good. The player's floating a little bit. Floating slightly in spectator. It probably looks normal for them, but you know. Thank you, SMB, for the gift sub to Jacob. Nice slide. And back into the ice. We zoom through. Going in. Landing. There we go.
Let's go, Elcon!
Well, Hazard still needed a little bit more time. Well, we'll keep our eyes on Elcon right now, I think. Or is Elcon gonna wait for Hazard to fall off? I think it might actually land pretty nicely on floor 9. Come on, give it a good push. Elcon waiting for the push timing. Lion King vibes. Oh god. Alright, well. How's it gonna land? Don't tell me it gets stuck here. Surely it's gonna fall, right? What? Well, maybe it's... Yeah, I don't know. This video game sometimes... What even is that? Like, how is it staying like this? Doesn't look like it's moving much, honestly. Pretty stable. Oh no. Maybe if you give it 2 hours, maybe something's gonna happen. Would have been such a good landing too. Oh well. Hazard would be able to get back in, yeah. Gives up. It wasn't moving. I guess you just reset. But you know, the player's having a little bit of fun with it at the very least. So you know. Not feeling too frustrated. Hazard has had a good day, for sure. Elcon's taking a 10-minute break. Oh. Well, let's check back when that happens. Thank you, Mo, for the Prime. Breathe and Ejo as well for the tier 1s. Very much appreciated. Yeah, next check. Why not? Floor 0, but Yannick's Yannick's could have a pretty good chance at improving pretty quickly. It really depends on how much time Yannick is ready to put in, because like you might be wondering, like, okay, well, why are we even interested in this? Like, PB 500 meters, that's pretty far from the 1200 that these guys are reaching now. But Yannick only played 2 days in the beginning before starting to focus on Zealand. And now Zealand is over. Yannick was like a top 3 player for the first 2 days. So I do wonder if there's maybe still time to come back into this. It's hard. It's hard when you only have, like, you know, maybe 15 hours of playtime compared to the 115 hours that some people have. But at the moment, you know, the progression is slow, so maybe... We'll see. Suppose all depends on how Yannick is gonna play these next few days. if it's gonna be like a full grind. Or if maybe Yannick's is kind of just chilling on the map. We'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of information, of course, like, of every floor. Floor 11 is pretty much figured out now as well. So, yeah, really depends. Isn't really too motivated? Okay. Yeah, it's difficult to say. Like, the strats are there, but the mechanical understanding and still, like, executing those strats is gonna be difficult. But if Yannick is not gonna go for the full grind, then it's not possible. It does require, like, the full commitment, so... Yannick's also just back from another tournament, so it might be, you know, a little bit exhausting to go for another grind right after. Still though, could be maybe getting some floor 8 attempts, not too... in not too long, you know? I could see that happening. Chilling and goofing around on the map, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Would be, even with the full commitment, it would be very difficult to push back. Back up on top. Hello, many personal bests. Virtual personal best made it past the plastic. Hazard personal best made it past the plastic on floor 11 and the half loop. Now has the second place. Elcon, no PVs yet today, but it's looking decent on this run. Has made it to floor 11 today though. Sammy has made a personal best too as well. Has made it to the tricky transitions on floor 7. These ones just past the plastic loop. Some nice progress for these players who are currently trying to get to floor 8 and such. Granadi also doing pretty nicely. Has gotten all the way to floor 9. We'll see. I mean, actually very close to the personal best. Oof, a little bit slow on the ice. Saves it though. Just carefully next to the turbo. Works fine. Who else was great at Kaki and isn't active on DD2? I mean, there's plenty. Elcon moving. Tres, for example, maybe. I could imagine, like, if I went to like a Kaki leaderboard right now, I would probably give you like 10 names or something. But like, not everyone who's into Kaki is into like this kind of stuff. They might be more into like glitches and breaking the game and you know, doing some completely ridiculous like 15-second maps as opposed to a completely ridiculous 1-hour map. So, you know, different, a different world in some sense still. Hello, Marcel. Do you know the Finnish endurance player named Focus SR? Yeah, sure. Focus plays a bunch of Keki as well, yeah. Elcon. Once more to floor 10. Oh, a little bit of a shaky line. Oh, it's too late to save it, but drops down to the dirt below. Oof. This is kind of the problem, like, you can redo some of these lines, but you have to do it early enough. You have to understand, like, I'm too slow here, I should just do this again. If you do the decision, like, very late, then the brakes of the car, not that strong. But, fortunately, this is recoverable. Oh. Oh. Okay, this looks fine. Trying to line this up. It is much harder than it looks. These kinds of corrections on ice. Is Elcon just... yeah, going back. I feel like the line right now is good. Just needs to make sure it's not too fast. Well done. And we go again. Slide up. Oh, very close to the bush there, but works out. I've seen Lars do the same save before, but it is tricky. A little bit tricky to do, for sure. Well, we go again into the pool, no problem. Sami might be back. Yeah, Sami very close to PB. It's not these next two sections, but it's gonna be the two sections and then it's gonna be a PB attempt. Ice spin, here we go. Spins and flies and lands. Very controlled. Change this part as well. Here we go then. Back to the half pipes. Line looks good. Turnaround timing is good. The plastic landing, flawless, no problem at all. Could be another floor 11. We get so many of these today. Feels like floor 11 should still feel like a monumental achievement, which it is. Only a handful of players will ever make it this far on this map. Jump is a little bit to the left. Oof. Still lands. But yeah, the thing is that these players are just getting here so often now. Starting to feel like just another run. It's just another attempt. And it's good if it's starting to feel like that for the players as well. Because you need to get your heart rate down a little bit when you start getting to these sections more and more. That's one of the parts, like, as you get more comfortable, it also means that you're less nervous trying new things. Big part of it. Tricky landing. Works. And Elcon. Clean jumps. Then into the pool. Is the landing good this time? It looks very nice. I think Elcon needs to release a little bit to not go too far. And we keep going. Let's see then. Elcon for the big jump. He's done this before. Needs to be sure to not go too fast. Looks very clean. So Elcon will get another attempt on the plastic. Important step, that previous jump. It's not just over. Not over just yet. Everyone seems to still be stopping here. Even if they know what to do, done it before, they take a little bit of a break. Because this next thing is so difficult. Landing onto the wall looks pretty good. Landing into plastic looks pretty good. Is it on the pool? It is. The pool landing will work for Elcon for the third time. There's a chance. There's a chance for a PB. Going in, quarter pipes. Can't jump too far here. Landing good. It's a little too far. Just slightly. And unfortunately, this will probably be on floor 8. Floor 7 maybe. We've seen this mistake before from Virtual today, and floor 8. Virtual, same mistake. It's a very difficult jump to do because the angle of the quarter pipe is so weird. Strange jump to do. Not very intuitive. So Elcon's personal best still on this platform here. Still needs to clear this half loop. Virtual's turtle landed on this one, then fallen back to the pool, and then on second try, jumped too far. Well, fortunately, floor 8 has a lot of recovery points below. So, I feel like you're more than likely to land into one of these pools. But something. Semi actually is on a personal best attempt here as well. Needs to clear these next 2 landings. Last time, clipped the first one and failed the recovery way. Second try. Clips again and knows that it's not going to work. At this point, this is figured out. We understand you need a clean landing. So immediately bails and now has to try this horrific recovery way again. Onto the beam. Onto this platform. It's the only way. I suppose you could also try to jump to an earlier section, but always so scary. Carefully. That means on the beam. Part 1 done. That much works. Then onto the platform. And this is not so easy either. No idea why Techie couldn't give like a proper platform here to go onto, but... This will always look scary. This is the only way to do it. Try to somehow stick to the platform. Now just a small drift. And it should be recoverable. So close. I think it does require the small drift. There it is. There it is. Yeah, Hazard also. Hazard giving some tips as well. Small brake tap. That was my understanding as well. You kind of do that small correction there. And Sami gets the recovery. There's still one part here, but this is a lot easier. You just line up for this and go over. Thank you, mfake, so much for the Prime sub. A little bit ago. My own personal best is on the start line. Haven't left. I'll try the map after the competition for the first time. There's no proximity talk, no. You can communicate with the horns or in the server chat. Your knowledge of everything can only suit you. The thing is that there's really nothing that I know that these players don't know. So my understanding is on the same level of or below these players. And my mechanical skill is below these players, all of them. Landing, that looks better. Tries to go for it, but has to slow down a bit too much. That was a better attempt though. Will land very nicely into floor 6 though. So, not a full disaster. Man, look at this landing. How is that working? That is pretty fortunate, but hey, sometimes you need to have a little bit of luck on this map. Yeah, that's the plan, Sky. That's the plan. So the loudspeaker symbols are voice lines on the map. Unfortunately, the players will only hear them. We can't hear them here in Spectator. If you want to listen to more of them, you can also check out the POV streams from the players. Most of these guys will be streaming, I'm not sure. Elcon and Hazard stream a little bit on and off, sometimes off stream, but still on the server playing. Sure, Zenline. Or Whisper it, yeah. Has Bren been active, I guess you mean? Bren was playing earlier today. Some more floor 12 attempts. Don't know if Scrappy was playing today, but I haven't heard of a new PP. Okay, I will get some water, so my voice stays with us for a little bit longer, now that Elcon is still not on floor 10 quite yet. You're back.
Let's go.
Alright. Well. Heard Villa is refilling water 66 times a day. I probably should be. I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice by doing it like 3 times a day. Only... Well, Elcon climbing again. Zooping up. Getting into the pipe part. Hazard. Dead turtled again. Did Hazard actually... No, it has to be a new run, right? Hazard restarted the previous dead turtle. I guess this one might end somewhere, but yeah. Well, still though, Hazard doing really nicely. Periak. Into the spin. A little bit late, but works fine. Like, Elcon is just doing that so quickly. I don't even know if it's, like, late, really. I feel like it's always just so controlled. It's kind of always gonna work fine. And the landing. No problem. Back to the half pipes. Slightly on the right side in the beginning. Need to make a little bit of space for this turnaround when you get there, and then the landing. It's very much on the center, needs to steer a little bit more to the right because of the icy wheels on the plastic, but now it works just fine. No problem, super clean. And back we go. Floor 11, by Side Lord. Missing pieces. The name of the floor. Well, in terms of strategies, the missing pieces are no more. We figured it out. Bren has done a lot of pathfighting, figuring out the strats. At this point, we've had a couple other players also figure out some alternative strategies. I feel like everyone knows what to do at this point. Now it's just about getting someone else than Bren out of this floor. Elcon could be the next one. Into the pool. The big jump then, gonna be the important one. Elcon, just before this run, or on this run, rather, already made the big jump, already made the plastic as well. Failed the next part. It is the same run. Back from floor 8. Now, trying this out again. Commits to the jump. Landing works. And what about this? It works as well. Elcon, another chance. Good control. The setup. Then the landing into the wall. It's a little bit late. Is it still going to work? Bouncing around, and no, missing the line, unfortunately. And this will maybe still land to the same pool. I think we're exactly in the same pool where Elcon just left. Good thinking from Elcon, releasing acceleration and not flying too far. Being able to potentially climb back again. We will keep an eye on it. Hazard, floor 6 right now, almost. Ixon would be nice to see on floor 8 as well, but hasn't gotten to that point today from what I've seen. Didn't Hazard find an alternative strategy to that? The plastic? I don't think so, no. It's the same shot, but to the part after. Hazard going for like a spin strategy on the half loop jump. Not really the plastic though. It's gonna be the same thing. Ripatu. Beam landing works out. Elcon probably knows these strats well enough at this point. Bobsleigh landing, no problem. And then we go for the long route. Don't be sorry, Hunty. Elcon has gotten to the part. Elcon was actually first to the part where Hazard did the spin landing. Has tried it twice. Hasn't worked. Twice, I think. Maybe 3 times, but I remember 2 times. Second turtle here. Upside down driving, pretty much forced. Because you need to flip the car. Flip the car over. There it is. Yeah, Elcon hasn't made it to the half loop in a couple days, I think. Like 2 days. This session and yesterday. Is floor 8 the longest floor time-wise? Maybe. It's actually not like super long. I think it feels longer because we're here all the time. I think the problem is that every time you fail something on floor 9 or floor 11 or floor 10 even sometimes, you end up usually in floor 8. But then you're just constantly doing floor 8. I feel like out of these floors, like from 6 up, it has to be the most played floor. Hazard, oh, too far. That's gonna be level 3 at best. Unfortunate. But we'll be able to climb back up, for sure. Hasn't been a problem. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible when you don't go for the plastic bones on the ceiling, but it's safer to skip the plastic bones because the plastic bones pushes you forward out of the water, and the only way the landing is safe, only way you can be sure that the car will not land upside down, is to land into the water. So we see players do this small release and landing on the left. Oh, turtle keeps going. Oh, it's a bit weak. Oh, the other wall touch actually makes it a lot stronger. Elcon. Not sure if there was a plan there, but it works out. You'll take those. Elcon is the fastest turtle. Maybe sometimes I feel like Elcon is kind of speedrunning it as well. But maybe not the cleanest. I feel like the turtle stuff, if you watch Simo or Hazard, they are a little bit more sort of clean. It feels more controlled. But I mean, Elcon has been picking up these turtles way better as well. On like day 1, it was looking like day 1 of floor 8. It was looking a lot shakier. Now it's looking really nice. Does anyone actually stream on YouTube from the Trackmania community besides virtual? I know that Demon sometimes streams. Like an old school world record hunter. So yeah, the turtle works in the way that you keep the wheels touching the floor by swinging the car from side to side. Because if you're just like upside down, the wheels are too high to touch the floor, so you need to keep it swinging from side to side. You can do directional inputs to kind of make it stronger. It's very easy to accidentally allow it to die, which essentially means that you lose that sideways motion and then the wheels are no longer touching the ground and you can't drive anymore. Timo has a very old school skill set, so it definitely has like experience on TM 2020, has played like khaki seasons here for example, and that kind of forces you to do pretty much everything, but then like the more traditional ways to drive on ice for example might be missing. So yeah, Simo lacking experience on like ice and maybe some plastic tricks as well. But so far doing really well. Has been making it to floor 10 and has been improving a lot on ice. Elcon. Lands clean. Maybe getting another attempt on floor 11. I'm not 100% where Ixon's PB is. I assume beginning on floor 8. Hello Zeb. Low jump again. Very clean landing. More than enough speed. Line is great as well. How's the cast today? It's been a great day. So many floor 11 runs. Hazard has been doing really good progress today. And Elcon? I feel like Elcon is that one run away from a PB. Elcon still on floor 11. Isn't everyone? I guess, but you know, sometimes you have these days when, you know, nothing seems to be working. I feel like everything is working for Elcon right now. Good night, Ale. Rest well. Not the caster curse. Literally can't curse Elcon on ice. Don't worry about it. I feel like Elcon tries to do this faster every single time. I wonder if Elcon is using like live split timer or something to time these floor 10 attempts. Because it really seems like it's always getting a little bit faster. This next one you can't really speedrun. Need to line up. Need to get the maximum speed here. There we go. Looks good. Then the pipes. Is it enough speed? Looks good. Then the pool. Going very low here, but it's working so well. Into the spin we go. Spin. Looks good. Lands up the hill, no problem. Like, I seriously think that these sections Elcon is doing faster and with more confidence than almost anyone is doing like floor 3. Which is similar in some sense, but like... it's just so confident. This is probably the fastest floor 10 I've seen, yeah. Just the half pipes. Lining up this carefully still, respecting the half pipe. Turn around. Looks great. Landing on plastic. Looks good enough. A little bit to the left because of the ISO wheels, but it works fine. And... landing. That was pretty fast. And then we go again. This is the third time on floor 11 on this very same run. So we keep going, we keep going. These jumps still require the lineup though. You can't just go for them. Elcon lining up next to this light, front wheels there. Then the aim, it's going to be pretty good. Is the landing good enough? Yes. Makes it far enough. One of the toughest jumps in terms of how much speed that actually requires. Landing here pretty far. I think it's gonna be enough to the pool though. Yes. And we keep going. Those are the big jump. One more time. Today has probably been the biggest day in terms of floor 11 progress we've had so far. Virtual making it through this plastic. Hazard making it through this plastic. Elcon has also made it. First, the big jump though. Needs to be careful not to go too far. Doesn't quite hit the wheel on the back and unfortunately misses the landing. Floor 5 somehow. Good air brake. Makes it. This is the one thing that keeps happening. Keeps happening. So Elcon's strategy there. Hitting the back wheel here. It was slightly off. Slightly off. So then the car will not slow down enough and it will go too far. It was a good try again, but yeah. Well, the run keeps going, I suppose. Haven't seen anyone here before, but I suppose this is just to the beginning of the floor. Yeah. Well, Hazard on the start line still. Maybe still trying to get some runs going. Good night, Red. Oven. Back to floor 7 too. Many players making like personal progress today. Yeah, Kansika I think first time on floor 6 as well. That is very cool. Osami, PG4, PB. Very solid progress. However, makes the first few jumps here. I think it's gonna be this jump, the personal best. This might actually be the personal best already. So yeah, a lot of people PBing today, actually. Yeah, so Elcon was actually the first to try the strat of jumping to the right side and landing next to the red plastic pieces. But Elcon failed it as well. So Elcon is not going for it now. Seems to be thinking that this straight forward jump is still the best one there. And it works often. However, the line, I think it's a little bit too far to the left, yeah. But will land safely. That is a personal best in terms of height. Has to be in terms of progress too. Just needs to line it a little bit more to the right. It's a very tricky line to get because you need to chain it from all the way here. So this pole, kind of dangerous, and then it's easy to go a bit too far to the left. Oh, hit the turbo a little bit. Even that small touch on the turbo is enough to push you back a little bit. Makes it through though. Second attempt. The lineup looks a bit better. Is it gonna land though? It's a little short. How's the landing here? Looks to be upside down. Maybe somehow possible, but you have the icy wheels, and the icy wheels make everything so much harder. So I think Have's run unfortunately ends with this personal best. Of getting up the ice, but not quite into the pool. It was a good try. Confirmed that it was PB? Yeah, I figured. From the height alone, it seemed pretty reasonable. Very good. Floor 7, really tough still. Especially on like first few attempts. Here we go. Back to that floor. Techies floor. The Sponge is the name. Apparently because it looks like a sponge because of the green and yellow.
Let's go, Elcon!
Elcon now showing the strategy here. Jumping up. Landing in the water. The players do really seem to be in pretty good spirits still. After 14 days. 14 days of grinding. I don't know if Elcon has taken any days off, honestly. Feel like he's been here every single day. Still kinda having fun with the map and probably enjoying the challenge. Of course it gets tough sometimes and, you know, frustrating on pretty much every session for at least a little bit. But I feel like everyone understands what they signed up for at this point. So they know how to handle that as well. Wing landings. People seem to be more frustrated in less time on Deep Deep 1. Maybe. I can't really remember, honestly, that well. But I think when you kind of can put your mindset into a longer grind, then you're also less likely to get frustrated for the same reasons. So, you know, of course it sucks when you fail something on floor 11. But at the same time, you can kind of like think about it in the sense like, okay, floor 11, it's not that close to the end anyway, so I need this practice, and then it's easier to kind of like set your mind to like accepting those kind of failures, because they will be necessary for this kind of like a longer grind. And it also can be that, you know, Deep Deep 1 maybe had more sections that feel a little bit less fair than this one for the players. Elcon going for the high-speed strat, it's working. Not setting up the isolate. The isolate does seem scarier, honestly. No, yeah, the frustration when you know you can finish the map and you're unable to do so, like that will be the worst. That's the, like, final mental test. And unfortunately, as with every competition, there has to be a winner, and someone has to lose. Not really, maybe lose in, like, in the sense that, you know, you would be, like, completely out of the experience, but at the end of the day, someone needs to be 4th place, right? Right now we have well more than 3 people who have shown that they have the motivation and the mechanical skill and the game understanding to finish this map. So there's gonna be someone who will be left out of the podium. And hopefully that someone will be able to handle that as well. Good landing from Elcon. Makes it back to this floor that Elcon has been doing probably the most today, honestly. It's actually true, Jacob. I feel like there's a lot more wet wheel stuff because... and icy wheel stuff because there's no effect blocks. That's probably true. No magnets also. 66 years and you will be one of the 12. Let's go. Let's hope that Trackmania still works then. In 2090. I think the magnets ban is basically just shortcuts, yeah. The thing about magnets is that they are not fully strong, which means that you can oftentimes find ways to kind of like either flip off of magnets and the magnet still kind of pulls you somewhere, or you can kind of build up speed on a magnet and then the magnet eventually is not strong enough to keep you on the magnet anymore and you fly somewhere. So that's kind of the problem. Beam landing, no problem. And landing. Finishing this map on your 96th birthday would be quite the achievement for sure. That would be strong. So the effect blocks on 12 are only scenery, only decoration. There's no wood sections on this map, because the map was built well before the wood update, but the walls on this map are still the new wooden surface. Like, you know, this wall, for example, is the new surface. The super high grip weird surface. It's entirely possible that physics changes mess with something here, but we will hope that the map will still be playable, even if it gets maybe harder. But you know, hopefully we don't need to worry about that too soon. Good night, Savius. Landing works. Possible to play previous versions of Trackmania. I don't know if there's like, do you mean like what is it called again? Down patching. I don't know if that's possible at all. Of course, there's other Trackmanias you can play that work in different ways. But you know, I doubt it's at least like easy. I feel like if down patching is possible, it's probably gonna be extremely difficult. What changed on the map? Nothing. The map is fine. But it was built before Nadio changed some wood physics. Oh, Elcon. Oh, hold on. The turtle is going go backwards a little bit. Oh no, I think Elcon tried to flip it right away on the left side. I think maybe, you know, hindsight is easy, but could have maybe gone a little bit backwards. You have to go upside down, because at the end here, this platform is too high. You need to flip the car on top of it. So have to play upside down here. But yeah, tough one. Well, Elcon, back to the climb then. Hazard also, floor 6. Do you think the map will be finished before Desert Car release? Is that on June 1st? Was that the plan? Or was it something else? I don't really know, because didn't they release the rally car a little bit, like, early as well? I don't really know. You can do backwards throttle, especially for like short sort of periods of time. But yeah, it's more complicated for sure. God damn. I'm seeing a lot of follows. What on earth? Go on, bot bandwave? Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what to do about that, but there's probably something. I'll check it soon. Happen to quite a lot of Trackmania streams now? Yeah, okay. Well, there's surely ways to handle that. XRDN, thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Do you guys know, like, the go-to thing? If it's happened to some other people too? The go-to strategy. It's probably well known though. I can probably just check on Google. Wait, and should be resolved by Twitch? Yeah, okay. I'll check though. Maybe there's something I can do. Not even gonna try to understand what the point is, but yeah. Oh well. Think so, Sammy. Any experience? Have a thing that allows you to delete those accounts, but in my experience you don't have to bother too much. Okay, yeah. These fake accounts are generally made and detected in batches, meaning that if you have been the victim of follow botting, you may notice a sudden dip in followers from time to time as batches are removed. Yeah, fair enough, okay. Okay. Not a huge deal then. Well, Hazard Climbing has done these sections before. It's been a pretty good day overall. Hazard has been making a lot of progress, getting the top 2 spot. Not quite to floor 12th, but close. Still doing, I guess, the ice slide strategy here. Yeah, I'll just do the report. This works. It looks very clean when it works, just like the other strat, I suppose. It's hard to say which one is really, like, better. I think all players know both strats at this point. They just choose whatever seems less failable. Later floors will be probably harder, yeah. Almost too far. Works out though. There it is. Floor 8. Elcon trying to get another run going as well. I don't know, Zeke. Why would they... might be a dumb question, but why would they change the existing wood instead of adding a new kind of wood? So... yeah, this was the question that not only you would have been asking when the change was made last November. It's ruined a lot of maps initially, because they applied the change retroactively, meaning that any map with wooden surface that previously used worked in a different way those maps were now bad and sometimes like 10 seconds faster than previously, so old world records were meaningless. Or the maps were just broken. Had to remap my entire floor basically on this map, yeah. Oh, spoilers? Well, we'll see. Maybe you have some interesting tricks. Anyway, so just oh well. So, yeah, so the wood update essentially ruined a lot of maps, and then, you know, there was a lot of backlash, because, you know, of course there was. So essentially, what people did was they would just complain to Nadio, and Nadio did kind of like fight against the change a little bit. They were saying that it would be too confusing to have two separate wood surfaces, even though they already looked very different. I don't really know, like they could just do two different woods, you know, like darker wood and lighter wood or something. I don't know. And add a new wood physics thing there. And then they also at some point said like that they want to optimize the file size of the game, so they can't add a new surface to the game. So they have to replace an old one or something. Nothing made any sense. It was so weird. So eventually they retroactively did fix the old maps that were affected, so now the old maps at least work again. But the new change does, you know, affect all these wood surfaces on like the walls and everything, and it can be kind of wonky sometimes. There we go then. Up we go. If anything, now there's a problem. Like, if we talk about confusing surfaces, and now there's a bigger problem, because now you have old maps where the same wooden blocks work in a different way than new maps. So you literally cannot tell before driving on a block if it's gonna be the old physics or if it's gonna be the new physics. Yes, now there's two versions of the exact same blocks, depending on what the version of the patch is. So how is that any better? But oh well, that's how it's gonna be now. You can also use old map bases and build with the old wood. So, well. Yeah, they could have chosen some other surface than wood as well, you know? Why does it need to be wood? I know it's like a throwback to the old Trackmania, like 20 years ago on the snow environment there was also a wood surface, but it didn't even work the same way as this one. So like, yeah, it is what it is. Like at this point, you know, we've gone through this whole thing, and you know, this is how it's gonna be. We are dealing with it. Nothing we can do. Hazard. Few more tricky sections. Oof, a bit to the side, but works still. Could have been some stone surface, yeah. Here we go. Sticky tape surface. I didn't build anything on this map, no. Hazard, clean lines again. No problem this floor, it seems. Landing works. We kind of expect everything to work here. Maybe this next one, this quarter pipe section here, can be a little bit, you know, sometimes you need 2 attempts, 3 attempts. Because they're still going for the big jump. The only player I think is still going for this, but working for Hazard. Speed, it's a little bit low, maybe barely makes it. Yeah, why not Serdok? Could build something. Then to the final jumps here. Quarter pipe up. Good line, good angle, works fine. I remember this being like a final boss of this floor, and it took so long to get right. Now these players are just doing it every single time. Landing here, no problem. Back to the ice floor. Going through then. Has been here a few times today, actually. Elcon also climbing on floor 5 right now. There's a couple others too, but Elcon, of course, the only one of those to make it all the way to floor 11. So we kind of look forward to that run developing as well. I slide up. No problem. It's mainly gonna be about the ice spin, maybe the pipe jumps as well. Just before it, but we sort of expect these jumps to work fairly well at this point. Speed should be enough. Landing works fine. Thank you, Lepeng, for the 3 months. Well, not too much speed for this uphill. Feeling pretty confident, I suppose. I feel like these players have figured out all of these parts on this floor. Feels very controlled. They know how much speed is needed for this uphill as well. Know what can go wrong. Like here, Hazard will slide back to the dirt. Perfect example. Needs to switch that ice slide direction pretty quickly, so it's well done. Has happened before to most players at this point, so I feel like they know these recoveries pretty well at this point. And then on the pipes, first one works. Into the pool. Goes for it, lands it. Then the spin, we'll see. Starting it. Looks to be a good timing. I think it's gonna make it. Hazard. Getting into the uphill. Sliding through. No problem. Maybe a little bit of problem. Fine. It is very slippery. It's the wet ice wheel plastic here. No problem though at the end. Getting to the dirt and then the plastic landing and then the half pipes. First one. Works. Lining up still pretty carefully for this one. Going in. Timing on this turn, really important. Gets it very nicely. Stays on the ice. And this landing looks great as well. The Hazard will be able here to bounce. Oh. Bounce into floor 11. Maybe a little bit low on speed there. Not maybe skipping all the wiggles. Pushing it a little bit, but it works. Keeps it going then. Floor 11 has been through these parts before. Icy tires on plastic will decay, but if you have wet and icy wheels at the same time, they will not decay. So you will kind of have these ice physics on plastic. Almost. Landing here. Works. Into the loop. Landing looks clean. Gets another attempt at this high jump. There we go. Lines up for the acceleration, but not really happy with that one. We'll redo the line. Time for the big one. Of course, going too far on this means that you fall all the way down usually. Hazard knows this as well, but control is good. Back wheel hits the wall and it slows down Hazard enough. We go back for the plastic. Again, perfect landing into the wall. That's what you want. Virtual, Bren, Elcon and Lars, the only players to make it through this, apart from Hazard. Landing. Maybe it works. I think it works again. Hazard. Fourth run. Through this plastic now. Was looking like it was a little bit far on the wall, but it works. And then we go again. See the quarter pipes. Low jump here, landed fine. And no issues landing this one either. Has made it past this half loop before. And we also know recovery now. So if this next one fails, if the landing is too late or if it clips the landing or something, you can get enough speed and jump back to the pool. That one, we know. Hazard tried it before, had a bit of a wrong line there, but we know that it's enough speed. So Hazard's personal best, this landing. It's made it here earlier today. Very close though. Maximum speed. Landing into the half loop is not so easy. It needs to be good. This looks very good. Hazard goes for the spin strategy and lands it again. This is something different that we've seen from the others who have tried it. Hazard doing the spin strat, and it works for Hazard for the second time already. Now, these next few jumps needs a better landing this time than last time. Could be a personal best. Could be even a floor 12. 3 sections remain. Might be looking at Bren's strats here. Bren the only one to clear these jumps. Might be looking at some VODs, some clips, getting those strats. Here we go. Lining up, getting the speed. Is it gonna work? Great landing it seems, and the landing here will work as well. It's just barely on the platform. And Hazard has reached a new personal best here. This next landing will be easier. But now for the difficult speed check. Needs to take a long trip here, lining up somewhere on this light. Taking the speed, jumping into this uphill quarter pipe and then into the water. Bren has made it multiple times, but it always looks like it's so ridiculously close. The speed required here is a lot. In the speed, I think this will be another try. Testing out the lines, making sure the speed is working. Brent says easy with gear 2 and bad with gear 3. That's gear 2. The line, perfect. Hazard makes it. What a great, great run we have. This could be the second player reaching floor 12. Only one jump remains. This quarter pipe up on top. This is floor 12. Bren has made it. Bren knows what to do. Hazard probably has seen a Bren strategy as well. Lines it up on the dirt. Takes the speed. Jumps. Gets the speed and lands it. Hazard is through to floor 12. Whiskey's floor. And this is the furthest that anyone has cleared. Because this next section, while Bren has been trying to get these ramps down, Bren managed to do this entire chain through the hole here. But it didn't land properly. It landed upside down. So Hazard probably has seen the clip. Probably has seen all of Bren's attempts here. There's a couple things about this. You need to go full speed. You need to get a very clean landing onto this ramp. If you fail this, it's possible that you clip the hole and you fall back into this ring here. But it's a difficult landing to save. If Hazard lands clean here, that's a new world record. And it's been a while since anyone but Elcon or Bren held one. You will likely need to adjust your speed a little bit once you do that final landing. Just build the speed. Try to keep as much as possible. Third seems to be ready to go. Already a huge day, but it can end with a Wildjagger. Taking the speed. First landing's good. Trying out this one. It looks pretty good. Hazard going for it. Lands in a turtle again. No. Equaling the jump from Bren. It is the same jump. On the other side, Hazard. On the right, Bren was on the left. A great attempt, for sure. And the world record has been equaled. But we do not go on. This is where the route will continue. Presumably. Some more speed checks to follow. Absolutely no recovery from here though. Nothing to move to with default movement, even if there was any. So the run will end here, but what an absolutely great day from Hazard. Before today, Hazard hadn't made this plastic. Hasn't landed this pool. This was the first time. Made this like 4 times today. Managed to clear everything else as well. All the way up to floor 12. So Hazard looking very good right now. But we'll need to wait until we see the next part of the map. You can climb out of the hole. That's possible. So, where is it? Here. So, from here, there's like a ramp. This ramp you can climb. So if you land here, that's fine. You can climb up. As far as I know. So you are supposed to land here, I'm pretty sure. Just not upside down. Yeah, it's a very steep ramp, but it's possible to climb. Well, in terms of height, yeah, Hazard did reach the highest point so far. Something. Some progress. It's the copium progress. I don't think you need to like smash into the pillar. Like, you can land normally. Like, you know, whatever ends up being the best, most consistent way to land that, I guess it depends. We will find out eventually. I don't know if the players need to figure out like another strat. I think both players know how to do this jump now. 34 meters is the start line height. So you can probably answer your question from there. Yeah, Hazard has been progressing so much. So quickly. Virtual, honestly, doing really well too, and Lars also. I feel like once those players figure out these final parts of floor 11, we're gonna have a big party on floor 12. And I think it might even happen like during the weekend, that we have like everyone on floor 12 and 13. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Hazard is looking much better on ice floor. The ice spin is still the toughest part, but it works more often than it fails. Hi Anna. Well, let's watch Elkon's run here. Could be that Hazard also happy with the progress today and will call it a day. Wouldn't be surprised. It's done, yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. The good news about 12 is that it has a little bit, it covers a bit more ground than 11, so it might be that it's more recoverable than 11. So if you make some mistakes, it could be that you're more likely to be able to, like, jump back to the beginning of the floor or such. Let's hope that it's the case. So it's like a small sort of tiny checkpoint. Elkon needs to switch the slide direction. Oh, barely makes it. Good recovery. Gets up on the second try. Yes, Hazard has tied the water guard. No thinking, Elkon just goes, spin, jump, land. All in muscle memory at this point. Back we go. Half pipes one more time. We've seen them a few times now. Turn around. Looks good. A little bit to the side, but still stays on the ice. Landing here looks good as well. Bouncing. Landing. Let's see then. Elkon on floor 11. He's done this a few times by now. Very good line so far. A little far on that one, but it works out. No worries. Has failed that landing before, by the way. So, something to watch out for, but it works this time. We go into the big jump. One of the tougher speed checks here. Elkon lands it. Into the loop next. Lands a bit far. I think it might still be enough. Yeah. It doesn't really feel like you have to land very clean into the loop. So you might just kind of take it a little bit safer, jump a little bit further. Then the lineup. Back wheel next to the light. has failed this a couple times. I wonder which strat we're gonna see. Are we gonna see again the jump to the right side, the higher jump that could be protected by the red plastic blocks? Or is Elcon going to go for the left side jump that might be more difficult to control ultimately? Jumping a little bit in the middle. Oh, it's a little bit off. And the plastic bounce, unfortunately, results in a big fall. Elcon previously did fail this on the previous attempt by jumping a bit too far. So this time, releasing a bit too much. Falling all the way down. Just goes for a new run. Just keeps going. I think Elcon wants to try to land maybe a little bit higher here so that the release can be timed maybe a bit differently. Seemed to be the strategy. Some players choose to jump like almost all the way to the left. And Elcon's strat earlier to jump to the very right doesn't seem like he likes it anymore. So, tough one, tough one. The more you jump to the left, the less you have to release. I mean, the left landing is gonna be lower, right? So you would need to release more, no? That's right, because your landing spot is longer. Well, I guess. But like, the problem there is also that you're probably not gonna hit the wall, right? So then the release needs to be much more precise as well, because you're more likely to, you know, overjump. Because it's a lower spot, right? So in some sense, you might still land it too far. I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say, but like, if the higher jump is like a shorter release, like a very small release that you can get into your muscle memory better, then it could be something where you can get more consistent with the wall hit and landing next to the plastic. So the plastic actually might matter a little bit less there, because if the release timing is very short, it can be more like learnable. But then if you jump to the left, then you do have the extra space there. So that's kind of like the trade-off, I suppose. Hey, thank you, Tsuka. Appreciate it. I also do think that, you know, Bren, for example, is getting very consistent on the jump, so it might just be muscle memory, you know? Eventually you will learn it, because at this point, these players still have like less than 10 tries at it, right? Maybe around 10. And like, that's not a lot, right? So it could be that when you get those 20, 30 attempts on it, which sure will take time, but it might be that, you know, you get that muscle memory. I like floor 10 a lot, it's very cool. Would anyone risk their progress to discover new ways on top levels? Yeah, Bran has already done it multiple times. Let's see if Elcon can maybe get another run going here still. I think I'll... If it's not looking to happen, then I might call it a day as well. Almost looks like Elcon is playing this as like normal plastic. Doesn't even look like wet wheel plastic sometimes. Wet icy wheel plastic. Bren has some like at least 25-minute runs to floor 11. Pretty fast. Probably a jump question, don't worry, ask them anyway. That's why we're here. On floor 12, could you use the purple pistons to launch up to the next level? They are too slow. They are simply too weak and too slow. Even the very strongest pistons are not really that strong. So like, even if you could like land on one of these, it's barely going to give any airtime. It's maybe gonna go like half a meter into the air from this. So that's not really gonna help. There are some moving block tricks where, you know, you can fly up into the air. What was that one Kaki map with all those different moving block things, like glitching through walls? Elcon's definitely an ice god, no question. $215, not 215. 215 was that was the tunnel thing. 132. Okay, yeah. Now that Elcon is climbing, we're gonna watch 132 real quick. Where is it? Here? Here? Oh wait, there's numbers in the thumbnails. So here. 132. Yeah, this one. Moving blocks can do things. Even I've finished this map. Moving blocks can do some things. Intro. Here's my run on this one. So it's not a far-fetched idea that some weird things would happen. Oh yeah, it's desynced, I guess, but... Oh well, you get the idea. Yeah, the moving blocks are a little bit out of sync right now, but you kind of get the point, yeah. Trackmania moment. Zoop. Yeah, that's a video game thing. Anyway. It is so sad how moving blocks don't work in Ghosts. But yeah, it's not possible with these moving blocks on this map. No, yeah, like, it's kind of hard to say how powerful they can be. They can definitely be pretty surprising sometimes, especially some custom moving blocks. But yeah. The virtual clip in floor 3, that is also very interesting for sure. You can, if you have some weird, like, lines or moving blocks, you can often glitch through blocks. Sharp edges also do that sometimes. That's probably what it was on floor 3. Ilkorn a bit off. Floor 3, no. Back to the bottom. Yeah, it's like landing exactly into like this, because this is a very thin block. Probably. Yeah, that's probably what caused it. For virtual. Oh, back we go. Why does he under-angle the backslide so much? You mean virtual? Probably just safer. You don't need that much speed, right? So you probably want to avoid two things. One is that you over-angle the backslide and you don't get it at all. So you turn too much over 90 degrees and you completely fail it. And the other thing is that you go too inside because you land exactly 90 degrees and you don't jump far enough. So then you crash the wall, right? So I think that's... people are taking it maybe a little bit safe because of that. It's wet wheel plastic anyway, so you can kind of afford to land a little bit unclean and not lose too much speed. Yannick's still playing as well, but from what I've heard today, Yannick, though he's a very good player, hasn't played for the last like 10 days or so, was focusing on other things, so from what I've heard, Yannick's not looking to go for the endless grind on this map. Kinda enjoying the map. Zemo hasn't stopped the hunt, just taking a day off. Just said he's not having fun on the map. Okay. Fair enough. Still playing. Yeah, Yannick was doing really well in the first 2 days or so, but then choosing to focus on Zealand, and now I guess not really looking to grind this one anymore. I mean, we'll see. At this point, like, the being almost 2 weeks behind, like 1.5 weeks behind the others, it's gonna hurt anyway, so I really feel like it's not really realistic for someone to start the map now and still win, or even get top 3. I feel like the others are just too far gone. So it's probably gonna be, you know, the winners are probably gonna be the ones that we've already seen. Yeah, it's a 100-hour difference. I think they can predict they're going to be stuck for ages in the last 3 floors. Yeah, but not like 1,000 hours. Not to a point where 100 hours wouldn't make a massive difference, I don't think. I mean, it could be, I suppose. But yeah, I think it's extremely unlikely. The problem is not just progression, it's not just like how far your PB is. It's also that you want to have practice, right? You want to be consistent, because you need to get up again and again and again, right? So just one time personal best is not enough. You need to have the practice, the consistency to do these earlier floors, and that's what these guys have accumulated over the 100 plus hours of gameplay. Like Elcon here has done floor 3 enough to do these spins here. Too early to call who will actually end up winning. Lars also very close now, tied with Elcon. So Bren and Hazard are tied on the first part of floor 12. Then Elcon and Lars are tied on floor 11 still. Fairly close to the end, but still a couple sections remaining. Virtual is one section behind, so definitely has a chance as well. And then there's, you know, Zimo, Scrappy, Scandier are all on floor 10, and they might have a chance as well. Granadi, at the end of floor 9, definitely can still make progress too. Like, it's too early to say anything, really. Virtual definitely has a chance. Yeah, Scandier has made floor 10. Haven't seen that run, but yeah. Have any of the top players quit? Not really. Not really top players. Would like to thank you for casting and taking the time for chat. It's nice to have somebody with exhibiting knowledge, insight, and understanding explaining what's going on here. I appreciate that, Baluna. I try to do that. Mada has gotten a personal best on floor 8 today. Definitely has a chance as well. Shmaniel on floor 9 too. Hugo and Ixon are still on floor 8. Shmaniel and Mada is actually also on floor 8. And Shmaniel is on floor 9, but we haven't seen Shmaniel's run, so it's hard to say exactly where. But it's probably in the ending parts. Shmaniel, the 1075 height. Could that be floor 10? I don't know, it's so hard when I'm not seeing anything. Because Shmaniel is really only playing in solo, from what I understand. Don't think Shmaniel is streaming either, for now. Well, of course, like, you need to stream your final full run if you want to be eligible for the prizes, but... I guess we'll need to wait and see. Everyone, I feel, except for maybe Bren and maybe Hazard now. Like, Hazard has picked up 11 super quickly today. But, like, everyone struggles with floor 11. There's still, like, even for Bren, there's still, you know, faults from 11. Some mistakes. There's some really tough jumps there. Thank you, Anubius, for the tier 1. Hazard is equaled with Bren. You don't struggle with it, bum? Me neither, actually. I am not struggling with floor 11 right now. Welcome to Lotham. Love how Elcon just starts to optimize the lower to middle floors and has fun with it. Yeah, I feel like pretty much everyone is still having fun. Like, of course, like sometimes it gets... It becomes a bit too much. Oh, that was a sudden slowdown from the servo. Sometimes, you know, the players will need some days off and such, but I feel like overall, everyone who I've been watching seems to be having fun from the top guys. Doesn't seem like they're, like, getting, really, like, desperate with the grind. I feel like all of them kind of understand what's at stake, what the map will be like, and how to approach this kind of a grind. You can't win if you hate the map. Yeah, true, absolutely, 1000%. You have to enjoy playing this kind of a thing to some extent to win, yeah. You don't need to, like, think that it's your favorite map ever, but you need to, like, enjoy it to some extent, for sure. Yeah, everyone's gonna have, like, tough days when they, you know, don't get any progress done and they don't get anything done, but I think ultimately, even with those off days, when, you know, you kind of are stuck on the lower floors and such, ultimately, these players still want to still want to keep going, still want to go for the next run. You need to be mentally ready, yeah, before even the beginning. And these players are, because they've been through these grinds before. All of them. No problem, Anubius. Glad to hear. Thank you for the tier 1 again. Ooh, is Bob Parker? Not this again. It's not even on the leaderboard anymore. Oh. Well, do the water. Works fine. When did Hazard get water guard? Half an hour? Maybe? Zoop works. Into the water. Elcon, I feel, is completely fine with everything up until floor 11 at this point, honestly. Like, sure, there's, like, mistakes and such, but I feel like the confidence on every single floor looks just so good. Not even setting this up anymore, just chaining it. And a lot of these players are doing it, but I remember not too long ago when Elcon's PB was maybe floor 10, Elcon was still, like, very carefully setting up for this sort of first jump on 4-7. Not anymore, just kind of going for it, feeling very comfortable. See if the line here is good. Very good. I feel like this floor kind of forces you to slow down because it just requires more speed for these kinds of jumps. This is gonna be very close. Barely landing. That might be the closest one we've seen. Oof. Very clean afterwards, though. Kind of surprised with the progress and the fact that more players have got to level 12. Still level 11 is bunch of separate tricks, not even a level. I mean, level 11 floor 11 has like a very sort of visually consistent style, right? Like these same like beams, the curved platforms, you know? So I feel like it does have its own sort of identity as a floor, I think. Level I will not say level 11 5 times fast. I will not do it. It's been a 9-hour stream here. Almost. I will save myself a little bit here. Hello, young Modulus. But I do feel like it's not gonna take many days before we are gonna have like 5 players on floor 12 again as well. Really gonna just go faster and faster now to like more and more players getting towards the world record. This is gonna be a little bit off, but the recovery works. Thank you, L2020R, for the tier 1. Very much appreciated. So now just drying the wheels here. Not just taking a break, but you need to wait for the wet wheels to go away. Thank you, Millie. Listen to your backdot performance. Oh, that was a while ago. Thank you. There's gonna be some players who I think will care much less about the price. Like, of course... Oh, Elcon? Huh? Okay. A little bit of trouble slowing down there. But okay, we're through. No problem. Turbos are scary. Yeah, there's gonna definitely be players who will finish no matter what. Of course, it's gonna, like, suck that you don't place on the podium, not only because of the price, which, you know, still is of course like a big deal, but also because of the achievement. Like, you want to be in top 3, right? For some of these players, it's win or nothing, right? Basically. They will be disappointed if they don't come first. But like, at the end of the day, some players just want to do the achievement. They just want to finish this map. This looks better. I think they're all winning because their streams have like 10k plus viewers. Yeah, but it's not just that. Like, these guys are competitors by nature. The fact that they are competitors has kind of been one of the main reasons why they become like big on Twitch. Because people like watching competitors, but it doesn't really change you that much, I don't think. I think you still, like, ultimately you just want to win. You just want to achieve something. And I mean, you know, it's of course impossible to know everyone's reasons for playing this kind of a challenge. But I'm projecting a little bit, you know? For me, whenever I did any grind, not like there was, you know, much at stake, like the sort of like outer motivation anyway, but for me it was always about like self-validation. like proving myself that I can do the challenge. That was always like, there was really nothing else in my mind. Everything else was kind of secondary. Did you see, by the way, today's full speed TOTD has a double respawn cut? Wow, I am so surprised. These are $5.99. They are so very close. If I remember right, anyway. I'm pretty sure it's $5.99. Flip works. Maybe we get another run going here. No, yeah, I feel like just the prestige of this kind of a map, even with like a much smaller prize pool, it would still like, I'm gonna say 90% of these players, yeah, would still be playing. At this point, I think the legacy of Deep Dip 1 is strong enough that it would be worth it. Of course, it depends a lot, like, if some, like, random mapper does, like, a tower map, like, that's gonna matter much less, because there's no, like, prestige linked to it, there's no history, there's no, like, this continuation of, like, this very well-known series, so, yeah, the prestige is, you know, often, you know, big part of it as well. Played Trackmania on and off for years, and these guys are approaching my number of hours on this map alone. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I hear that a lot when I'm building some map, that people join in and they say that I've spent more time building one Trackmania map than they have in Trackmania throughout their entire career. When do we start talking about Deep Deep 3? We can wait until after the event, at least, I think. Ixon has been playing since the beginning, but probably not the same hours. Oh, Elcon, careful now. Not the same Elcon. Not the same hours as everyone else, yeah. Been a long day for us all, yeah. Oh, is that still gonna grip? Oh, it's kind of in the wall. I don't know if it's gonna go... Maybe? Like, it's doing something. It's turning out a little bit too much. No idea what's happening. Oh. Okay. That works. No problem then. What even is this really? I have no idea what I'm looking at on this section. Like, I have no idea what can happen. I don't know what's even really supposed to happen. I don't know if that's failable at all with like any kind of a line. But good recovery, good inputs from Elcon there, saving it. Not really doing a shortcut, no. Just, you know, Elcon, small optimizations. This is still the internet line all the way through. Don't have a top 3 prediction. have a question. Do you no slide or ST with cruise on dirt? No slide. I mean, depends if you're below the cruise control speed, but I assume you mean like maxed out cruise control speed. Yeah, it would be no slide. Though it might not matter at all. Like, it really depends. Your only goal with that would be to keep the maximum speed. So cruise control is a block that limits your maximum speed to whatever you have when you take the block. So usually if you do like a speed slide, you will still not drop any speed, right? And with the no slide, you will not drop it either. So a lot of the time you just kind of take the shortest line that you can with the max speed. And the flip. Like Hazard, Bren, and Elcon are currently the ones kind of discovering new sections. So, you know, to be able to finish the map first, you need to discover something new at least one time, right? At the very least, you need to discover the final jump. Oh, he's gonna flip. That works. Elcon going for some extra turtles on this run. That's working out fine. But yeah, I feel like all of the other guys, like Lars, Virtual, Scrappy, Timo, they can figure out new sections as well. Currently they're a little bit behind, but definitely can catch up. Scandier also. Scandier could still snipe one of the top 3. Mada as well. So many. At the moment though, Bren and Hazard looking the best. That might change though. Can change very quickly. Can change in one day. Can change on this run. You think that I'm gonna finish first? I don't know about that guess. Yannick doesn't seem to want to grind the map, so I'm already kind of discounting Yannick based on the information I have. I heard that Yannick's not really looking to go for the super grind 10 hours a day. I need to keep casting, I agree. Maybe we can snipe a one-shot run once we know all the strats at the end. Well, this might be a run. Lars earlier today in the morning apparently made it through the plastic halfpipe on floor 10, floor 11 I mean. And on this evening session didn't really get much done. No new PBs. Falcon lands. Then jumping up. Getting it. Hazard has equaled the water guard on floor 12, yes. Like, somewhere like an hour ago or so. Zooping through, don't expect these early jumps to be a problem. Floor 16 will be very intense though. You mean Hazard's run? Legalis, I guess. I let it after the stream. As a Div 30 player, I'm planning to be the first finisher. Oh yeah? Hey, finishing floor 0 is already a pretty nice achievement. I'm sure with some time you can get floor 1 as well. The ice slide is very tricky there, but some practice. Well, here we go then. Back in the pool. No issue at all. Into the spin. Spinning pretty late, but it works just fine. Here we go then, again. Can't speak anymore at this hour, but it's okay. All we need is the gameplay from Elcon. So now, one more time, respecting the halfpipe. Very careful setup. Get in the speed, get in the line. Turn around, is it gonna work? Looks good. Stays on the ice. Landing here. Works fine. Couple wiggles and the landing works. Here we go then. Floor 11, once more. So many times. First few landings, just fine. Should work here as well. Then one of the actual speed checks here. Still see players, all of them, doing a pretty careful lineup here, getting the speed next to the lamp. Landing is good. Second one, almost too far, but I do like, you know, I have to give it to Sidelord. There is a wall here. I like the wall. The wall is good. Could have placed a couple more on some other parts, like the big jump that's about to come. Why don't we have a wall like here? You know, here. This there's a wall missing here. Could we have that one too? Tight. Come on. I've ran out of budget. Maybe the mappers were told to only put one wall per floor. Well, here we go. Here we go then. Landing. Looks good. And what about the speed here? Is it correct? It will be. Elcon will get another chance at this. Failed it twice today. Flew over this platform 2 times, but now is back here again. Let's see. Into the plastic. Landing here looks very nice. Is it gonna bounce the right way? Looks like we have another pool landing here. Was a pretty wonky line through the plastic, but it works. And we keep going. Low jump here. Carefully, is it too far? It will stay on this, and this is recoverable. So importantly, Elcon does not drop off from this. We'll be able to get back. Need to be careful with this one. Jumping too far to the left, that's the one way that you can throw this away. Second try. Looks better. Lands it. And the landing here looks good. And Elcon will get the third attempt on this half loop. I do wonder, Elcon has obviously been playing the same time as Hazard. I do wonder if Elcon has watched Hazard do this jump. Wonder if Elcon wants to still try the alt strategy of clipping the wall on the right, or the spin strategy that Hazard was doing. Two strats to choose from. Maybe also thinking about it here. Well, we'll see very shortly. Landing looks very good. Elcon goes for the direct landing, but it's a bit too far. It's a great attempt. Great attempt. Bouncing. What? Well, we are on floor 8. One of the bounces. And Elcon is actually very close to floor 9. So Run is still alive. Knows about the tunnel. So let's go again. It seemed like Elcon tried to go for the wall clip strategy, because otherwise you land upside down. Here's the thing. Here's one thing to know. Hazard was not the first player to try the spin. Bren, on the very first attempt, did try to do the spin. Didn't work. So Bren adapted into this clip strategy instead. Now Hazard has a solid sample size of 2 successful spin landings. That doesn't mean that it's the best strat necessarily. We don't have that much information yet, unfortunately. But it was a great try from Elcon. Definitely the best try Elcon has had. It's the best strat because it's the coolest fair. But I think the players care most about progression on the map right now. Whether it looks bad or good. How many floor 12 runs so far? I think Hazard has been there. Well, Hazard has been there once. Bren maybe 3 times. It's kind of hard to quantify because there were a couple like floor 11 saves from Bren as well. Maybe 4 times. I didn't see Bren's session, I've only seen some of the clips, but it's, you know... Either way, both Hazard and Bren essentially the same personal best on floor 12. Helcon's name I don't think is Joel, I guess it could be. I wouldn't know. Joel is a fish. It's Bob. Oh, is Elcon Bob Parker? God damn it. Low jump. Very clean with this. Yeah, this floor 9 is looking so good for everyone. Hazard was also very consistent on this. Good drift. Joel Parker. Landing looks great. Like, looking at these attempts now, it's hard to even understand how the turtling was like a huge issue on this jump. Because like, none of these attempts are even close to turtling. It still happens occasionally, of course, but that seemed to be like the #1 problem to solve, to not land upside down. But now it's looking so good every time. Floor 9 can be retried so much, yeah. It's very forgiving on some specific jumps, very punishing on some specific jumps. But if you get to the second half of floor 9, usually it's pretty forgiving. Either you've dropped down to floor 8 if you fail, or you drop down to floor 9 earlier section. Ever speedrun Half-Life? Nope. I have done Portal, like a casual speedrun, as in I did like a, you know, I did the strats of the speedrun through Portal inbound. But I haven't really speedrun any of them. Any of those. I'm a big fan of Valve games though. Elcon didn't know about the floor 11 spin strat before, he does now? Oh, okay. So learning about the strat now. Is Elcon still streaming as well? Yeah, okay. So us casters have been told to take like a neutral sort of stance, which means that we can't reveal any strats to the players on like server chat. So I will let the players cook. Obviously I get exposed to a lot of different strats, but I'll keep quiet and hope that the players learn the information some other way. Here we go. Back to the spin. Very low line, but it's a good one. Is this map really demanding when considering buying a PC to play? I see the spin first. It's a little bit off, maybe the dirt landing below. Oh, it does land! Elcon will save it. I think this should be fine to save. It's the icy wheels. Oh, the icy wheels though. The icy wheels are not decaying because of the beam and the plastic, but still makes it. Oof. That was a close call. That was actually a close call. Just because of the icy wheels. Like, it's so close to the dirt, but it's so far. Oh god. Hey Doogie, thanks so much for the 7 months. Hidden Shred Notebook. Hey, all the streams are public. Free. Appreciate the 7 months, dude. Yeah, so about the PC, consider that Trackmania was not really made for these kinds of super tall maps, so in any case, the optimization of a map like this will be a little bit in the mud. But, you know, Trackmania, not generally like a super demanding game. Depends on what you want to play, but there's some plugins and such on PC that you can use to improve performance. So I wouldn't really worry about this kind of map too much. Pool. That's fine. Are you not allowed to mention strats that the top players have explicitly revealed? I'm not supposed to say any, like, anything game related in the server chat. This looks better. The landing. So I can say like GG or nice job in server chat, but I can't comment on the gameplay. Of course on the stream I'll say what I want, right? But not on the server. Here we go again. Turn around, it's good. And here we go. Landing, it's good. So if the Alcon if the players want to truly keep something secret, they will just not play on server and they will not stream, right? They can keep secret threats if they want to. If they play on the server, then, you know, it's gonna be public information. Not this landing again! Stop doing this landing. Just jump to the right, okay? Please. Okay, well, it works this time. Hasn't always worked, by the way. But we are fine. We're fine still. Seems to be already bored of 11, yeah. Well. Oh, we're floating a little bit in spectating. Well, let's see then. Next attempt. Speed. Should be good. Commits. And the landing looks very good. So yeah, Elcon also going for the left side landing now, it seems. And it seems to be working pretty nicely. For now. Then the plastic again. Worked last time, but it was a little bit wonky. Landing the line, it looks to be pretty good. Oh, what is even happening? What are we doing? What is happening with this video game, dude? Just what is going on today? Yeah, I don't know. Let's just see this next part, yeah. Good jump. Speed. Yeah, works out. All good. Then we try again. So let's see if Elcon goes for the spin. Or maybe we'll check it out first, yeah. Check some clips, check some lines, see how much speed is needed. Well, not too much watching. Has chosen a strategy. It's gonna be the spin. And it lands. Elcon, the third player to get onto this platform. The spin strat looks pretty good. And Elcon has made it work. It took a few attempts to land here, but it finally is reality. Then these next few landings. Hazard failed this next one the first time. Looks free, says Elcon. No problem. it makes a lot of sense. It makes so much more sense than the wall clip. Both work, but this one just feels more controlled. Well, that one is behind us now. Time for the next trick. One knows what to do. Tries it out. Lands pretty far. Is it enough speed? It's barely not, and this landing, unfortunately, brings us all the way down to floor 7. Tries some backwards turtle, but I think that's the run. It is a new personal best for Elcon. Even though the car is moving forward, you know, Elcon would probably have a better shot at just starting from the beginning. So, new PB, 3rd place now. So now we don't have equals anymore. So this is currently what's happening. Bren and... well, we do have an equal, of course, with the World Record. Bren and Hazard tied for 1st place. Trying to get this landing. Only 2 players to get to floor 12. But Elcon now, 3rd place, getting to this landing. Lars still on this platform, but Lars might be able to use this spin strat as well the next time and maybe make it work. And then Virtual trying to clear this quarter pipe section still. Those are the only players on floor 11 right now. No one else has made it to floor 11 yet. Then we have Scrappy at the very end of floor 10. We have Simo, presumably on this pipe as well. And then we have Scandier somewhere. We don't know where Scandier is. Virgil made the quarter pipe once but landed turtle, so we're not really gonna count that as like progress, right? Not really like clearing that section yet. Yeah, Scandier somewhere here, and Simo is probably still on the pipe section here, just before the spin. And then we have a bunch of people on maybe floor 10 or maybe at the end of floor 9. Schmanuel is somewhere here as well. Granadi trying to get this landing next. So a lot of players are approaching for sure. Scrappy is Scrappy is at the end of floor 10 still. Hugo, that's floor 8 final jump, and Mara is also on floor 8. So yeah, currently a lot of people on floor 11, especially the last parts of it. And then it's like quickly kind of slowing down a lot. You know, only a couple people on floor 10, and then even less on floor 9 right now. And then we have a few people on floor 8. But I think right now there's still only 15 people who have made it to floor 8. I don't know if Massa has been to floor 8, but the height is pretty close. It could be that Massa is also floor 8. I think has tried the beam landing in the beginning of the floor. But yeah, Elcon still climbing, getting some runs going, doing a really good progress today. But I think for us, that's gonna be the end of this session. It was a really nice session though. A lot of great runs. We will be back, as always, tomorrow evening again. We'll try and see if maybe our players can reach new heights still.